17, so the Knicks were down 43-41 at halftime. It was tight in the third with Jeff Van Gundy looking on. John Starks has been averaging 15 a game off the bench. He hit for 20, including that three-pointer. Knicks by 170-69 in the third. That was their last lead because Iverson got hot. Off the pitch out from Cage, nails the three of his 26. He had 9 assists and 9 rebounds. Sixers by 4 after 3. It just fell apart in the fourth. Mark Davis flying in, the power jam, the Sixers roll, and yes, the angry agony of defeat for John Starks. And Derek Coleman, who hasn't had much to laugh about lately, can afford to smile because the 76ers actually had a laugher, winning 109-92. Back to the fourth quarter numbers we've been talking about. In the last 3 games, the Knicks have been outscored 92-56. They escaped in Orlando, but were beaten in Charlotte and Philadelphia. And according to Jeff Van Gundy, they're not focusing on the real problems this team has.
I really believe, other than the turnovers, our problems are not offensive, other than the turnovers. I think, unfortunately, I think right now too many of our guys are thinking offense when we should be thinking rebounding and defense and competing. And I just think the one thing, or for whatever reason, we have done even over the past 2 years is
Madison Square Garden is, of course, a place of legend. And now for America the Beautiful, one of the greatest singing legends of all time, Mr. Tony Bennett is being introduced to this sellout crowd.
Here to sing America the Beautiful, please welcome Tony Bennett.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above thy fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Let's go! Tony Bennett.
Let the Sonics and Knicks try to live up to that. We're only getting started. It's the Knicks and the Sonics. And this is MSG Network's presentation of New York Knicks basketball.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By the American Express card. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, American Express helps you do more. By Delta Airlines. You'll love the way we fly. By Citibank. For banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps. And by Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Centers.
And our broadcast from Madison Square Garden tonight includes closed captioning, which is brought to you by Empire Blue Cross and Blue Shield for the best of health. It's time to meet the lineups here tonight at Madison Square Garden. Mike Walshewski's the man.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Tonight's game features the Seattle SuperSonics and your New York Knicks. The head coach of the Sonics is George Karl. The assistant coaches Dwayne Casey, Tim Grigorich, Terry Stotts, and Bob Weiss. The trainer is Frank Furtado. Now for the Sonics starting lineup. At guard, at 6'4" from Oregon State, number 20, Gary Payton. At guard, at 6'3" from Bradley, number 33, Hersey Hawkins. At forward, at 6'10" from Washington, number 11, Detta Schrempf. At forward, at 6'10" from Trinity Junior College, number 40, Sean Kemp. And at center, at 7'1" from Marquette, number 22, Jim McElvain. The coaches for your New York Knicks are Jeff Van Gundy, Don Shady, Brent DeMalone, Tom Thibodeau, and Jeff Knicks. the trainers of Mike Saunders, Tim Walsh, and Greg Brittenham.
With a record of 8-4, it just doesn't feel that way because from the very beginning this team said they wanted to do everything at championship caliber. The last two fourth quarters were not what the Knicks expected of this season as they continue to mesh. Meanwhile, tonight will be only the second game under the reign of Chris Childs, back from the broken bone in his leg. For the Seattle SuperSonics, they're in the midst of a 10-day, 6-game road trip. They've won 7 straight on the road, and they have been nothing less than spectacular. Although earlier this week, they were pushed to double overtime by the Washington Bullets, a game they won by 5 points. This team has been through first-round debacles, last year going to the finals, and their history a lot like the Knicks. Their one championship coming in the 70s. Since then, some great teams, some not, but a lot of postseason frustration that has really whet the appetites of the fans in New York and Seattle for finally a championship.
I think last year's success, Al, has wiped away the negativity around George Karl's team. They are, in the opinion of the Knicks coaching staff, perhaps the best team in the NBA, and what separates them from really being there, the Knicks coaching staff feels, is their mental attitude. The words are, if they believe they're the best, they are the best. They're that good, and as you pointed out in the open with McIlvain, now he plugs up a soft area for this team, and that has been internal defense.
Kemp was a grumbling man when they signed McIlvain to that 7-year, $35 million contract. It pushed him way down the salary ladder on this team. He sat out a couple of weeks. His agent issued a statement saying Sean just needed to renew himself. That's been a joke now in Seattle. Everybody's talking about how they need renewal too. But in the process, he missed a 5-day trip to Europe, which tired out many of the players. He finally showed up in the preseason, fresher than anybody, and has played like missing that trip was a good thing for him. And so we're underway at Madison Square Garden. The start delayed by the Chase Championships, won earlier today by Steffi Graf on this very same floor. The Knicks start with the hot hand of Charles Oakley.
Now, this game for the Knicks is about excellent play. You know, it's almost like the Sonics are here to drive the best out of the Knicks, but the Knicks have got to think about just playing loose, hard basketball. Whatever the best is that they can generate tonight has got to flow out of them.
Foul on Chris Childs. He fouled out of last night's game. Didn't shoot badly, 5 of 11 from the floor.
Meanwhile, that was a beautiful opening sequence by the Knicks offensively.
Kemp rolls on Oakley, but travels in the process. Kemp, one of the outside officials to make that call, but it was called down low. Ed T. Rush, Joe DeRosa, and Scott Wall in the very snappy pinstripe gray tops of the NBA officials this season. Knicks working around the perimeter. Houston, everybody getting a touch. Ewing, followed by Hersey Hawkins, normally a great shooter. So far this year, he's been unable to find the touch. He and Allen Houston could share a few thoughts on that. Oakley goes for the steal, but he hands it right to Kemp. 10 on the 24. Payton for 3.
Charles Oakley with terrific effort, but he's got to realize sometimes he's throwing that ball for a layup for the other team. But however, it ended up with a 3-point shot. This team, an excellent, excellent 3-point shooting team.
Now it's Larry Johnson against Detlef Schrempf. Childs on the slow, deliberate dribble. 7 on the 24. He challenges McIlvaine. Ewing's wide open as a result.
Good ball movement will beat double teaming.
Seattle just does not play close games. They are explosive, and through the first 13 games of the year, as Kemp draws the foul, they have not played any games decided by 4 points or less.
At the Knicks offensive end, after a lot of ball movement, Patrick Ewing, you can see, had a wide open jump shot. Sometimes that distracts the shooter, but in that case, Patrick just hit net.
Sean Kemp signed as a 19-year-old 8 years ago by the Seattle SUPERSONICS. And you know, when it comes to a payday, he's just got to be patient. Timing is everything with these big contracts, and you know he's going to get a monster when the time is right. Childs, the crossover, rejected by Kemp. Everybody's down. But things got physical, and Childs is called for the offensive foul. So quickly, the Knicks starting point guard has 2 fouls.
Well, Childs was presented with an opportunity to go to the basket and then turned his right hip into the defense. Another look at it now. McIlvaine doing the job that he was paid big time for on that play. $35 million over 7 years.
That's the rare big body that the Sonics, at least in Seattle, they say we've never had anybody who can do what he's already done. The inlet pass for Kemp, but we've got a foul on the outside. John Starks has checked in as you saw Childs left. And that's 2 quick fouls on Charles Oakley. That gets Buck Williams off the bench. And so Oakley and Childs leave. We've played just 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Is that quick whistles or is that over-aggressive play?
It's an announcement by the officials that they're going to call it tight.
Kemp sets the outside screen. Payton dribbles away from it. The fall away. Oh, that looks like Jerry Stackhouse in last night's second half in Philadelphia. Ewing against McIlvaine. Schrempf does the double team. Houston for 3. He's hard off the back of the rim, but a foul on Hersey Hawkins.
First foul against Seattle right now. Last night, the Knicks had 30 personals to 17 for Philadelphia. Seattle plays aggressively. You could see also when that sequence began on offense that Seattle clearly is going to double team Ewing immediately and try and do what they have done so successfully to Hakeem Olajuwon in playoff situations when they took him entirely out of a series last year with his double and triple teaming. Houston along with them.
It's interesting, isn't it, John, to see which teams do and which teams don't. You know, the Knicks historically don't, and that's something that Jeff Van Gundy has continued.
There's also, Al, you know, double teaming. It's like anything else. Shooting a ball, double teaming. You can say double teaming, but 29 teams can double team differently and more effectively than the others. And Seattle is among the very best in that department because of the speed with which they get through the man.
Schrempf, so tough offensively, guarded by Johnson, help from Stark, so the Knicks do double team him. Payton is open. His miss grab by Ewing. Knicks push the tempo a bit.
Seattle back quickly in transition, though.
Houston sets for 3. That time he got it. He received the pass a little awkwardly, but set himself up straight, got a forward look at the basket. And the Knicks lead it by 5, 10-5.
This is Payton's game now. He'll post up.
That'll be a loose ball foul on on Jim McIlvaine. First on McIlvaine. 2 years with the Bullets.
I referred to Peyton before as 6'3". He's officially listed at 6'4".
Come on, John, get it right.
Well, I got to be straight here because posting up is a big part of his game. That 1 inch helps.
Ewing goes outside, and the Knicks clear it for him. Not the way the Knicks normally set up Patrick to go one-on-one, but Buck Williams saves the opportunity. Houston, does he have the hot hand? Not yet. Larry Johnson, Knicks will get a third try. Houston on Hersey Hawkins, he's got the inches. Johnson doesn't have the inches on Detlef Schrempf, and he's rejected by McIlvaine as the Knicks feel his presence inside. Alley-oop for Kemp would have been spectacular, but he missed it off the rim. They get a few of those in every game, it seems.
Schrempf sensing Kemp in the area, and he was, and almost made it.
Back live, he got that one right, and it's 10-7. Knicks just under 8 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Starks elects not to use the screen. Kemp inside for the rebound. Sean Kemp is into it. Kemp, a little change of pace, and he runs not into Buck Williams, he runs over Buck Williams. First foul on Kemp.
Sean Kemp accelerating to the basket, as you say, Al, running over Buck Williams. Another one of the big forwards who can put the ball on the floor, however.
Ewing up strong. Too strong.
Ewing got the position he certainly wanted.
Knicks went on a 6-0 run. Now they've missed their last 5 shots. Sean Kemp rattles one in. You see the way he can hurt you from the outside, then he goes inside, alley-oops.
And the guy is 6'10".
Ewing doing some dribbling and one-on-ones from outside here in the opening quarter.
Strong double team right away.
Patrick Ewing, who had too many turnovers last night with 7, passed it right to Schrempf. Here's Peyton. Way long. Nice job by Ewing to get up the floor after throwing it away. Houston goes right at McIlvaine. Starks is open. It's a 2. And McIlvaine pulls down the rebound. He looks very solid. Hawkins, nobody back on him. He gets his own rebound.
3 Knicks, and he got the rebound.
Hawkins. Well, Schrempf wanted a foul. He thought he was pushed out of the way of that rebound. It's a 1-point game, almost halfway through the first. And we've got a timeout. At Madison Square Garden, it is the Knicks 10, and the 10-game winning streak Sonics 9.
We're gonna cut them prices down.
Look at them price tags on the ground.
Sound system,
TVs,
camcorders,
cameras,
nobody beats
the Wiz.
The Knicks battle the Kings after MCS Cannon game night, Saturday on MSG.
Introducing the New York Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now and get the only card that gives you savings, service, and great Knicks discounts. Get the savings of no annual fee. This low introductory rate for purchases when you pay your bill over time. And American Express service. Plus, discounts at the Garden at restaurants and on Knicks merchandise. A free gift just for using the card. You can even win prizes like a skybox seat to a Knicks game. So apply for your Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now, because there's just one thing to say about a credit card this great. American Express helps Knicks fans do more.
Remember, when you're having good times with good friends, to drink responsibly, because friends know when to say when. A reminder from your friends at Budweiser.
Woody Allen in his season ticket seats. His good buddy, Tony Roberts, across the court. And Derek Jeter has cashed in his world championship for a 3rd appearance in the front row. This is a matchup that'll bring him out in New York. The only visit of the season. Even Linda Fiorentino and Kevin Spacey, who have seats 1A and B, John. Those are the seats of choice. Knicks on the inbound have gone almost 3 minutes without points. Ewing can't change that. Neither can Buck Williams. And finally, Buck with hard work gets the putback, and it's 12-9.
Boy, that play should be in his lifetime highlight film. Beat a bigger man to the ball and converted with tremendous effort.
Payton as they post up Kemp. Buck Williams muscling him at the waist. Schrempf. Allen Houston grabs his miss.
Seattle so good in defensive transition. Hard to break on them.
Starks is wide open. Kemp again. Rejected by Ewing.
Big time block.
That's what you call defensive help. Knicks look sharp here. Like the Sonics have brought him out to play. McIlvaine with his 2nd block.
Boy, Larry Johnson's feeling small. First quarter, 2 blocks already for him under the hoop.
Sonics and Knicks trade strokes of intimidation. 5 minutes to go. It's a 3-point game, and the shots aren't falling for either team. Hersey Hawkins. Ewing came out to meet him, but Hawkins got it over his outstretched hand.
That's the advantage of speed of reaction when you get the ball. As soon as Hawkins got the ball, bang, he was off.
Starks, Houston, Ewing. That draws a crowd, and another turnover. Hawkins with speed. Oh, what a play to elude Houston in midair. He put it right, left, and right for the layup.
But it starts with the turnover. Patrick's got to be careful not to put the ball on the floor unless he knows that it's him and his defensive man alone. Ball goes into Patrick, puts it on the floor, and the ball is gone, and the Sonics are on their way to a 3-point play. Moments ago, Ewing, however, at the defensive end came and put Kemp's shot attempt away.
Sam Perkins and the ex-Bullet Larry Stewart have checked into the game for the Sonics. 13-12 Seattle. You look at the shooting numbers, and the Knicks have been a little chilly, getting a lot of those extra chances with their board work. And Starks and Buck Williams didn't sync up at all.
That was one to give Jeff an upset stomach.
Ruh-roh. Coming up on 4 minutes to go in the quarter. Stewart guarded by Johnson. Starks on Payton. Buck Williams on Kemp. Houston with Craig Elo, who's also come off the Sonic bench. Ewing on Sam Perkins. Johnson goes up. Now, this is one of those small lineups that George Karl favors. He brought this team up to be quick defensively, quick offensively, and he loves to go small.
Craig Elo and Larry Stewart, both pickups by the Sonics in the offseason. Stewart, a free agent, and Craig Elo, a well-traveled 13-year player, known for his three-point shooting, his leadership, and his defense.
Perkins called on that foul, his first, and it's Houston on Craig Elo. Starks uses the Ewing screen. It's a pick and roll. Houston, Elo goes flying by. Houston has two outside jump shots. Payton forces it up. The Sonics will expose your lack of transition defense if you let it happen. Elo. Knicks up by one. Guard a little quiet here in the early moments. Gary Payton draws the foul. Starks will get called for it, his first.
Knicks facing a very difficult 2 evenings of guard play at the highest level in the NBA. That's Gary Payton taking John Starks inside with his strength. He doesn't look strong because he doesn't wave a lot of body around, but he's one of those thinly wired guys who's very, very strong. Different kind of guard naturally than the 6-foot Allen Iverson. but equally tough in many ways, in more ways actually than Iverson.
Lots of complimentary things said by George Karl about Gary Payton and his maturity and leadership. On Knicks game night, you heard that report with Mike Crispino. You know, you wish guys could have that maturity and that wisdom when they first start out in their career, so they don't make the mistakes that Gary did early on. But there is no thing that can replace time. You just got to live your life and figure these things out for yourself.
Ewing going for that jumper over Perkins.
Elo looking for somebody. 10 on the 24. Perkins, the biggest Sonic out there at 6'9". 5 on the 24. It's Payton on Starks. Nice defensive sequence by the Knicks, but Perkins eludes Ewing with a good move to the right.
Unfortunately, Patrick left his feet and took himself out of the play, giving Perkins a good look at the hoop.
The power of the pump fake. Left alone is Buck Williams. Way off. Ewing tries to keep it alive and pulls it back from Elo. Got caught in the air. Starks left alone. And that's a three.
That's a terrific play by not only Starks but Ewing. Didn't force the shot, and he could have.
Now the Sonics downshift the gear. Payton and Perkins. He is a very good outside shooter. But it was Larry Stewart who took the miss, and now Allen Houston. 1:40 left in quarter number 1 at Madison Square Garden in New York. Houston looks like he's got it. And then he misses.
Buck Williams doing a nice job on Kemp so far till now. He got in a one-on-one situation and spun his way to the basket with a beautifully finished move.
A nice kink job by Johnny Hoops.
We asked a real small car expert to check out the '97 Ford Escort. It's been completely redesigned with great handling, superb styling. Nice, huh? And the safety of standard dual airbags and side impact beams. Ford Escort, already a bestseller, now an even better value.
Lease one. Just $199 a month with $500 down and no hidden fees.
Well, what do you think? So why aren't you driving a Ford?
Not bad, Fred. Not bad. Thanks.
Pretty good, Fred. Pretty good.
They're almost as good as the donuts, Fred.
Dunkin' Donuts introduces the Dunkin' Bagel. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Freshly baked through and through.
You know, I think you've got something, Fred.
Well, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What can I do for you?
2 copies, please.
Yesterday, Evelyn Hartwell fulfilled a dream big enough to change her life, small enough to hold in her hand. She got the keys to her first home.
Thank you.
By the way, congratulations.
For a free guide that can help you get a home of your own, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
Well, the Knicks have come out strong here in the first quarter. Let's take a look now at the Marriott Marquis Skycam in action at the Knicks performing on a good sequence. Pick and roll play, but Buck doesn't roll. Buck Williams, he goes for the jump shot. Ewing with the offensive work. Comes down with a big effort, goes up for a shot, feels he doesn't have a good one, gives it up to John Starks, who's got a good look at the hoop. At the other end, Sean Kemp in action. Comes down and gets position low right away. Goes one direction, fades baseline, and then finishes it up with a nice layup and a foul. The New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit.
We talked a lot about the first step of Allen Iverson last night in Philadelphia, John, but Sean Kemp's first step out of that low post is something else, too. I mean, he spun on Buck Williams without really showing much of a fake to the left, and still, Buck was totally frozen.
Yes, he's very, very agile, and he's, as mentioned earlier, 6'10". He's got a very polished move.
So Kemp is showing himself offensively. He's got 7, tied with Peyton, and the 1-2 punch of Seattle is doing a little punching here tonight. Meanwhile, the Knicks have gone ice cold. 3 for their last 16. 3 for their last 16. Ewing is 1 for 6. He's got the ball way out. Scotty Brooks in because Charlie Ward is out for a 2nd straight game with his bruised butt muscle. Ewing, tough shot. John, the Knicks are not showing the traditional Ewing post-up. They're giving him the ball outside and letting him approach the basket more like a forward would.
Part of it may be to give Larry Johnson room to work underneath. In this case, Buck Williams was the initial outlet. Patrick also can hit the jumper if given room, which has happened a couple of times. He's been given room. But you know the Knicks don't want him dribbling the basketball on a regular basis with his size and the quickness of the Sonics.
Foul was on Larry Stewart. Both coaches going to their benches. Here we're in the final minute of the first quarter.
Scotty Brooks with a big job now with Peyton trying to delay him, take seconds off the shot clock.
Elo, he's got a good shot from out there.
Well, he had a good look without a contested effort by John Starks.
Now the Sonics attempting to make a little bit of a move on the scoreboard. Their lead is 4. Starks tries to answer and does. Back to a 1-point game. 35 seconds to go.
Brooks is working hard, trying to delay the initial start to the defense.
Peyton spins on Brooks, who committed the foul, but clearly got the worst of that tangle up. Some more free throws for the Seattle SuperSonics.
Is Brooks doing his best against one of the NBA's best? In fact, last year he was voted Defensive Player of the Year. This is Peyton on offense, but he's a defensive star as well.
Alan Houston back into the game for the Knicks. He's their leading scorer with 8, and once again John Starks providing a big offensive spark off the bench with 6. Buck Williams leaves. He had but a deuce. Sonics having a tough time from the Madison Square Garden free throw line. They're 4 of 8. Final seconds of the first quarter. Brooks in trouble, but unloads for Starks. Just a slight differential in the 24 and game clock. Houston. Starks gets clobbered by Kemp, who'll be called for his 2nd personal foul with 5.7 to go in the quarter.
Oh, give Larry Johnson a big pat on the back for that play. It was his pressure that got that ball loose, so John Starks could become part of the play. Shot goes up. Johnson banging away in there, and Starks gets fouled.
So Van Gundy goes a little bigger as Buck Williams returns for the final ticks of the quarter. Starks has been great from the line this season, 88%, 38 for 43. David Freed is very hot tonight, John, our crack statistician. He's in the flow of the game.
It's always reassuring, Al, to know that Dave's doing what he's being paid to do.
Well, we jinxed John, didn't we? He takes a little extra long pause, which was refreshing for him. 5 seconds. Peyton lets it go. Way long, and Buck Williams, who was sent in by Jeff Van Gundy as a big guy to grab a potential rebound, grabs the rebound. So we played 1 quarter at Madison Square Garden, and it's a tight one. Sonics by 1.
And now from Paris, from Milan, from St. Louis.
Introducing a new look from Budweiser. Born on dating. It's the day your Bud was born, because fresh beer tastes better.
Nice label.
Thanks.
Man, nothing like a new pair of Nike Turf trainers.
Yeah, you know Steve Young works out in the Air Zoom Fly.
Oh, can that guy hustle? All right. Hey, you're Steve Young.
What's up? What do you think?
Nobody gets you closer to the game than Foot Locker, where it all begins.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling.
The Toyota Smile. You'll see it anywhere you find a Tacoma 4x4, America's #1 selling compact 4x4. This month, smiles are even bigger with up to $750 in customer cashback savings. Or get up to $2,000 customer cashback on all T100s. Toyota's tough full size. And when it comes to financing, your Toyota dealer can bring a smile there too. Find out now how a new Toyota will put a smile on your face.
Buy any Gabriel gas shock or gas strut at Meinike's regular price and get the second one at 25% off. At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you in part by American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more. By Foot Locker, where it all begins. And by Toyota. I love what you do for me. Toyota.
The Coke Classic play of the day didn't come from the basketball game. It came from the Chase Championships. Earlier today, right here at Madison Square Garden, Steffi Graf defending her championship by beating Martina Hingis in 5 long, grueling sets over 3 hours of play. So how does the defending champion celebrate? She comes to Madison Square Garden. She's here with us now. What is it? Mexican food, French fries. You can afford to do anything you want right now, right?
Absolutely. It was the last tournament of the year, and that's my way of celebrating tonight.
No, I know you're a big basketball fan, big Knicks fan. Who's your #1 player on this team?
No question, Patrick Ewing.
Patrick Ewing. Now,
I met him today for the first time.
You did? Did you get his autograph? Did he give you an autograph?
Oh, no. I just wished him good luck for today.
Now, we know you have a place in New York, and being here in this place is kind of familiar to you now. Are you going to make this a second home or what?
Yeah, it is already pretty much my second home. Obviously, during all the tournaments, it's difficult to come back a lot of times, but I try to take a few days in between wherever I can.
Now, a few hours ago, you were standing right about this spot on the garden floor. You end up winning it. Big payday, $500,000. Now, you got to spend some of that money in New York, right, before you leave?
I wish I could. Now, I'm leaving early in the morning. I've got lots of things to do the next few days. I'm traveling all over America, and then I'm off to Germany, so I don't really have a lot of time to spend on it.
Now, after all the physical ailments, the back, the knee, the ankle, how are you feeling? Are you going to be okay to play tennis soon, or what?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if that's it shortly after the match can sit here having no problems with the back, I think I should be okay.
All right, she's enjoying herself. Alan John, she's the defending champion and now the 2-time champion of the Chase Championships. A heck of a tennis player, John, and I know you appreciate that.
No question about that. One of the most gracious champions I've ever had the privilege of watching perform, and just a lovely, lovely young lady. And
what do you think, John? She would chew you up, don't you think?
I'm sure she would. But I'll tell you, I'd love the experience. She's great, and it'd be hard not to root for her, you know, no matter who she's playing.
So we've got 11-11 to go in the second quarter. The Sonics leading the Knicks by 2. And Larry Johnson at the line, trying to make his first offensive impact, and he does. His first points. Chris Childs back into the game. He got 2 really quick fouls in the first 2 minutes of the game. So he's back after sitting because of the trouble. Elo bangs into Starks. That creates a fall away that had nothing on it. Oakley for Starks. Perkins is back. Starks right at him. Followed by Johnson twice, a third time. But pulled in by Schrempf. Payton for Perkins. Big mismatch there as Childs is caught on a switch. And the Knicks, in trying to recover, get caught in illegal defense.
There was some mismatches there with height, shorter Knicks players guarding taller Sonics players. Right now, Childs on Elo is an interesting matchup. Elo at 6'7", excellent outside shooter.
John, I don't know why we try to do it, but it seems as though you can gauge the crowd sometimes, what they're into and what they're all about, sometimes because of the time of the game. But with the Sonics coming in and all the stars and celebs here and the season ticket holders using their season tickets, I would expect the crowd to be a little bit louder as Schrempf discusses this with Chris Childs, who's called for his 3rd foul.
How's that for a reaction? Everybody's expecting grimacing and fist clenching. Elo and Childs. Elo trying to get around that pick. Does. Childs following him wherever he goes. Childs coming out to double team on Shrimp, and that led to a conversation which ended with a smile from Detlef.
And Larry Johnson has to leave, and now so does Chris Childs again. Well, he's visibly frustrated. John Wallace into the game for the Knicks. So what do you think? These fans maybe have seen the fourth quarters lately, and maybe they're waiting for the Knicks to prove a little something in a fourth quarter here tonight before they get into it.
Well, maybe they had a busy day, a lot of football, a lot of sitting around. You know, you got to work into it.
Stewart is out, so it's Hersey Hawkins back in. He's in the backcourt with Payton. Elo, Schrempf, and Perkins. Still, the Sonics are small, and the Knicks are too. It's Wallace, Oakley, Starks, Buck Williams, and Houston. Wallace on the run. 3 games without a basket. Buck Williams is fouled.
John Wallace making nice play there, getting the ball up quickly.
Knicks are badly out rebounding Seattle. That's because they've missed so many shots. But it is 20-11 off the boards.
George Karl, 5 years now as the head coach of the Sonics. I don't think George has ever felt appreciated for the good work he's done in Seattle, but I think after last year hitting the finals, that a lot of that changed. I think George, though, feels he'd like to be paid like a player, you know.
Knicks with a lot of misses, 18 of them, and they've grabbed a lot of rebounds as a result. Gary Payton with acceleration plus. It's 30-27 Seattle. You know, John, on TV today, I'm told that the Sonics were able to catch a replay of their 1994 first-round defeat to the Denver Nuggets. And it brought back some bad memories, of course, but it was a big topic of conversation for Seattle. And from what I'm told, it refocused their pregame talk on how they wanted to be so championship-focused and bound. Schrempf driving on Buck Williams, got caught in midair.
Buck did a good job staying in front of him.
Hersey Hawkins with a difficult pass, and it was too low for Elo to handle.
With Ewing out now, the focus goes back to Allen Houston. John Starks with some scoring.
Buck Williams. Nice move by Buck Williams. Drove right past Schrempf on the baseline. It's back to a one-point game. Sonics with the lead and the ball.
Oh, how lucky the Knicks are feeling with the presence of Buck Williams.
Now the fans start to get involved. Chance of defense here at the Garden. Payton up and under with that lefty hook. It's sort of a short little jump hook, and it's a nifty shot.
You know who I thought of when I saw that was Larry Bird. He could do things like that where all of a sudden he goes to the left hand.
Allen Houston. He's made 3 from outside now. He's got 10, leads the Knicks. Payton leads Seattle with a dozen. Perkins got tackled on the baseline. Oakley watches him go into the photographers, but it was his hustle that kept the ball in Seattle's possession here. He slapped it off, I think, Oakley's leg.
This is one of the reasons why you might not want to become a photographer at sporting events, particularly basketball events.
That was off Buck Williams, as you saw on the replay. So Perkins makes good on his save of the ball headed out of bounds by cashing in the jumper. He's got 6, and he's made all 3 of his shots off the bench. We've got a TO here at Madison Square Garden. 8:06 to go in the half. Knicks down 3.
The Maglite flashlight is a work of art that works. A Maglite flashlight is the brilliant gift idea for any occasion.
Save me! Save me! Save me! I'm being held here at Franklin Square Ford, and you can save me and dozens of other Benjamin Franklins when you buy any new Ford, a new conversion van, or a quality pre-owned car at Franklin Square Ford. Don't let them keep me here another minute when you could put me in your pocket and have a new Ford in your driveway too. Franklin Square Ford, 690 Hempstead Turnpike, Franklin Square.
Ski Stop is winter. Get more of what you need to take on winter in the mountain for less. Ski Stop. More of the world's best brands in winter wear, ski and snowboard gear. The guaranteed lowest prices anywhere. More skis, boots, poles. More winter wear from outerwear to underwear. More snowboards, clothing, and accessories in the attic at Ski Stop than you'll ever see in a lifetime. A selection so wide at prices so low, it boggles the mind. See so much more for less at Ski Stop, America's winter warehouse.
No, man, please.
Can you help us, please?
At Elegant Entries, we have a whole different way of doing business. Our showrooms are quiet, safe, and comfortable. Our employees, knowledgeable and concerned. And all of this service doesn't cost any more than what you'd pay at those cold, confusing home centers. The choice is yours.
Back on MSG, live from Madison Square Garden, the Seattle SuperSonics are up 3 coming into the Garden with a 10-game winning streak. There's an ego trap that NBA players can get into. It's one of the many psychological aspects of the game that Jeff Van Gundy has recognized, as last night he talked about Seattle.
Seattle's, obviously very good. I have a lot of respect for them in that they play consistently well. They've won 10 in a row. And that's hard to do in this league because the natural phenomenon in this league is to win a few, get full of yourself, lose, and then have to learn from the loss. Obviously, I think they've done a good job in maintaining their concentration and playing well consistently. It's hard for a team to do.
Meanwhile, as we listen to the coach, John Starks hit for a 3rd time from beyond the line. It's a three-pointer that has tied this one up with 7.5 to go in the second quarter. Shrem pins it along the glass, goes down in the process, and now the Knicks come up. Starks running the show with Chris Childs back in foul trouble. John Wallace. All net, and it's his first hoop in 3 games. Mostly what he has shown is interior offense. Not that time. Knicks in front. Perkins. The inside pass is almost picked off by Oakley. And those photographers, John, are getting a pounding over there.
Well, good backup support, too, on that play. Good rotation by the Knicks defensively on that lead pass.
The big Sonics on the bench. Kemp, Payton, and McIlvain, and that's when a guy like Sam Perkins will be asked to raise it up a bit, and he does with a 3. John Wallace got trapped, but gets an amazing roll and a line drive jumper.
He's got a very particular skill in adjusting to what the defense presents.
Now Kemp rises off the bench to re-enter the game. Oakley saves it on the steal. Flips it for Houston. Up the floor. Back for Houston, drives around Elo, lays it off for Buck Williams. From cold, the Knicks are hot. They've made their last 6, and they're up at the Garden.
You ever look at a lobster?
Yeah.
Well, the Knicks coming up strong now with big efforts. It starts at defense. At the other end, we'll see a lead pass going underneath. A quick response by Buck Williams. Oakley on the save, giving the Knicks a chance to move up court. Charles Oakley pulled himself together here. Another steal. Triple teaming by the Knicks, and Charles Oakley with a save. Allen Houston with a beautiful fake pass. A drive to the basket, a handoff. And what a finish by the Knicks. Buck Williams on the finish.
Seattle from around the perimeter, and Sam Perkins hits again. What a force he's been off the bench. 12 quick ones. He's made all of his 5 shots, including 2 consecutive 3-pointers.
He's coming to help John Starks. Fortunately, he makes it through.
Oakley is the man left open. He's been doing it all season. When given the room and given the shot, he's been making them. Now he jumps out on Snow, Eric Snow, who's come into the game for Seattle. Perkins, met by Oakley.
Perkins had shown that jump shot a couple of times, so Charles Oakley was extra quick to get up to guard him, not allow him to get the shot off. Charles comes up quickly, attacks him, but a little off-balance play, and he commits the foul.
That's a costly foul, too, because it's his third. So now he'll join Chris Childs on the bench, getting Ewing up and back into it. Now, this is a situation where you really think that the Knicks could use Ewing and his height advantage against the Sonics, but it's a battle of his height against their quickness and defense. See, he's out on the perimeter now guarding Sam Perkins. So that takes him out from being underneath, even though he helps out and is called for the foul. He jumped in on Kemp and gets called for the foul. Oh, it's called on Buck Williams. Second on Buck.
Patrick was he went over with a big smile and hugged the official, Ed Rush, after attacking the other official with glances about, you know, the foul wasn't on me, I didn't commit the foul. He was responding like the foul was going to be called on him. When it wasn't, he goes over and hugs the other official.
So Kemp 1 for 2 in that trip to the line, and with 5.5 to go in the half, it is the Knicks by 1. Starks crosses over on Snow. In for Buck Williams, who is fouled underneath. Patrick Ewing with a little romantic get-together with Ed T. Rush.
I don't think Ed was ready for that or expected it. Ed, consider it your lucky day.
Pat Riley would smile if he saw that. Remember how Riley went around to all the players and told them how important it was to get to know the officials' names early on in his tenure? And
yes, one of the many Riley-isms,
yep.
right?
Still living. The Knicks have made 7 straight shots.
Isolation for Ewing now. He wants the ball. He gets it. Double team comes right away.
All away. Schrempf has it. Goes low on the dribble. Goes to Sam Perkins. Perkins has, aside from that free throw by Kemp, he's had 8 of the last Seattle 9 points.
Boy, Kemp has become another guy on the court, hasn't he, Al?
He has not been the Kemp that started this game. Houston gets away from Hawkins, flips it to Ewing, who had it swiped away in midair. Oh, Ewing had it all set up for a big one.
Some penetrating move here. What a dish off by Allen Houston. Patrick going for the dunk, and Detlef Schrempf read it beautifully.
Knicks get a recycle on the 24-second clock. Meanwhile, Ewing continues to have a tough time. He's 1 for 8 from the floor. Houston spins away from the pack and lets it go for 3. Allen Houston, we're checking out his shooting percentage. He's still looking for the stroke. He's 3 for 7. And that's a foul on Allen Houston, I believe. It is. Second foul on Houston.
3 for 7 isn't bad, Al, particularly where he shoots from. But you know that he feels he's capable of maybe 4 for 7.
Yeah.
Talk about close observing of a guy who's got a lot of pressure on him.
Jim McIlvaine back into the game for the Sonics. And Schrempf at the line.
The way Schrempf moves so fluidly, it's hard to believe that he's as big as he is. A reminder, when he blocked Ewing's shot, shows you how big he is. At 6'10", the guy is very versatile.
The one-time German Olympian Schrempf puts the Sonics up by 1, 43-42. Now the Knicks get it into Ewing, and he draws a crowd. Wallace traveled. Now he was ready to dribble, and he saw Buck Williams wide open underneath, and that moment of indecision cost him the turnover.
Well, the defense closed the hole that was existing before. As Buck Williams had a lot of room, and all of a sudden the room went away.
The pump fake. Oh, nicely done by John Wallace. He fought the pump fake and then stayed with the play to get the rebound. Ewing to John Wallace, gets up ahead of steam, and rejected inside by McIlvaine. He's got 3 blocks. He's He's been averaging 2.5, so he's better than his average. Now Schrempf as a cutter. Soft hook, a favorite of Johnny Hoops. It's not the classic hook shot, but I bet you'll take it.
It wasn't the sweeping shot, but he got in good position and got that shot up quickly.
Maybe Jeff Van Gundy sensing things getting away from the Knicks a little bit. Sonics up by 3, and this is one of those moments I think Jeff was talking about with you before the game. He doesn't necessarily want to see how the Knicks handle things when the game is just going along hoop for hoop. He wants to see how the Knicks handle things when things get a little contentious.
There was some a feeling that the Knicks weren't starting games strongly enough, and now the focus has shifted more to how they sustain, as you see Detlef Schrempf get that nice hook shot off, how they sustain throughout the game. They play well, as they have played well. This has been a good half for the Knicks against a top team, 10 in a row for the Seattle. And now Jeff wants to see how this team performs as the game goes on, as the opposition grows, and how the Knicks handle it. And so far, so good.
A lot of attention placed lately from a Knicks standpoint on turnovers. It's not been a factor yet today. They've only turned the ball over 5 times, although Starks almost did then. Knicks will keep it with 13 on the 24-second clock.
Ewing setting up, wants the ball, although he's got 2 teammates. Now he's got nobody. He's all by himself. Double team right away.
Starks fakes the look to Wallace and has another 3-point shot. John Starks with 4 3-pointers continues to be a perfect 6-man.
Now you see, when Ewing faces the double team, he can pick out the open man much better than if he doesn't face the open team. The double team, rather.
Schrempf guarded by the rookie Wallace. Payton in trouble. Buck Williams slapped it away. And the Knicks have some numbers here, but Houston shows patience. Houston and Starks taking turns running the Knick offense. Ewing with the look for Wallace. It's a turnover.
Oh, that was a 2-on-1 play favoring the Knicks. Had Wallace been able to catch that ball. Another good look by Ewing.
Tied at 45. We're quickly headed to halftime. Payton draws Ewing and Starks. Now Ewing retreats. Kemp is out there and bangs in a shot with a foot on the line. So it's the Sonics 47 and the Knicks 45.
Kemp is here.
Kemp with 10, Payton with 12. Starks with 13, Houston with 10. And now it's Ewing looking to be on track. And the Knicks now in consecutive possessions have turned the ball over. Looked like it was a catchable ball. Once again, the Knicks use Ewing to jump out on Payton. Rejected by Wallace. Now Houston with Starks and Buck Williams. Lays it up for Buck. His second dunk of the first half.
Boy, we're seeing good things from Allen Houston tonight in the first half. He turned on the speed and handled the ball so nicely at the conclusion.
Knicks have gotten 27 points off their bench, led by Starks, of course. That's more than the starters have scored. They've only gotten 20, and that's due in large part to the foul trouble of Oakley and Childs. And an offensive foul is called on Seattle. Payton, his second of the game. John Starks, as he and Payton trade offensive fouls.
What a good sign for the balance of the Knicks to be where they are right now with 1:09 left, tied with Ewing shooting 1 for 8.
Starks and George Karl were just exchanging words. And now Karl is sitting there on the scorer's table. Kemp on Ewing. Payton, quick release. McIlvain with position. He has really hurt the Knicks in this first half. Not with big points, but with the shot blocks and the screens and the presence down low. Buck Williams. Ewing's left alone. He can't buy one. Kemp skips away. Behind the back to elude Starks. And a deflection by Houston. That would have been a dunk from McIlvain. 30.2 to go. Bob Page will have all the details from the MSG Sports Desk at halftime. Mike Crispino will be joined by Earl the Pearl Monroe. Barring an offensive rebound, the Knicks will get the ball back. There's a 10-second differential on the two clocks. Kemp now starts on the run with 10. Pulls up for 3. Oh, and the Sonics will get a chance.
Knicks had a 3-on-2.
They had a chance to play for 1. Yet they don't pay the price. So we played a very tight first half. The pace quickened near the end. It's a 2-point game. The Seattle Supersonics 49, the New York Knicks 47. Coming up, the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. This is MSG.
You're watching MSG Network.
We're all over it. Holidays can be difficult after the death of a loved one. That's why O.B. Davis
helping the Knicks to stay within 2 as the Knicks get 27 bench points from John Starks, John Wallace, and Buck Williams. Larry Johnson shut down in the first half. Now with more from the MSG Sports Desk, here's Bob Page.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening again, everybody. A terrific effort from the Giants late this afternoon at the Meadowlands. They continue to excel at, shall we say, slamming the barn door once the horse has escaped. They rose up and shocked the Dallas Cowboys by the score of 20-6. This after Mike Nolan's defense had not played well the previous couple games. Right before the half, New York up 6-3. Troy Aikman to Michael Irvin, the big play of the game. He fumbles when hit by Corey Widmer. Tito Wooten picks it up and goes 54 yards for the touchdown. The Giants on top at intermission, 13-3. Leading by 7 in the fourth quarter from the Dallas 4. Dave Brown finds Brian Kozlowski for his first NFL touchdown as the Giants hang on, and afterwards, in a nice gesture, the Giants players gave the game ball to head coach Dan Reeves.
That's the best thing that I ever had in football, to hand somebody something. They always been given something. It's, you know, I just gave him something, you know, to show my appreciation and the team appreciation. So I talk to the players, you know, on the side. I say, man, we got to get this a damn. This thing is going just like he said. If you stay after the boys 60 minutes, not no 40 minutes. You know, sometimes you have to stay after somebody 40 minutes, feel like you're going to beat them, and then they nick you at the last minute. But he stay after them 60 minutes. You give me 60 minutes, and, you all have a victory.
Meanwhile, more of the same garbage from the dismal New York Jets and their incompetent head coach, Rich Clueless Kotite. They didn't even show up today in a 35-10 shellacking at Buffalo.
We did it to ourselves. For the most part, we played poorly, and the Bills, being the good team that they are, took advantage of everything.
We did not make plays, and the easiest, the first thing everybody want to bring up is, a coaching staff. So if anybody here has any questions about a staff or a coach, leave.
And in college football, Bob Davies had been previously announced, officially named new Notre Dame head coach today. Now this.
Introducing the New York Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now and get the only card that gives you savings, service, and great Knick discounts. Get the savings of no annual fee, this low introductory rate for purchases when you pay your bill over time, and American Express service. Plus, discounts at the Garden at restaurants and on Knicks merchandise. A free gift just for using the card. You can even win prizes like a skybox seat to a Knicks game. So apply for your Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now, because there's just one thing to say about a credit card this great. American Express helps Knicks fans do more.
You frozen yet? Just the surface. You? A little soft in the middle. We're cracking up back here, Bob. I'm frozen first.
business here.
Thank you, ma'am. Come back to see us.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
The whole city was ablaze, just nothing.
Back at Madison Square Garden for the Jeep and Eagle halftime report. The Knicks trailing by 2, 49-47. It's been a game of streaks for the New York Knicks. We go to the halftime scoring summary brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. There's only one Jeep, and it's only your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. For the Sonics, Gary Payton and Sam Perkins leading the way. Perkins coming off the bench with 12. Sean Kemp had 10. Detlef Schrempf with 6 for George Karl and Seattle. For the Knicks, off the bench, John Starks as Chris Childs had early foul trouble. Allen Houston in double figures with 10. And Buck Williams as well off the bench with 10. John Wallace, 1 of 3 with 4 points. So the biggest lead of the game so far has been 4 by Seattle, 5 by the Knicks. The Knicks, who shot just 32% in the first quarter, bounced back to shoot a little bit better in the second quarter and now trail by just 2 points. They were helped by Seattle's poor free throw shooting in the first half. 4 for 8 in the first quarter specifically. Let's get to the highlights now. Again, the highlights brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. We begin with Sam Perkins, who came off the bench firing from three-point range, and that's where he has been known in the last few years of his career. Sam hitting there, and 12 points for him in the first half. Detlef Schrempf, one of the most versatile forwards in the NBA, threw up a little right-handed hook right there, and Seattle had a lead of 37-36 after leading by 1, 24-23 at the quarter break. For the Knicks, John Starks off the bench, hitting 4 of 9, hit 4 threes for 13 points to lead all scorers. And then one of the wilder plays of the evening so far, Charles Oakley, defensively stripping Sam Perkins, saving it, finding Allen Houston. Allen Houston bursting down the court, handing to Starks, getting it back, then going to Buck Williams, who had a sensational first half, finishing off with a dunk. 10 points for Buck Williams as the Knicks trail Seattle by 2. We'll be back with more halftime here at Madison Square Garden. Seattle leading it 49-47. You've been watching the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report.
Why is Dad so happy we rented with Hertz? Hertz 24-hour emergency roadside assistance?
No, not exactly.
Hertz computerized driving directions?
Nope, not exactly.
Hertz has more airport locations than anyone.
No, not exactly.
Then why exactly?
Listen.
Now, when you rent Hertz for a weekly or weekend rental, you can get triple frequent flyer miles. That's right, triple miles.
That's why Dad's so happy.
Exactly.
Oh, Mr. Jordan! Next year, when I grow up, I'm going to win an NBA title. And when I'm 9, I'm going to be in a movie like Space Jam. And when I'm 10, I'm going to eat deluxe sandwiches, just like you.
That's pretty ambitious.
Now at McDonald's, try our deluxe sandwiches with a grown-up taste and collect these fun Looney Tunes stuffed characters from the movie Space Jam. Just $2.99 each with the purchase of a new deluxe or any other large sandwich.
Come on. You want to learn how to jam?
Yeah.
Space Jam at McDonald's. Come hungry. Leave stuffed.
I have your number.
Yeah, you wrote it on your hand.
Well, it's great meeting you.
Yeah, I'm glad she set it up.
I'll call you sometime.
That would be nice.
Great.
Great. Bye. Oh.
Bye.
Yeah.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you in part by Hertz. For business, for pleasure, nobody does it exactly like Hertz. By McDonald's. Have you had your break today? And by Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Center.
This date in New York Knicks history is brought to you by Tommy Hilfiger, the classic American designer.
November 24th, 1949, Henry Bibby is born. Bibby was drafted out of UCLA by the Knicks in the 4th round of the '72 draft. During his 3 years in New York, Henry was a fan favorite and was part of a very strong bench, which included Hawthorne Wingo, John Giannelli, Dick Barnett, and Dean Bamager of the '72-73 championship team.
This date in New York Knicks history is brought to you by Tommy Hilfiger, the classic American designer.
We're back at Madison Square Garden. Sonics leading by 2, 49-47, and a presentation at halftime to the big guy in the middle, Patrick Ewing, who passed a milestone recently.
Charles Oakley and Herb Williams. To commemorate this achievement, famed sports artist Leroy Neiman has been commissioned for a special painting of Patrick to be presented later in the season. From the entire Knickerbocker family, congratulations to the newest member of the NBA's 20,000-point club, Patrick Ewing.
Only 20 other men had done it before. Patrick joins the club. He is number 21. So despite Seattle shooting 50% in the first half, the Knicks trail by just 2. Here's Al Trotwig and John Andres.
All right, Mike, some trophies aren't meant to be held above the head. Sonics lead the Knicks 49-47. Meanwhile, Ewing gets together with Larry Johnson. They want to turn this around in the second half. And the Knicks, to their credit, have absorbed a really off night by Ewing to keep this one close. Here's the matchup presented by Toyota in the middle. McIlvaine making his presence felt with 3 blocks. Ewing only 1 of 9. Larry Johnson 0 for 4. And here we go into the second half at Madison Square Garden. Sonics winners of 10 games in a row and 7 straight on the road. Their 2 losses to Atlanta and Utah in the first 3 games of the year. 1 at home, 1 on the road. Kemp comes out aggressively, bodying Oakley. McIlvaine blows the dunk.
On the positive side of Ewing's game, he does not have any personal fouls. 18 minutes of play in the first half.
Knicks go to the traditional post-up for Ewing. He's long on the jumper, and Sean Kemp is there to grab the rebound.
Well, Patrick's trying to shoot over a 7-1 man.
Kemp wide open. Chris Childs and Charles Oakley plagued in the first half with foul trouble. They both play with 3. Childs, a bouncer for Ewing, a little off target. 10 on the 24. Lots of talking going on the floor. Meanwhile, the Sonics coaching staff was screaming for a turnover to be called against Ewing. 2, 1. At the buzzer, Allen Houston for 3. Knicks in front by a digit.
Knicks are now, Al, 6 of 10 in their 3-point shooting.
Kemp lost Ewing. It was strange to see Patrick back off with no personal fouls the way he did. Kemp is rolling. He's got 12. Same as Payton. 12 for Perkins off the Sonics bench. Houston slowly but surely finding his touch. Spinning his Childs. Laying it off for Johnson. A beautiful assist.
Oh, that's an exciting play. Exciting.
First basket of the game by Larry Johnson. Illegal defense called against the Knicks. That'll be their second such infraction, so a free throw will be taken by Seattle.
Well, Chris Childs knows what it's like to be a Muggsy Bogues in Larry Johnson's life. Big hug from Larry Johnson to Chris Childs after that nice setup a moment ago.
Hawkins ties the game again. It has been close. The biggest lead for the Knicks, 5. The biggest lead for the Sonics, 4. And here we are tied again. There have been many ties in the game. Payton on the dribble.
Knicks have come out using Ewing on Sean Kemp, who travels, turns the ball over now. Knicks can't forget about Kemp, though, just because he has been relatively quiet in the game. In the first half, 4 of 6 from the field, 6 rebounds and 10 points. That's not superstar stuff. It's just very good.
The game, for the record, is tied for the 9th time. Childs bothered by Kemp. He's got the height. Childs has the quickness. Childs goes at him. Ewing's left alone. Oakley on the tip. It'll count with the foul.
Unbelievable tip by Oakley. He swiped at that basketball and was right on it. Jumper by Ewing. He's got a good look at the basket. And Charles Oakley around the offensive boards where he reigns with the left hand, no less, right in.
Well, all the switching that the Sonics did on defense put Oakley on Payton for that rebound. One of the reasons why he was able to get position and height for the tip. He converts the three-point play, and the Knicks now have a three-point lead. 3.5 minutes into the third quarter. Payton lost it on the baseline.
It looks like a foul on Larry Johnson, who felt he was moving quickly enough. But Ed Rush, the official, had him kneeing Payton.
Schrempf forgotten about, and he makes the Knicks pay. Back to a one-point game.
This is part of the game, Al, that you and I were speaking about at the end of the half, where Jeff Van Gundy wants to see his team sustain their fine play and not just have it occasional throughout the course of the game.
Childs misses the open shot. Schrempf goes down, hit by Johnson.
Well, he feels he just fell down himself. That's what Johnson is claiming.
Now, the voice you heard in the background there was Larry Johnson. The fans just watched it on Garden Vision. They voiced their disapproval. It was a three-point attempt, and so it'll be 3 free throws for Detlef Schrempf. Oakley, as always, with an opinion to voice.
Schrempf comes off a 15-point game against Boston the other night, 23 against Washington in that double overtime game. Also 15 rebounds. He gets to the foul line a lot. Against Toronto 3 games ago, he was at the line 12 times, made 9.
Made his reputation in the NBA as the best 6th man back-to-back years in Indiana, and became a valuable commodity, but now he plays in the featured starting role for the Seattle SUPERSONICS. So he gives Seattle the lead back again, 57-55. Oakley for a 3. Larry Johnson was in for the rebound, but it was knocked away, grabbed by Payton. Now Hawkins, Kemp spinning on Houston. Unbelievable. Wrapped his elbow around Allen Houston, pinning him to that position, and it's a 7-0 run by the Seattle SUPERSONICS.
Well, Sean Kemp at the end of this play shows you his special skills with that fake and the spin. 6'10". George Mikan was 6'10", Al. One of the 50 greatest of all time. Boy, how times have changed with what players can do today physically. Look where his head is in relation to the rim. Part of that, I think, is the frustration of the first half, in that he was quiet. Even though he had 10 points, he was relatively quiet.
John, are you saying George Mikan couldn't have done that?
Well,
they didn't even think of doing that.
I don't think he could have. And I think he'd be the first to admit it. However, given the ball in the low post, I think he could get the same 2 points that Sean Kemp just got.
Knicks down by 4. Sonics playing with a lot of energy here on defense. There's that McIlvaine guy again, blocking Ewing. Ewing's 1 for 11 from the floor. John, I don't think I've seen him take a straight, well, one straight up set jump shot in this game. With a lot of fallaways. There's Kemp, tangled up. Will be the 3rd foul on Allen Houston.
Well, the way the game was played, Al, some years ago, just on the subject of Mikan, a big man getting shut down like this from out high would respond by going up and under the defender. If the guy is bigger than you, if he's a building you're dealing with, then attack him from below, you know. but not many players today choose to do that.
How about that block, though, John? I mean, under normal circumstances, the jump hook from a Patrick Ewing in the middle is unblockable. I mean, he gets full arm with his opposite hand, and there was McIlvaine.
Well, you got to give it to the guy. I mean, he's got a skill. One of the reasons that Seattle went after him was that under 15 minutes a game last year, he was averaging over 2 blocks a game. So they thought, hey, with more playing time, this guy can solve our problems. And we're seeing that's what's happening. So you got to allow him that and attack him a different way.
This is one of those moments of adversity that Jeff Van Gundy wanted to see the Knick response to. Johnson trying to save the day. Ewing from Oakley. He's 1 for 12. Nothing falling for the Knicks center. 2 on the 24, and Chris Childs turns it over.
I think what's happening too with Patrick is now he's rushing his shot a little bit. And of course that plays into the defense, because once you change the flow of your shooting, the response isn't good.
9-0 run by Seattle. Hawkins followed by Schrempf, hustling to grab it, unable to hold on. Nick Ball, very polite. That left Schrempf very polite there, making sure everybody was okay. 7 minutes to go. Knicks coming off that sloppy possession. And Allen Houston was held by Hersey Hawkins.
Well, thanks to the Charles Oakley pick and the timing with which Houston cut around that pick, he succeeded in drawing the foul.
John, they've adjusted Patrick Ewing's shot total for right now on the official game stat sheet. 1 for 14. Knicks almost with another turnover. Childs looking for somebody. Seattle has really moved it up defensively. Childs way off, and now Seattle's got the rebound. This could be a big-time turning point as Seattle's getting their game legs going, but they travel and commit the turnover. Timeout, and some things to talk about for the Knicks and their coach Jeff Van Gundy. 61-55 Seattle.
Carol? Watch National Geographic Explore. Before December 2nd.
We have a happy member of the Jets.
Oh, he's not happy at all, John.
He looks happy now, Al. He's at a Knicks game. And the upcoming Delta Airlines schedule shows the Knicks will be off now from now till next Saturday afternoon. MCS Cannon game night, 12:30, 1 o'clock game against the Kings. Then they take on Miami here at the Garden the following week. And then at New Jersey on December 4th.
10 of the next 12 for the Knicks are at home. Between now and December 18th, they'll get on an airplane only once. Keyshawn Johnson of the Jets played a game today in Buffalo, and he must have gone right from the charter to here at Madison Square Garden. Larry Johnson tipped up by Oakley. Larry Johnson and Patrick Ewing are really struggling. 4th foul on Oakley. He and Childs have had foul troubles since the early minutes. McIlvaine sets the big screen. Payton gets away from Oakley. That leaves Kemp with all the switching by himself. Oakley for the rebound. Kemp with 16. He leads Seattle. Payton's got 12, and he's been at 12 for a while. Larry Johnson. Another clang. Ewing. Finally.
Nice job by Childs, though, cutting that defense apart, giving Larry Johnson that short jumper. Perhaps that'll loosen up Patrick Ewing. It can take just a layup sometimes to loosen you up.
Knicks definitely want to hang in with the Seattle Supersonics. Jim McIlvaine hits from the baseline. McIlvaine's got 4 points and 4 blocked shots.
He reminds me of Luke Longley when you see a shot like that. Very dependable.
Chris Childs hits a much-needed 3, and it's a 3-point game. Sonics 63, the Knicks 60. Ewing had missed 12 straight shots before that successful finger roll last possession. Fans getting back into it. Payton on the pick and roll right out of the textbook. Sonics back up by 5. And the steal. Childs got a little careless. Kemp dishes it for Schrempf. A little too far out for a finger roll. A lot of contact with Oakley, but no call. And considering that Oakley's got 4, maybe that benefited the Knicks.
I'll tell you, when a man 6'10" steals the ball of one of your passes, that means you're just not paying close enough attention. Give Kemp credit, but it shouldn't happen out high like that.
Knicks down 7, almost another steal, but it's a kick by Kemp. And the Knicks will get it with a fresh 24. Larry Stewart checks back into the game for Seattle. Stewart played 6 minutes in the first half, didn't score. Childs still guarded by Hersey Hawkins. And Ewing travels, trying to beat Jim McIlvaine from way out. John, this is a very strange offensive game by Patrick Ewing. It's not that he's missing the shots. That can happen to anybody. It's from where he's beginning his approach to the basket, where he's posting up. Very strange.
What's up? What's up?
That's an offensive foul on Sean Kemp. He pushed off to get open, moving to the hoop. 3rd on Kemp.
I think part of it, too, Al, is the Knicks are trying to get Larry Johnson into play more. He works well low, and it's part of the growing pains that the Knicks are going through, utilizing both their talents.
Starks draws 3. Another Knick turnover. Ewing tried to get it back, but it's in Sean Kemp's hands. And when Seattle runs, they can really do some dazzling things.
And they contest. That's why weakly thrown passes are being deflected back into the Sonics' hands.
Payton turned around by Childs. Hawkins the quick look and release. And just like that, it's a 10-point Seattle lead. Seattle went up. The Knicks came back a little bit, made it a 3-point game, but Seattle's response was much like Philadelphia's response last night. They went back at the Knicks.
The Maglite flashlight is a work of art that works. A Maglite flashlight is the brilliant gift idea for any occasion.
Hobby enthusiasts from around the island know that the Nassau Hobby Center in Freeport has offered the best selection of hobby supplies since 1946. Nassau Hobby Center is a factory-authorized sales and service center for Lionel and LGB trains. Plus, we carry N-Gauge and HO trains. For the outdoor hobbyist, Nassau Hobby Center features a full line of Kyosho remote-control cars, trucks, boats, planes, and helicopters, all at discount prices. Stop in for a free catalog and discover your hobby at the Nassau Hobby Center in Freeport.
Hey, Jess, what's up?
At the theater at Madison Square Garden. With every A Christmas Carol coupon you redeem, a $1 donation will be made to Ronald McDonald House Charities. Look for coupons at McDonald's, in Happy Meals, or the McFamily Activity Center. And save $4 on any performance of A Christmas Carol. Only at McDonald's.
Time for a look now at the Marriott Marquis Skycam of Gary Payton handling the ball, drawing a lot of attention from the Knicks. Charles Oakley always ready to help. They stay in pursuit of him. Childs and Van Oakley. Hersey Hawkins comes into the picture, though, with that 3-point shot. Hersey's been quiet in this game. 4-point first half. Not shooting the ball well this season, but always looms as dangerous.
Knicks have really lost a touch. Larry Johnson gets inside for an easy 2. Nice looking assist from Charles Oakley. The Knicks try to chip away at what is the Seattle Sonics' biggest lead of the game. 10, now 8. And that slows down a Seattle run, which was 18-5 in this third quarter. Sam Perkins back into the game for Seattle. Sean Kemp given the shot, lets it go. Patrick Ewing stepped back a step, and he just given the room, let it go. Ewing short on the shot, but fouled in the act.
Knicks advanced the ball well, though, and got it to Ewing, who had established his position.
4th foul on Sean Kemp. 2:52 to go in the third.
That was a pretty impressive jump shot by Kemp, though, from the corner. He's right now the 6th leading scorer in the NBA at 24 a game, 5th leading rebounder. Ewing right behind him in both categories. Patrick 8th in scoring at 22 plus, and the 7th leading rebounder, a little over 11 per game.
Oakley leaves with 7 points and 4 rebounds. Buck Williams has made an impact in this game with 10 points and 7 rebounds, and he's back in the game for the Knicks. Ewing hits both of the free throw attempts, and it's once again Seattle by 8.
Ewing is finding the sense of scoring again, which is very important now with the third quarter winding down. You know that the Knicks need him heavily in the scoring department in the fourth quarter.
Perkins. Too many wide open shots.
He's done that throughout his career, and he's being treated on a play like that like he's incapable of hitting the three. Perkins,
third three. Knicks down by 11. That's their biggest deficit. Ewing tangled. Almost another turnover.
You can see how on the double and triple teaming how well the Sonics executed, making it so difficult for the Knicks player to find a target.
It is ridiculous in the NBA to say that a team needs a stop with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, but for as good as Seattle is, you really get the feeling the Knicks need one when the Sonics get the ball back. Here the Knicks draw the foul.
Last hoop for the Sonics. Sam Perkins comes into the picture. Ewing is guarding him. He chose to stay down low in the paint area. Perkins hit the shot. Meanwhile, at the other end, Chris Childs with a beautiful crossover dribble, drawing the foul as he went strong to the hoop.
Knicks fans like John Wallace. He gets a good hand every time he comes in. Patrick Ewing leaves, so it's going to be a smaller Knick unit. Buck Williams will guard Sam Perkins, and it's Larry Johnson, John Wallace, John Starks, and Chris Childs. 75-66 coming up on 2 minutes left in quarter number 3. Seattle's made 6 shots in a row, and they throw it away. Hersey Hawkins intended for Gary Payton, not close.
2 minutes.
With Charlie Ward resting again, Chris Childs getting plenty of time. That's Larry Johnson powering his way into a very special Larry Johnson type move. And boy, was that appreciated by the Knicks.
Now with 1:40 to go, the fans try to get involved, see if they can't help the Knicks create a little run of their own. Larry Stewart rejected by John Wallace. Hawkins hit by Buck Williams. And a foul on the Knicks. Buck Williams called for his third foul. Back to the move of Larry Johnson.
Yes, 2 big men were trying to deny him this move. Here's another look at it. Now you can see Perkins, and McIlvain comes into the picture, but Larry using his body to find airspace to get that ball up to the hoop.
A lot of hang time.
Yes.
That was Buck Williams with Joe DeRosa saying, come on, let's get it right. DeRosa didn't want to hear any of it. And finally, Hawkins has the ball back in his hands. 90 seconds to go in the quarter.
Hawkins is 79% foul shooter, one of the best in the NBA.
The lead's at 9 for the Sonics, looking for an 11th win in a row. Larry Johnson in trouble. 7 on the 24. Childs for a 3. Buck Williams tries to pull down a big rebound. He pulls down Jim McIlvain. What a pass from Payton to Stewart. Payton checks in with a little look at Spike Lee. A defiant look. He's got 10 assists, 14 points, a double-double, and Seattle once again handles a Knick push. Childs, beautiful pass, but all it is a turnover. Hawkins hit by Buck Williams. That is the 4th foul on Buck Williams. So both Buck Williams and Charles Oakley are in a little bit of trouble here with 4 personal fouls.
The Knicks are feeling the strength of the defense of the Sonics now in the second half. That was a beautiful setup by Childs to Buck Williams, but the constant contesting of shots by the Sonics, as it was on that play, resulted in a turnover and an offensive scoring opportunity.
Seattle now has its biggest lead, 12 points.
Last possession for the Knicks. Beautiful handoff by Childs, and then Buck Williams was shut down.
13 points. Seattle pushes their lead to an even higher new level. Starks. Knicks post up Johnson. He's guarded by Perkins. Lost Perkins, who fell down, and Larry Johnson takes full advantage. Johnson's got 10. All in the second half. As far as field goals go, he had 2 free throws in the first half. Payton goes on a high dribble. High arcing shot off the glass. Fouled. John, I saw my life flash.
Well, John was running up court, not looking for the ball. However, his teammate thought he was, assumed he was, and that was just a throwaway by the Knicks. Did you get nervous, Al?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Gary Payton was coming right at us at about 40 miles an hour.
Well, we were a good team. I was watching the ball. The Knicks weren't watching Hersey Hawkins.
Now it's John Wallace at the buzzer. John Starks goes back to the Knick bench limping, and the Knicks are hearing boos. When things got a little tough here, Seattle got better. It's a 15-point deficit for New York.
That isn't the last one, is it?
Yeah, why?
Did I mention that I found the negatives from your bachelor party?
Be a shame if Carla found out about that whole Niagara thing.
Can you say cubic zirconia?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Room service.
From hilltop to high-rise, menorah to manger, every family celebrates the holidays in their very own way. But no matter what you do, we're here to make it easier with convenient hours, packaging supplies, and overnight deliveries even on Christmas Day. So whether it's choirs or Kwanzaa, palm trees or chimneys, you can count on the U.S. Postal Service to help you handle the holidays.
This Thanksgiving, your Dodge dealer has prepared some very special things, like a tempting $1,000 cash back, or what?
Back at the Garden, I wish these two guys could play defense. The Knicks are down by 15. Keyshawn Johnson, Jeff Graham of the New York Jets. Now, be honest with me. Who's the best basketball player between you two?
Right now, we haven't played yet, but we got a competition going on after the season. So around Christmas time, I'm going to have to make a trip out to L.A. to go play with Keyshawn in a couple of days.
All right, now you told me you want to go out and guard Gary Payton. Is that true?
No, I don't want to go out and I'm sticking to football. I got enough problems already.
All right, Sean Kemp, then, you want to try him?
Maybe Sean.
I cannot believe what's happening to you guys. How could you be 1-11 after the group you put together in the offseason? How does that happen?
Well, right now, you know, we're just going through a situation where, you know, early on we had a bunch of injuries and, you know, a lot of things didn't click for us. And, you know, Keyshawn and I both got hurt, so it's a situation now we all starting to play together as a team, especially on offense. So if we can just stick together and hopefully turn this thing around.
What about the spirit in that locker room? Is it still up after all this?
You know, I'll find out tomorrow, Monday, and decide, you know, what's going to happen from there forward. You know, I think the thing that we can't do is start to let things get down. You know, we played a good football game today. We just didn't give it our all. And you know, if we continue to play like that, then the season, the last 4 games will, you know, really be a 16-game season.
Well, I got a few more, Al and John. The Jets still 1-11, and I know New York is rooting for them, not against them, certainly. Back to you.
All right, Mike, meanwhile for the Knicks, the turnovers mount. Again, we had to get out of the way. Wow.
You know, you're acting just like Marv.
No, I'm telling you, that's just common sense.
You got to take the hit, Al. Like Keyshawn. I was very surprised. I thought he had more bravado. He said, I got enough problems. I don't want to guard Peyton.
Linda Fiorentino was a little in jeopardy there for a moment, too. I was going to get up and try to help her out. John Wallace on the turnaround. Ewing battles McIlvain, and it's a jump ball. It is 85-70 Seattle. The Knicks became unglued in the third quarter. They weren't hitting their shots. They lost their defensive edge, and they started committing a lot of turnovers. It is the recipe for disaster that was their undoing last night at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. Well, the other patterns, don't you think, to last night's game, John?
Yes, Al. The other part of it is the Knicks are shooting 39% from the field on their home court. And you can make the game very basic too. You know, you analyze things. The fact is they're not shooting the ball well. That's very important too. Which of course you got to credit the Sonics for their good defense, but that's what's staggering the Knicks as well as other points.
Peyton was bothered by everybody, and then they forgot about Larry Stewart. McIlvain pulls down the offensive rebound. The Garden's getting grumpy. Seattle's lead is bigger. It is 88-70. Peyton is down and not getting up. Starks gets hit hard by Larry Stewart, and that was to stop the play. Peyton is down in the Seattle front court. They get a timeout, and George Karl is one of the first people down there to make sure he's all right. He
looks like the right knee or ankle.
He's grabbing his left ankle. You hate to guess. Let's listen to the contact. He came down hard. Maybe he just got the wind knocked out of him. It's been changed to a full timeout. Big problems for the Knicks. Peyton seems to be okay.
Freshness hotline, what's the problem?
Man, my party is lame. I think I got some...
This Jeep Grand Cherokee. Both have Jeep's legendary four-wheel drive system to get you through the deepest snow. So head over to your local Jeep and Eagle dealer today to take advantage of these deals. Then you won't ever have to think about this again.
See your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Back at the Garden, Al Troutwig along with John Andres and Mike Crispino, who's had a long day covering tennis and hoops here tonight. It's been a 13-2 run by the Seattle SuperSonics. And Gary Payton is well enough to remain in the game. Shaken up in his collision with Allen Houston. Ewing, in the midst of a nightmarish game, finds John Wallace for the reverse. Now, if the Knicks are going to make a move, it's got to happen now.
Another good move by Ewing in that he faced the double team, which made it easier for him to find the open man instead of throwing it over his shoulder.
John, what do we make of Walter McCarty making a first appearance in a while into this game to start the fourth quarter?
Well, he's long. And the way the Knicks are playing, why not look at one of your newer players? Give him a run.
It's Ewing with Childs, Houston, McCarty, and Wallace, the two rookies getting put into a game. Is it a white flag or is it an attempt to get the team started?
Well, it's McCarty at 6'10". He's also, right from the beginning of training camp, been cited as one of the most energetic players that Jeff Van Gundy has seen. A young player who has a lot of energy and spark, which is what the Knicks need right now, being down as they are by 16 points.
Larry Johnson is being checked out by Tim Walsh, the Knicks assistant trainer. Oakley on the bench, you saw him. Walter McCarty hasn't played in 6 games. McIlvain bangs into Ewing, and that'll be a foul on Ewing, who dislikes the call. Well, every game has its turning point. This one may be the third quarter. We're still finding out. Lately for the Knicks, it's been crunch time. The fourth quarter, when they've been outscored 92-56 over their last 3 games. They survived the one in Orlando, blowing a 13-point lead, but hung on to win. Didn't survive Charlotte and Philadelphia.
Well, tonight's third quarter was 36-23 in favor of the Sonics. 36 in the third quarter.
Kemp Now Snow. Now Kemp. Ewing with a lot of contact. A hard slap. 2 quick fouls for Patrick Ewing. Ewing's night, 2 of 15 from the floor. 2 turnovers, 8 points, 8 rebounds. So Sean Kemp goes to the line. He's in the midst of an 18-point game. And John, you made the point earlier. Kemp and Payton come in here and, like Iverson and Stackhouse, do a little dismantling. It's one thing when it happens on the road, but when it happens on your home floor and happens with some consistency lately. And McIlvain's got some blood, and of course you can't play in the NBA with blood, so he'll have that attended to and then most likely return.
Sean Kemp on this now. This is the 4th game of their road trip. 4th of a 6-game road trip, doing well all along. 22 in their last game Friday against Boston. 13 rebounds, 4 steals.
Actually, McIlvain's bleeding all over the place.
That double overtime game Wednesday in Washington. What a game that was. 34 points, 12 rebounds for Kemp.
Now it's McCarty to Patrick Ewing. 8:40 to go with the Knicks down 18 points. Childs. And John Wallace traveled. That is turnover number 17, the 9th of the second half for the Knicks.
On that sequence, Seattle got it done with man-to-man defense. Everybody taking care of their man.
Perkins finally grabbed a handle. He goes inside for Kemp. Ewing deflects the shot. It's grabbed by McCarty. Childs cuts away from Craig Elo. Down low and all alone was Wallace. Knicks will keep it. Well, you have to give the Seattle Supersonics credit. Defensively, their hands are everywhere. And they use their speed to get those hands wherever they have to be. How many times have we seen tonight, John, a Knick wide open under the basket, and by the time the ball gets there, not only is 1 defender on him, but 2.
Well, also, Al, those are the kind of passes that Jeff Van Gundy has been citing he doesn't want to see his team make. God. A banging off the backboard jumper by John Wallace. He doesn't want the home run passes. It's back to fundamentals. Said this the other day before the Sixers game. Let's keep the game fundamental. Don't try and make big plays. Don't try and make plays that are seen as highlights in the late evening news or in Inside Stuff as an example. Right. Just make the basic stuff. We'll be a better team if we don't do any of that kind of play. And of course, Sports Desk also, we don't want to see that kind of play on as well.
How about this? Patrick Ewing pulled from the game. 90-72, plus McCarty plays here in the 4th quarter. I'd say that's a surrender. A game filled with expectation, a chance to make a statement, a chance to go up against one of the best teams in the NBA, and it's a crushing disappointment for the Knicks to be in this position with so much time left on the clock.
Oakley field goal on that tip-in.
Knicks down 16. Now, it's times like this, and I watched this game yesterday, when you as an athlete, you have no choice but to believe. You have to believe. And last night I watched the Knicks' fabulous comeback in 1972, down 18 to the Milwaukee Bucks. They scored the last 19 points of the game and won. Thrilling memories from that game, but as an athlete, you have no choice but to think that that can still happen for you.
You have to have 5 guys on the same page, though, too, you know. McCarty handling the ball, high dribble, but looking very confident.
It's asking a lot to expect him to be in any sort of a flow with such little action out for the last 6 games over 2 weeks. McCarty puts up an air ball as if to endorse the thought. He and Schrempf get together, and Schrempf tosses McCarty up the floor. And now the officials want to slow down the activities between McCarty and Schrempf, calling the foul on the rookie. So Seattle will inbound with a new 24 and 6:39 to go at Madison Square Garden. Knicks didn't hit their shots in the second half last night and didn't hit their shots here in the second half either. And Seattle showing all their weapons. Schrempf and Payton and Kemp. And Kemp and Payton just disappear for minutes at a stretch until the team apparently needs them again. 92-74. Childs pass, another turnover. That's 18 turnovers, which have accounted for 19 Seattle points. Perkins keeps it alive. So does Elo, and he is fouled on the putback attempt. For a half, the Knicks played the Seattle SuperSonics just about even up. A lot has changed since halftime.
The Knicks battle the Kings after NCS Cannon game night, Saturday on MSG.
When the tire store guy says just $49.99, ask them if that's the real price or their suck-you-in price. Yeah, they'll tell you one price, then charge you extra for valve stems, balancing, putting the tires on your car. Like, where did they think I was going to put them?
At Wholesale Tire, out-the-door pricing means you'll get all these free, plus the guaranteed lowest prices and no extras ever.
Ask if they have out-the-door pricing. If they say nope, tell them where to go.
Tires, WTC. What happened to you?
The new garage door got stuck again.
Oh.
Did you call a contractor yet?
Yes, I called the contractor. He told me to call the manufacturer, who told me to call the contractor.
It's the same old runaround we got when the front door got stuck and the windows leaked.
Don't get the runaround. At Elegant Entries, we manufacture, install, and service every door, window, and garage door we sell.
For free shop-at-home service on a location nearest you, call Elegant Entries at 1-800-482-6900.
These are two identical suits. The one on the left will go to a fine department store. The one on the right will go to K&G Men's Mart. The department store employs dozens of personal shoppers. K&G Men's Mart doesn't hire any. The department store puts on live fashion shows. K&G Men's Mart doesn't do fashion shows. The department store offers valet parking. At K&G Men's Mart, we figure you know how to park your own car. After comparing prices, you may find that only one of these suits is within your reach. K&G Men's Mart. Prices don't get any lower than this.
Brendan Malone, who was ousted as head coach of Toronto last year, was a postseason hired gun for the Seattle SuperSonics, asked to bring some experience, which George Karl, prior to tonight's game, hoped didn't come back to bite him tonight.
Brendan's very good. I see some of the stuff that we do. They're doing a little bit of, they're fronting the post a little bit, and they got me nervous. So I think he's going to know our stuff pretty well because we haven't changed much. We brought Brendan in because he, being in Detroit, knew Chicago very well. Plus, I thought he did a fantastic job in Toronto last season, and for whatever reason, it doesn't make any sense why a man who does a great job gets released. And I think, it's time for coaches to stand up for coaches and help others out. I'm glad he's in New York. I'm glad he's got a job. I think he's a guy that's going to get some more interviews as head coaching material, and maybe he'll get lucky to get a job along the way.
Nice thing said by George Karl about Brendan Malone. Interesting, both head coaches in this game have ex-head coaches beside them. Jeff Van Gundy's got two, and Don Chaney and Brendan Malone, and Bobby Weiss. There you see Chaney and Brendan. They back up Jeff Van Gundy, while Bob Weiss backs up George Karl.
Brendan was brought in for some initial scouting, and it turned out, I was talking to him before the game about that, to be a much longer stay throughout the playoffs, and took a lot of the disappointment of being fired by Toronto and kept him very active in the sport, and what a nice expression of respect for him by George Karl.
Big rebound by John Wallace. It's 93-76 with 5.5 to go. Chris Childs spinning on Schrempf. Good looking shot from Chris Childs. Knicks now have 8 points in the quarter. It is Scotty Brooks with Chris Childs, Walter McCarty, John Wallace, and Charles Oakley. Kemp kicks it out for Perkins. 5 minutes to go. Snow left open. Even he makes the Knicks pay. A lot of empty seats here at Madison Square Garden. An early departure. John, tomorrow when your buddies who ask you to analyze and bring reason into their lives say, John, what happened last night at Madison Square Garden? What will you tell them?
Well, I'll get your home phone number tonight.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
They played an excellent team and didn't have all of the answers. They had it for a half, as you mentioned moments ago, but the Knicks did not keep it together. They're passing, they're shooting, which is now at 40%. They just played a team that executed the game at a higher level.
Knicks have committed 19 turnovers. They did, as they did last night, a very good first half job of keeping the turnover total low. Knicks are now called for their third illegal defense of the game.
I think too, Al, it's very difficult when your lead guy, Patrick Ewing, has a 2 for 15 night from the field to win a game. The Knicks' high scorer right now is a 13-point Allen Houston. 13 for Starks, who we haven't seen in a while.
Starks had all of his 13 points in the first half. He has not scored a point. Allen Houston, you're looking at him, he shoots 4 for 10 on the game. 13. Starks. Oh, really? I mean, there's nothing to talk about from a Knick perspective that was really uplifting. When it really started to count, they couldn't keep up with Seattle at all. And there's a lot of similarity between what the Knicks and Rangers now have to deal with in terms of their self-confidence and their reality. Both teams start the season thinking Stanley Cup and NBA championship, and then you have so many struggles. You're given tests against good teams like the Lakers and the Sonics, and you don't pass those. And for the Rangers, a similar thing. Gets to the point where you start saying, you know what, let's forget the championship talk. We just need a couple of wins now.
Well, after the exciting moves were made and as the preseason came about, I know whenever we would talk to Ernie Grunfeld, who executed these moves, would always say, got to give us till January, got to give us 30, 40 games before we're going to see how this thing is going to pull together. And I know he's hanging on that note, but he's still got to be very disappointed in what he's seeing, certainly. But I know there's going to be patience. There has to be.
Well, on the flip side, I mean, it's Chris Childs' second start. You know, he's 20% of your starting 5. And it's a 20-second timeout here on the floor at Madison Square Garden. And now I believe they've changed it to a full. And they have. 3:35 to go, 178. Seattle en route to what looks to be their 12th straight win, 11th straight win.
24 valve V6.
Thermal protection.
Yeah! You're the man!
You ever been to Milwaukee?
Temperature reduction in progress.
Knicks once again not getting their defense in order. They gave up 109 last night, 101 now. Meanwhile, Seattle flashing their defense and the steals that they create. Look at the long run under George Karl. 5 years of Karl, 5 years of being first in the NBA in steals. Tonight they grabbed 7 away from the Knicks. John Wallace is rejected by Harvey of Seattle, who's come off the bench. Antonio Harvey.
And it's not just Gary Payton. Kemp had 4 steals 2 games ago.
Another Knick turnover that puts them up at the 20 mark. That's been just about what they've been averaging. .318 to go. Sonics, meanwhile, stingy in the turnover department. That's how you win 11 games in a row. Seattle looking to go 12-2, continuing to lead as Childs hits on the fall away in the Pacific Division. And looking to take a 4th game on this, at least what appeared to be grueling at the outset, 6-game, 10-day road trip.
They go to Charlotte on Tuesday and Wednesday at Minnesota.
John F. Kennedy Jr. bundling up for the chilly temps outside and looking stylish in the process. He's one of thousands who have exited the Garden or about to do so. Oakley, he loses it. And he has made his statement. No time like the present.
It's a working man, Al. Got to get his rest.
Yes, he is, by George. John, I found a pretty tell it like it is quote from George Karl in Newsday today. How about this? When asked about the talent level in the NBA, he said, I don't know about watered down talent, but I have noticed watered down superstars. They're not superstars. The quote-unquote superstars who are supposed to carry their teams aren't. They're not special. They think they're special. They act like they're special. They get special accolades, but they're selfish and statistically oriented. The article went on to say Karl wouldn't supply names, but I think we all know who he's talking about. He's talking about the rookies who come in and get the endorsements without winning anything, and that's what's on his mind.
He wants to be paid like a superstar.
At the beginning, it felt so special, and now it feels like a preseason game. John, make your catch.
Got it.
Good play.
Is that good?
Nicely done. I saw you went for the two-hand chest pass, by the way. Reverting to John gets the ball two-hander.
Al, it's time to remind our viewers that when you're having good times with good friends, to drink responsibly, because friends know when to say when. A reminder from your friends at Budweiser.
John, as you know, I use the satellite technology available to me to keep up with other broadcasts around the NBA, and no one is keeping up with you in the Bud drop-ins department. Nobody.
Thanks, Al.
Snow against Brooks in the backcourt. Antonio Harvey out for Snow. We're under 2 minutes to go here at the Garden. Knicks are going to lose their third consecutive game, but worse are the losses that have come at home. A place where, you know, the Knicks know that if you battle for home court advantage, it's so important in the postseason. You've got to have a good feeling about winning at home. And so far, that hasn't happened. This season at home, they've lost to the Lakers. They've lost to Philadelphia. And they're about to lose to Seattle. Chris Childs. Childs getting into a pretty good offensive flow here in blowout time with the score 100-86. We're down to 70 seconds to go.
Childs has shown many good moves in the last two nights on the offensive end.
Scotty Brooks with a steal, helped out by Oakley to get it. He challenges Greg Graham, who has also entered the game for Seattle. He'll be called for his first foul. So George Karl has just about emptied the bench now. That's it. All players available to him have seen minutes.
The Sonics have 2 losses this year. One of them happened on opening night at Utah. 8-point loss. And then two nights later, home against Atlanta, they lost. I think they lost by 22 points to the Hawks, who had 16 3-point shots in that game. But ever since then, it's been winning. As the Chicago Bulls know what it's like to visit Utah, having had their streak broken last night.
Yeah,
by the Jazz. Jordan had 44, but the mailman in the high 30s made the big difference.
Seattle will make it 11, trying to catch up to their longest streak in franchise history, which was set late last season. That breaks the Knick run. They were on a 10-0 run in an attempt to make the final score look a little respectable here. It's a battle of the bench players. John Wallace lost it. He'll go to the line for 2 with 35.9 seconds to go. Well, still the challenges for Jeff Van Gundy are pretty obvious. Restore the defensive intensity, somehow figure out a way to create an offensive flow that gets Houston, Johnson, and Ewing involved in a consistent way.
And also sustain good play, which was there for a half. A subject that we talked about before the game. I'm not concerned about statistics, even about wins and losses, in the sense that I just want this team to come together and play better, keep rising and rising throughout the games as well. And the Knicks have been unable to sustain that throughout.
You know, it's one of those games that is so disappointing. You really can't wait to hear what the Knicks have to say about this when the game is over.
The other thing, Al, too, is that, you know, if you're going to play poorly in the season, I think it's better early.
Oh, yeah.
Because the new team, as it evolves, is getting to know each other. There was a lot of talent here. It's just not coming together. It's not showing. It's not performing, but it's here. And hopefully, from the Knicks standpoint, and the coaching staff standpoint, it's going to come out in time.
Well, you look at the skill level of the players that were just in that shot of the bench, and you say to yourself, it's real easy to envision a scenario where in January you say about this team, remember how bad things were? Envisioning a turnaround in the process. Final seconds, Brooks for three. That does nothing except affect the final score, which looks a lot better than it was here in the fourth quarter at Madison Square Garden. Seattle SuperSonics beat the Knicks. The final is 102-92 for Seattle. A record of 12-2 and 11 wins in a row. A lot to think about for the New York Knicks, who have now lost 3 straight. We'll start our post-game coverage in a moment on MSG.
We know this is probably the last thing you want to think about right now. So don't. Think about this. Jeep Grand Cherokee for only $349 a month. Or Jeep
was Patrick Ewing, who turned in a heroic effort in the game's second overtime, scoring 10 consecutive points and fouling out the Lakers' Eldon Campbell and his 40 points. Add to that a key block in the closing moments, and the Knicks were able to celebrate a victory. When the Utah Jazz visited the Garden in December, it was also a close contest, with the mailman attempting to deliver the Knicks a loss. This time, New York looked to Chris Childs for the late-game lift, and with the score tied and 30 seconds remaining, Childs hit a clutch three-pointer to help carry the Knicks to a win. Tonight, the Knicks will look to play another tune on the Jazz as this road trip moves on to the Delta Center. Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah, as we get ready for the New York Knicks and the Utah Jazz, about to meet for the second and final time this regular season. Let's check out the standings first. The Midwest Division, Utah 38-15. They're in first place, 3 games in front of Houston. In fact, they're tied with Seattle for the best record in the Western Conference. While in the Atlantic Division, the Knicks at 40-15, still 2 games behind Miami. The Heat not scheduled to play this evening. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, along with John Andres, and for the Knicks, it is game 4 of the 6-game Western swing, and the Knicks still sky high off that performance by Patrick Ewing on Sunday at the Forum in Los Angeles in the double overtime victory over the Lakers.
Marv, as you know, big-time players are judged on how they perform in big moments when the game is on the line, and that was the case Sunday afternoon when the Knicks were in big trouble going into that second overtime. They were hanging on, but Patrick Ewing during the timeout said, "I want the basketball." And he announced that to his coaching staff, and off he went. and it started with an inside move to tie the game at 117. Then Travis Knight of the Lakers got a feeling for Ewing and how difficult he is to deal with as Ewing hits point number 119 for the Knicks. And then Eldon Campbell fouled out on this play, trying to stop Ewing on the drive. Ewing also went to the foul line and canned that foul shot for a 1-point Knick lead. Well, it was 10 straight Knick points in that overtime, and the numbers were very impressive. In 51 minutes, 34 points, 12 of 25 from the field, 10 from the foul line, 25 rebounds, and 5 blocked shots. But that was yesterday, or 2 days ago, and here they are in Utah for a very tough game once again.
I tell you, time really rolls right along here on the road, doesn't it, John?
It certainly does.
Yes. Well, the Jazz had won 7 in a row, but they were beaten by the Sonics here in Salt Lake City on Sunday afternoon in overtime, 89-87 on a baseline jumper right here by Gary Payton with only 0.3 of a second left. Utah had won the 3 previous meetings against Seattle, and for Utah, a rare loss at home. They had won 13 straight here at the Delta Center. They're 25-3. That is the second best home record in the NBA. Only Chicago better at 26-1, and Utah has not lost 2 straight at home this season.
Yes, they don't expect to lose. They have a great mentality here at home, and it's been 5 years since the Knicks won here back in 1992. Also, Marv, as we see here, and the fans will see, it's a very difficult place to play because the crowd is loud, and they're all over you. It's a very tightly confined space here, and the Knicks have to be at their very best tonight.
All right, the Knicks and the Jazz just completed their pregame warm-ups. We'll be back with the starting lineups in just a moment.
How much would you expect?
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By the American Express card. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, American Express helps you do more. By Delta Airlines. You'll love the way we fly. By Citibank. For banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps. And by Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Centers.
Welcome back to Salt Lake City, Utah. The entire Knicks squad being introduced to the crowd. Let's pick it up with the introduction of the starters.
Larry Johnson. At forward, number 34, at 6'9", from First Virginia Union, it's Charles Oakley. From Johnny Center, 17 from George down in Patrick Ewing. On the guard line, wearing number 1 at 6'3", from Boise State, Chris Childs. And in guard, number 20 at 6'6", from Tennessee, Allen Houston. The next recruit by Jeff Van Gundy, assisted by Don Sweeney. Brendan Malone, Jeff Nixon, Tom Thibodeau.
Points, picked up 5 assists, did miss the 2 free throws with 10 seconds left in regulation that led the Lakers to tie the game in that come-from-behind effort. In fact, in the final 36 seconds the other day, the Knicks missed 4 of 6 free throws, and the guys who missed are the dependable free throw shooters.
Particularly Starks, who continues to play and show people how he deals with an amazing pain that he's been undergoing lately. High threshold of pain for John Starks.
Isley doing it off the dribble, and the Jazz up by 1. A minute and a half to go in this first quarter. Open shot for Starks. And the Knicks take a 1-point lead. Isley and Hornacek in the backcourt now for Utah, with Malone, Carr, and Russell up front.
Oakley doing a job trying to front Karl Malone, doing a good job, but Malone's working real hard.
And Malone controlling the boards.
Oakley ended up on the floor, and Buck Williams behind Malone.
Here's Starks. Well, John showing the confidence in the shot. No one else was down court, and he's getting the treatment from the crowd. Just under 1 minute remaining in the first quarter. And the Jazz with the ball and a 1-point lead. Capacity crowd, better than 19,000 here at the Delta Center. Hornacek and Buck Williams with that rebound, stepping in front of Antoine Carr with a half minute to go in the quarter.
Knicks going with a double low post. Then they spring Larry Johnson loose, and then Buck Williams and John Starks from the corner with a 3.
So Starks has hit 2 of 3 from the field, and the Knicks now lead 21-19. Utah holding for a final shot of this first quarter. Down to 5 seconds. Malone sets the screen. Russell just did get it off. It counts. So 7th NBA season, and a guy who has seen a number of NBA cities during the course of those 7 years.
Yeah, nobody in front of him on that play. He's too big to let him go.
Starks for 3.
Starks for 3.
John Starks has had the hot hand. He has 8 points, and another technical foul has been called. This time on Buck Williams. He was upset moments ago off that illegal pick that was called on him. He continued the argument, and he's been hit with a tee. So the technicals have been flying.
Well, he was setting a pick, and it appeared the foul called on him because he moved, in the opinion of the official, while setting the pick, and Buck vehemently disagrees.
John Stockton converting the technical. Earlier we had the double tees on Oakley and Carr, and now one on Coach Jerry Sloan, followed up by the technical on Buck Williams. The Jazz with a 3-point lead. 2.5 gone by in the second quarter. Buck Williams hit with the foul, stepping on the foot of Stockton.
The same official making the call. Buck Williams is he wants to take the official down low and deal with him, but he can't.
That is James Capers working with Joe Crawford and Ed F. Rush. Stockton, and another Knick foul. Foul committed by Ward.
Get the feeling that the officials have been advised by the Utah Jazz that the Knicks are a very physical team, and we better not get the short end. That seems to be the way the whistle's being blown now.
Allen Houston for Buck Williams.
Well, Buck used the right hand to execute that side jumper rather well.
The Jazz up 30-29. So you think the officials were advised by the Jazz?
Whenever you see the Knicks come to town for a one-time visit to a Western Conference team, all you read about these days is how physical the Knicks are. So that seems to be the focus of the other team.
Well, they are physical, John. But it's interesting in the media in New York, when Utah came to town, there were quotes from Jeff Van Gundy. Ball will go to Utah. Remember Jeff saying this team has a choir boy image, but they're actually very nasty and tough and aggressive. And Karl Malone saying you can't wear a tuxedo against those guys. You can't be timid. You've got to match their intensity. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night. Here's Carr. Couldn't put it down. Houston's pass picked off by Stockton. Stockton tried to put a move on and lost it. The ball back to the Knicks. In effect, depending on what side of the fence you're sitting, coaches will look to play the officials through the newspapers.
Always looking for the edge.
The Jazz up 30-29. 4 minutes gone by, second quarter. Patrick Ewing getting set to make his return. Carr posting up. Antoine Carr. And it's Utah 32, the Knicks 29.
Antoine has been a bit of an inconsistent performer for the Jazz this year, but on good nights he can be very tough.
Houston being played by Morris. And a bit too physical. Oh, in Houston and Morris having words. And how rare it is to see Allen Houston get involved.
Well, he walks away quietly.
No, he's been hit with a technical foul.
Technical called on Chris Morris.
And apparently double technicals on Chris Morris and Allen Houston.
You see the collision there with these two. Little physical play. Morris with a lot of lip in the direction of Houston, who quietly walks away.
Now the matchup is Morris guarding Johnson. Larry Johnson just checked back in. Nice look by Johnson, and Ward tried the three. Rebound is handled by Anderson.
This game is getting pretty hot considering it's only the first half.
And a leg block is called. Utah maintains possession. They'll get the new 24, but first a timeout is called. Yes, things getting testy. It's been an aggressively played first half.
West Virginia is at Philadelphia.
Chips at Madison Square Garden. This exciting triple-header coming up begins Saturday, March 15th at 11 a.m. with the boys' B title game, followed by the girls' championship game at 1 p.m. and concluding with the boys' A final at 3 p.m. Don't miss this exciting showcase of some of New York's top high school basketball talent. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at the Garden Box office and all Ticketmaster locations.
Just under 7 minutes remaining in this first half. Look at that number. Jazz 20-4 in terms of points in the paint. Here's Foster whipping around Ewing. Oh, he'll be thinking about that one. Greg Foster, of all people, with the step and the drive on Patrick Ewing.
Well, that's 22 points in the paint right now. Similar numbers to what built in Seattle the other night when they had 44 points in the paint against the Knicks.
Buck Williams. Ewing keeps it alive. And last touch by the Jazz. Ewing looking for a foul call. Charlie Ward sitting down. Chris Childs, who came up hobbling earlier, is back on the floor along with John Starks. Starks has had the hot hand. 8 points, 3 of 5 shooting. And Ewing foul. Foul committed by Foster. So Ewing to the line for the first time.
Patrick Ewing will be at the line for 2 shots.
Patrick Ewing turning it from that 1 of 8 7-point game in Seattle on Friday night to the season high of 34 against the Lakers on Sunday. 10 of the 34 coming in the second overtime. At a season high 25 rebounds. That was 1 shy of his career mark.
Might as well throw in a season high also for the next 51 minutes for Ewing in that game.
Karl Malone shooting. Childs and Starks now in the backcourt. Ewing, Johnson, and Williams up front. Here's Ewing. And back comes Anderson, popping it down for Malone. Good play by Starks to break it up, and last touch by Malone. Utah with a 34-31 lead. We have 5.5 remaining in this first half. You just saw Greg Ostertag getting set to return along with Brian Russell.
Larry Johnson wants that ball. He's guarded by the thinner Chris Morris. Clear out for Larry Johnson to work now.
Johnson drew the contact. Fouled by Foster.
Jeff Bristol, Greg Foster with his second.
And Larry Johnson getting involved with a couple of fans. Had some words. Some fans behind the basket as he heads to the foul line.
I don't think you'll see an arena in the league with the fans as close as they are to play. And Larry Johnson going to work on Chris Morris. Stockton comes over. Foster comes over. Finally draws the foul. Larry's hearing a lot of chatter, and Larry's a very friendly guy. He responded to the fans.
Johnson, a 68% free throw shooter. So Utah leads by 1. The Jazz began the season at 17-3, including a franchise record 15-game win streak. Went through a stretch where they won 6 and lost 9, and now they've won 15 of their last 18 games. They come off the loss in overtime to the Sonics. Starks for 3. Yes. John Starks with 11 points, and the Knicks lead by 2. Malone getting position. It counts, and the foul. Foul committed by Buck Williams.
Well, the Utah Jazz rushed that ball up court. Always John Stockton delivering the pass, it seems, to Karl Malone, who got the position he wanted. Malone set up down low. He's such a difficult force to get out of the position that he seeks. And even the tough Buck Williams couldn't keep him away from that low post.
That was number 3 on Buck Williams. He'll be replaced by Charles Oakley. Jeff Hornacek back on the floor, joining with John Stockton in the Utah backcourt. The game tied at 36. Just under 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Larry Johnson is blocked by Greg Ostertag.
Well, the problem for Larry Johnson working against smaller people is that teams are sensitive to what he wants to do. And unless it happens real quickly, Larry Johnson runs into double teaming.
Ostertag among the leaders in block shots. Got a piece of that driving attempt by Ewing. Stockton too strong. Ostertag controls and is fouled. What a sequence for Greg Ostertag, who's looking to get the crowd going.
Yes, he gestures to the crowd after his good fortune, and like a button he pressed, the crowd responds. Stockton with the rushed 3. Ostertag soaring above everybody at 7-2. If you're not in front of this man, he's going to hurt you, and you can see Ostertag signaling what he wants to hear.
And he has had a vastly improved second season. Number 1 draft pick a year ago. Last year certainly had his ups and downs. Averaged just 3.6 per game. See the difference in field goal percentage. He's playing close to 23 minutes a game as opposed to 11.5 a year ago.
Talk about number 1, Marv, but he was number 28, and 29's the bottom. Another wise choice by the Utah Jazz, who have done a good job lately over the years, recent years, certainly with their draft selections, no matter how low they are.
Ostertag also missed 17 games last year with a broken right hand. Chris Childs ties the game at 38. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Stockton tried to lose Childs on a pick. Hornacek, it counts, and the foul. It's amazing he was able to get that shot off as he was grabbed by Starks, who committed the foul.
We have seen 2 rare successful jump shots under great pressure. The first one by Malone, who had a lot of pressure on him with Ewing, and now Hornacek not being interrupted as he's hit. Another look at it now. You can see the swipe coming his way, but it didn't deter him from the hoop.
And Jeff Hornacek, always one of the better free throw shooters in the league, at just under 88% at the line. 3-point play by Hornacek. The Jazz 41, the Knicks 38. Ewing fielding Ostertag. Patrick Ewing with 8 points. And the Knicks are down by 1. Malone able to regain possession in a collision with Oakley, and then Malone helping Charles back up.
That's a rare sight, folks. A lot of anger between those two as competitors on the court. Oakley's down and Malone leans over like the gentleman that he is and helps Charles up.
Yes, they have had their disagreements over the years. Always been a very physical matchup. Timeout taken. 3:03 to go in this first half.
Contest, Brian Gillespie.
And Russell soaring to the basket, going up strong with his good jumping ability. Now
by 3 with 3 minutes remaining in the first half. That pass off the mark. Oh, what a play by Brian Russell, and he was fouled. Foul committed by Charles Oakley.
Jazz have done well off Knicks turnovers. That was number 11 leading to this play. And Russell soaring to the basket, going up strong with his good jumping ability. Now completing a three-point play.
The Jazz by 6. They've led by as many as 8. That was right at the start. They were up 8-0 as the Knicks got off to a very rugged start in that first quarter. Missed their first 6 shots. Allen Houston getting set to check back in. Stockton regrouping. Malone. And the foul, a loose ball on Ostertag coming over the top.
Yes, Ewing had the good inside position, and Ostertag tried to reach over to deflect that ball, and in so doing committed the foul.
And both teams are over the limit, so Ewing to the line.
Ewing shooting 1 plus the penalty for 2.
Allen Houston has replaced John Starks. Good outing for Starks, 4 of 7, 11 points in all.
Ewing shot his fouls well also in Los Angeles on Sunday, 10 of 12 from the line. The Knicks had 39 attempts against the Lakers from the line.
Coming up on 2 minutes remaining on the first half.
Jazz always give the ball to John Stockton to let him initiate the offense.
Russell for 3. Allen Houston able to extend for that rebound. Larry Johnson hits the 3. He's been looking for that three-pointer, showing much more confidence in the outside shot in recent games. He is 34% from downtown, and the ball back to the Knicks.
Well, that's some collision of strength with Oakley and Karl Malone. Oakley fronting Malone, managed to get the deflection and then have it go the Knicks' way.
So the Knicks with the ball trailing by 3. They have been a good road team. They have won 5 of the last 7 on the road, 16 and 10 overall. Ewing, yes. 10 points for Ewing, and the Knicks trail by 1. Malone finding Hornacek. The driving hook by Jeff Hornacek. He has 7 points. Karl Malone is the high man with 11. The Knicks led by Starks, who has 11. Ewing with 10. Now Allen Houston foul, trying to post up on Jeff Hornacek.
Well, Houston with a 2-inch height advantage just felt he could jump and shoot right over Hornacek.
So Houston to the line. Crowd reacting to the replay of that last foul shown up above on the video screen. Houston, an 81% free throw shooter. The Knicks Now 9 of 13 at the line. They've missed their last 3. The Jazz with a 48-46 lead. 45 seconds remaining in this first half. They double up on Stockton. Hornacek able to swing in for the shot and hit. Well, he's picked it up. He comes off a 1 for 7 the other night against Seattle. Knicks down by 4. They collapse on Ewing. Oh, beautiful pass from Childs. Johnson wants the goaltend call. He was fouled. He'll go to the line for 2. No goaltending.
Turns to the mailman, number 1 per call.
And Malone picks up his first personal.
Larry Johnson showed a quality you don't often hear about with players, big men particularly, and that is the ability to catch the basketball. Sounds very basic, but not everybody can do it.
Well, coming up, the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. There is only one Jeep. It's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. Bob Page at the MSG Sports Desk. And first half highlights. That is ahead. 15 seconds to go in this first half. The Jazz leading by 3, and the Knicks are having their difficulties at the foul line here in the closing minutes of the first half. Ostertag on a pick and roll. Stockton.
That ends the first half. The Jazz 50, New York 47.
So the Knicks are down by 3 at halftime. John Stockton is upset. He thought he was fouled on that last drive.
Oh, he was biting his lower lip. You can see him kick something as he walks off the court furiously.
So the Knicks, after the ragged start, able to settle down, and they are down by just 3 at the half. You hear the reaction of the crowd that is directed to the 3 officials as they are headed back to their dressing room. 3 for the Jazz. Hornacek with 11.
5 out of 8 from the field. Big bounce back from that 1 of 7 you mentioned earlier.
Oh, Patrick Ewing able to slam it down. And the Knicks are trailing by 3. Stockton. And back comes Houston. He thought he had Childs with him. Childs felt that he was held. That's why he was not with Houston, and Childs had something to say to the official and is hit with a technical. The ball is being given back to the Jazz, but first a technical foul on Chris Childs. It has been a technical festival here this evening. That is the 7th that has been handed out. 4 against the Knicks, 3 on Utah. Oakley, Buck Williams, Houston, and Childs, Sloan, Carr, and Chris Morris for the Jazz.
Well, the worst part of this is, and of course it doesn't show now, is if this game is a 2 or 1 point game, then you go back and look at the technicals and you just want to kill yourself if you go through all this effort and lose a game because of those.
John with the very dramatic, you want to kill yourself.
Well, that's the competitive parlance.
I see. Here's Malone. It counts, and a blocking foul against the Knicks.
Oh, there's a brave man to stand in front of that man. This is something that normal people do not do, and that is get in front of Karl Malone, who's coming at full speed. Here's another look. Childs backtracking, running down court, sees Malone coming. And fortunately, Malone didn't respond as many would with a knee up to a man underneath him.
Malone at 74% at the line, so he has picked it up from last season. Completes the 3-point play, 14 for Malone, and it's Utah by 7.
I think Malone respected Chris Childs for having the nerve to do that, and he just tried not to hurt him.
Ewing rejected by Ostertag and lost it on the save. 3-on-1. Hornacek. Good play by Houston. He bothered him from behind. Hornacek felt that he was fouled. And another Knick turnover. 22nd timeout called by the Knicks.
Turnovers are mounting. The Knicks with 11 in the first half, which cost them 13 points. Now they've had a couple here early in the third quarter. They've just got to be more careful with the basketball. This was an early season problem that actually went along for a while. It was a talked about problem by Jeff Van Gundy. And the Knicks have gotten that problem under control.
And the Knicks are still number one in that dubious distinction, followed by Philadelphia, then Houston and Toronto. But that's a killer, better than 18 per game. Utah by 7. Minute and a half gone by in the third quarter, and a holding foul on Childs. That is his third personal.
You don't want your team to stiffen up on offense, but when you're playing against a top defensive team like the Utah Jazz, and playing against a guy like Stockton, who leads the NBA all time in steals, you've just got to be careful with the basketball.
Foul committed by Malone as they doubled up on Houston, trying to steal the ball. For Malone, his second. The Knicks with Childs and Houston in the backcourt, Ewing, Oakley, and Johnson up front. And another Knick turnover.
It's hard to understand what Houston had in mind as he threw the ball over Larry Johnson's head.
Nice pass. Ostertag fouled. Stockton firing it inside to Greg Ostertag.
Ostertag is a 7-point-a-game center who's had a much greater impact here already in this game. Had a solid first half, 3 out of 4 from the field, 8 points and 5 rebounds.
And he's been on a good run. 11 points, 4 block shots on Sunday against Seattle. He had a career-high 20 rebounds earlier this season. Career-high 21 points against Indiana earlier in the year. Greg Ostertag goes 7'2", 280 pounds. And as we are praising him, he goes to the line and misses on both free throws. The Jazz up 56-49. Childs, yes. Chris Childs with his second field goal. And it's Utah 56, New York 51. For the Jazz, it is game 6 of a 7-game homestand. At one point, they had won 7 straight. Ostertag with the tip. He has really hurt the Knicks.
Well, Ewing was out high, having come out defensively double teaming, and Ostertag at 7'2" was dealing with much shorter people.
10 points, 6 rebounds for Greg Ostertag. Houston's pass picked off by Hornacek. The Knicks already with 4 turnovers this third quarter. Hornacek changed his mind on the shot, but Stockton did not have the angle and wisely brought it back out. Here's Russell for 3. And Hornacek stole it from Ewing.
Well, if you're a big man, you hate that when a guard sneaks in and no one paid attention to him.
Ostertag controlling the rejection by Ewing. Last touch by the Knicks.
Ostertag seems to be the team cheerleader. Looking to the fans once again to light up.
Russell beating Johnson. It counts, and the foul.
Knicks very slow to respond defensively on that play. Simple cut to the basket.
The Knicks have come out flat here on the third, and they call for time. The Jazz by 12.
Knicks are sleeping around the basket. I mean, there's just no other way to put it.
Houston, yes. He has 12. And Utah leading by 10. So that ends a 7-0 run for the Jazz. 4 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Utah Jazz at 25-3 here at home. They had won 13 in a row before the overtime loss to Seattle on Sunday afternoon. Well, Ewing continues to have problems with Ostertag, and a foul. Ostertag with the box out. Foul committed by Johnson.
See, one of the things as Malone enjoys Ostertag's aggressiveness is the Knicks are not being aggressive with this big fellow and leaning on him. There is a considerable amount of physical play allowed with big men around the basket, and Ostertag is not feeling anybody banging on him, pushing him away, leaning on him, making him work. He's just claiming the territory and getting it.
3 of 5 at the line. A 68% free throw shooter. The Jazz leading by 11. For the Knicks here at the start of the third, it has been a turnover-filled period. Again, Ostertag on the box out. He has 9 rebounds. Malone. Ostertag. And Oakley able to control. Childs saw the opening, finding Ewing, and he's fouled. He was hit hard. Oh, look out. Karl Malone had an elbow out and accidentally hit the official, James Capers. Foul committed by Ostertag.
Well, there is something missing in Ostertag's mouth right now, and out of bounds as well.
Oh, yes.
His replacement.
Yeah, and he just continues.
Yeah, right.
Malone.
More points in the paint. This is becoming a focus that Jeff Van Gundy is going to have a long night over when he reflects the points in the paint for the Jazz, unless something changes here.
Utah by 11. Ewing with the tip. Well, Patrick Ewing with 16 points, and the foul is called.
You see how they work together, Stockton and Malone. Stockton now in his 13th season. He's led the NBA in assists for an unprecedented 9 straight years. He picks out Malone, who gets position. Malone gets the ball right away. Not a pretty play, but an example of how they work together.
And it appears that the run of John Stockton will end at 9. Mark Jackson now with the Indiana Pacers comfortably in front in leading the NBA in assists. Stockton at 10.5 per game. It will be tough to catch Mark Jackson. John Stockton, the all-time leader in assists, moving past Maurice Cheeks last year. There you see Jackson averaging better than 12 per game.
And Stockton now, as I mentioned, in his 13th year, has missed a total of 4 games, all in the 1978 season. That's a remarkable example of durability.
Guy who still controls the offense, picks apart the defense, terrific vision, instincts, passing skills, runs the two-man game with Karl Malone to perfection. We have not seen much pick and roll here, though, tonight. Chris Childs struggling.
I had 78 on my mind. It was 78 games he played in the 1989-90 season. That's when he missed 4 games.
Here is Malone. And it leads to a Knick timeout with 5:26 remaining in the third quarter. Chris Childs had to move it up across midcourt. So it's the Jazz with a 13-point lead. We'll be back in a moment.
They've been doing it for 12 seasons, and look at the other durable duos. Ewing and Oakley 9, Miller and Smits, Jordan and Pippen behind them. So these are two special performers. I mentioned the durability of Stockton. Malone also in now 12 years has only missed 4 games, as well as the Knicks incur another turnover and another finish, or it looked like a finish by the Jazz on that missed layup.
That's the 7th turnover for the Knicks here in the 3rd quarter. John Starks getting set to return. Larry Johnson posting up, working on Russell. It's a 24-second violation. Knicks working carefully, lost sight of the clock.
Ewing pointing to himself, to his teammates, taking on the responsibility for that.
So 8 turnovers for the Knicks in the 3rd. The Jazz do not have any. And for the game, the Knicks with 19. The Knicks are down by 13 points. Howard Eisley has come on. He lost it. There's the first Jazz turnover. Charlie Ward took it away. And an offensive foul.
It looked like John Starks on the intended pass off, but he had his back to the defender, and as he whipped the ball to Charlie Ward in the corner, another look at it now. Buck Williams made a terrific defensive play, but you can see Starks committing the foul.
Very poor 3rd quarter for the Knicks in every phase of the game. And the outside official, James Capers, making the call on Starks. That's 3 on Starks. For the Knicks, their 15th foul, so Hornacek to the line. Hornacek 2 of 2 at the line. 87% for the season among the NBA leaders. Jeff Hornacek spent 6 years with Phoenix, brief time with Philadelphia, then traded to Utah, actually rescued from the Philadelphia 76ers in a deal for Jeff Malone. John Wallace has checked in for the first time, along with Buck Williams. Jeff Van Gundy just looking to shake things up. John Wallace did not play at all against the Lakers on Sunday. The Knicks are now down by 15. Ewing. And he was fouled by Ostertag.
Jazz personal number 10, Howard Eisley, with his first number 3 for the Jazz.
Howard Eisley called on the foul, trying to help out. It was not Greg Ostertag.
The Knicks' defensive intensity has not been there to the level it has to be against the Utah Jazz. We talked at the outset about how tough this team is at home, where they have only lost 3 games this season. So that lapse has really set them back here, the lapse of the early play in the 3rd quarter.
They have the 2nd best home record in the league. Only Chicago is better at 26-1. And the Jazz have not lost 2 straight at home this season. Hornacek somehow able to beat both Starks and Ewing.
Oh, Ewing was right there, and he did not challenge Hornacek at all.
Utah leads by 15. Here's Ewing, stopped by Ostertag. Karl Malone just went flying. He felt he was fouled.
He's chewing out the official, Joey Crawford, now.
The matchup is Malone and Williams. Malone comes out to set the pick, and a foul called on Wallace. So Hornacek back to the line. John Wallace and John Starks trying to convince the officials that Wallace was actually leg whipped by Hornacek. Should have been a foul on Hornacek. Jazz now leading by 16. I mentioned Chicago with the best home record at 26-1, followed by Utah, and then Atlanta. The Knicks at 24-5. Knicks have won 20 of their last 21 at home. A technical foul on John Starks. Well, that comes off the complaint on that last foul. So the Knicks have just been hit with their 5th technical. Utah has been charged with 3. Joe Crawford not paying any attention at all to John Starks. Just walks away. Hornacek with 10 points in this 3rd quarter. 10 of his 19. Utah leading by 18 in a game that has gotten away from the Knicks. A horrendous 3rd quarter by New York. Here's Starks, lost control, and he is out of control. Starks just went flying. Ewing with the rebound. Ewing spinning his way. Will not count, but he was fouled. And will, let's see, Ostertag called for the foul. No, that is team foul number 4, so it is not a shooting call. We're down to 2:27 remaining in the 3rd quarter. And off the inbounds, a foul on Isley, and that puts Utah over the limit.
Antoine Carr checking out for Greg Ostertag.
Antoine Carr checking back in.
Well, a couple of moments ago, John Starks tripping as he runs up court, and it looked like Malone was the reason why. John was frustrated by that play.
Crowd reacting to Greg Ostertag as he is replaced by Carr. Ostertag, a major factor in the success of the Jazz. 11 points, 11 rebounds for Ostertag. So the Jazz have outscored the Knicks 27-14 in the 3rd quarter. Malone was stopped. And last touch by the Knicks. It's a high-scoring quarter against the Knicks. The Lakers, remember, had 40 points on Sunday in the 4th quarter against the Knicks. Malone from Carr, and a foul. Karl Malone upset. He's missed a couple of layups. Foul on Buck Williams.
Penalty situation.
So Karl Malone to the free throw line. 4 of 5 at the line. He is the high man with 22.
It is his 12th season, and the numbers are as big as they have been, in some cases better. As we mentioned earlier in the game, number 2 in the NBA in scoring now for Karl Malone. Continues to have big games. Here's an interesting statistical level he's reached. Players who have gotten 25,000 points and 10,000 rebounds. He is in elite company with Wilt and Kareem and Moses Malone and Elvin Hayes. He is coming into that category soon. Correct myself, 241 points away.
Karl Malone with a big 3rd quarter, 12 of his 23 in the 3rd. So the combination of Malone and Hornacek have done it for the Jazz. Just under 2 minutes left in the 3rd, and the Knicks are down by 17. Here's Ward for 3. 78-64 Utah. Charlie Ward aggressive and comes up with a steal. What a play by Ward. He took the dribble away from Isley. 5 consecutive points for Charlie Ward. And the Jazz lead is down to 12 with a minute and a half left in the 3rd.
You know, Jerry Sloan dies in situations like that with Stockton on the bench and a turnover or two, which doesn't seem to happen with Stockton on the floor.
Wallace breaking up the pass, and he is called for the foul. Both teams are over the limit.
Your personal, John Wallace, his 2nd penalty situation.
Brian Russell to the free throw line. Brian Russell came up very strong in the playoffs last season, in particular in the Western Conference Final against Seattle. Excellent timing just before he became a free agent. This after a struggling regular season. Shot only 39%. At one point, he was nearly cut and was able to hang in and did the job in the playoffs.
Russell is second, another of the many second-round picks this team has. A 46th pick. Hornacek, a 46th pick also when he was drafted by Phoenix in 1986.
Starks, yes. Jazz 79, the Knicks 68. 13 points for John Starks. Just under 1 minute remaining in the third. Shot clock at 5. Isley. Well, the Knicks with an opportunity to close out with a flurry. Starks lost it, recovered by Ewing. Here's Ward passing on the 3, going back the other way. They're firing cross court here. Starks, John Starks hits the 3. And it's down to an 8-point game. A 10-1 run by the Knicks. They were trailing by as many as 18. It was Charlie Ward who got it going. First hitting the 3, then coming up with a steal in the bucket and some good passing by Ward here in the final seconds. Third quarter running down. Isley. Oh, the Knicks very pleased with the way they're able to cut into that Jazz lead. Utah appeared to be on the way to a blowout. Instead, it is just an 8-point differential. After 3, the Jazz 79 and the Knicks 71. Fourth quarter underway. Antoine Carr called for that reach-in foul. Jeff Van Gundy is staying with the combination of Larry Johnson, Buck Williams, John Wallace up front, Charlie Ward, and John Starks in the backcourt. So the only starter on the floor is Johnson. John Stockton is back. Here's Wallace. And the Jazz leading by only 6. They were up by as many as 18.
Wallace is kept ready. He just gives Morris a major shove. And that didn't go unnoticed.
Foul on Wallace, his 3rd. Brandon Anderson, the rookie from Georgia, also back on the floor. Here's Malone. Starks on the run, able to beat Stockton and Anderson. John Starks with a deceptive move off the dribble and then accelerated. The Knicks are within 4. This after the awful play through a good portion of the third quarter. They're able to rally and get back into it with a 14-2 run. Antoine Carr rebounded by John Wallace.
Young legs of Wallace now having an effect. Knicks trying to get Wallace in a post-up position, and they finally get the ball to him out a little high.
Wallace cuts it to a 2-point lead. And that leads to a Utah timeout. The Jazz 79 and the Knicks 77.
And it is a combination of play by players off the bench, unlikely guys to get the job done in such a dramatic fashion. But John Starks always seems to be part of sparkling comebacks, the many the Knicks have had this year.
At one point, the Jazz led 78-61. Here's Stockton. It counts and the foul. Charlie Ward called for the personal.
Shoots 1.
John Stockton looking to complete the 3-point play. So the Jazz now leading 82-77. A minute 45 gone by in the fourth quarter. And the Knicks staying with this combination. Johnson for 3. That's his second 3-pointer of the game. And the Jazz up now 82-80. Larry Johnson with 13 points. And these days, not shy about shooting the three, and he has had success. Greg Foster is back on the floor. He's being guarded by Larry Johnson. Anderson shooting. Stockton getting to the rebound. Finding Carr. Fouled by Johnson. A good foul, though, by Larry Johnson.
Yes, that was a short dunk otherwise. I'm sure Johnson earning a lot of playing time tonight because of his continued good defensive play.
Antoine Carr in his 13th season out of Wichita State. He is the original big dog before Milwaukee's Glenn Robinson. 5.5 years with Atlanta, then Sacramento and San Antonio. This is third year with the Jazz. A 76% free throw shooter. Utah leading 83-80.
But Jeff Van Gundy has juggled his lineup and has come up with an interesting combination now with Oakley and Ewing not on the floor. Allen Houston also, and Childs on the bench. All these good things are happening.
Wallace. It counts, and the foul. John Wallace, a major contributor to this Knick run.
John Wallace working down low is hurting the Jazz and helping the Knicks big time. Boy, is he stepping up. Ewing has not been out throughout the entire run here. He just played through 3 quarters.
So the game is tied at 83. A 16-2 run by the Knicks. Late third quarter, extending into the fourth. Got them back into it. Nice give and go, leading to the foul. Foul on Ward. Well, this is not quite the same scenario as what took place in Washington when Jeff Van Gundy, very upset with his starting 5, pulled the entire unit after the Bullets got off to that early lead. But he has stayed with this group, including only one starter, Larry Johnson. Last touch by Malone.
Great defense by Charlie Ward. Wouldn't allow the baseline, and then Buck Williams came over into the passing lane, forcing that deflection out of bounds off the Jazz.
He has stayed with this group following the ineffectiveness of his starting 5. And Charlie Ward lost the dribble off his foot. Back-to-back plays by Ward got the Knicks going. They were down by as many as 18. He hit a 3 and came up with a steal and was able to drive the length of the court for the bucket for 5 unanswered. Foster handing off to Stockton to try to make the turn and was fouled, blocked by Johnson.
Well, with Ewing resting, the Knicks now, since he has been on the bench, are enjoying a 12-4 advantage. Once again, showing the Knicks balance and their ability to rise with their big man resting.
Well, it has not, although the numbers are decent, 18 points, 12 rebounds, but it has not been a strong game for Patrick Ewing.
The Knicks have allowed so much underneath the basket throughout the game, and it's not certainly just one man, but they have been a little soft, actually a lot soft around the basket as the Jazz have hurt them. But there's a renewed vigor going on here on the court now by the Knicks at both ends.
Utah with a 85-83 lead. 8.5 remaining in the fourth. Marv Albert, John Andres from the Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. Knicks also getting the ball movement. Wallace, foul. John Wallace will go to the line. Foul committed by Brian Russell.
It seems every time Wallace has touched the ball, he has scored. I don't know if that's exact, but it certainly appears that way, and Jerry Sloan has got to be thinking that way. The Knicks are doing well by getting the ball to Wallace. He's coming through, and the Jazz have a major problem in dealing with the 6'9" long arms of Wallace.
Well, it's pretty close to that, John. He's 3 of 3 from the field and 3 for 3 from the line. 9 points in 8 minutes. And the game is tied at 85. Stockton made his move. A Nick foul on Ward.
Number 5.
That's 5 on Ward. The Knicks are over the limit. So Stockton will go to the line. Charlie Ward has played well, and now a decision for Jeff Van Gundy. It has not been a sharp night for Chris Childs.
There have been several games this season that John Stockton has played opposing fine point guards and really been dominated. And yet tonight, as we see him and as the Knicks feel his play, he certainly doesn't look like he slipped much. And that has, although that has been suggested, particularly after games like Gary Payton had against the Jazz on Sunday.
Well, the quicker guards aren't possible for him. I don't think there's any question about it. Here's Stockton streaking down court, and he drew the foul. But you would not say no to the opportunity of having John Stockton as your starting point guard. Still one of the best in the NBA. And he'll shoot 2 more.
Well, he just put a display of bursting ability as he ran down and drew the foul. He was going mighty fast with the basketball in his hand.
7 of 7 at the line. And substitutions. Patrick Ewing, Greg Ostertag. Check back in. The hand is for Ostertag, who has had a very strong game. Ewing replacing Johnson, who had just picked up his 5th foul. Utah with an 89-85 lead. Starks guarded by Anderson. Ewing to the drop step. Stockton putting moves on Ward and gives it back to Ostertag. Malone. It counts in the foul. Foul on Buck Williams.
There's a look at the power, the strength of Malone. He gets the position quickly, and Buck Williams just is almost bent in half on that play.
The world champion Yankees are back on MSG.
Threw him off the bench. And Morris is back in the locker room. We're also told this has happened on a couple of occasions, and certainly there is a history there with his days as a member of the New Jersey Nets. So Chris Morris is back in the Utah Jazz locker room.
Not surprising to see Oakley back on the floor now as Karl Malone took over underneath that basket. And Oakley has much more strength to deal with Karl Malone.
Utah by 7, 5 minutes in. 4th quarter. Chris Childs is also back. Here's Ewing. Yes. The Jazz 92 and the Knicks 87. Knicks now have Childs and Starks in the backcourt with Ewing, Oakley, and Wallace. So Wallace and Starks remain. Stockton coming up short. The Knicks at one point down by as many as 18. They'll try to feed Ewing. Now Ewing is forced out by Ostertag. Shooting over him and hitting. And suddenly you get the idea that Patrick Ewing has regained the touch.
Patrick may be saving his best in this game for last, as he did in Los Angeles.
Yes, 10 of his 34 coming in that second overtime. Anderson has been off. Ewing on the box out, getting in front of Ostertag.
The Knicks starters, who are basically back on the floor with the exception of Wallace, have been rejuvenated by the play of the teammates.
Childs, that was a 3-point attempt. Ewing thought he was run into by Anderson. Not able to hold on, so the Jazz will get it back. Jeff Hornacek returning. Hornacek for Anderson. So Stockton and Hornacek in the backcourt. Utah back to the starting lineup. Intended for Malone. Mahone trying to give the official, Joey Crawford, the idea was deflected out, and Joey said, "You got to be kidding."
You can see Malone couldn't get the position he wanted because of Oakley.
The Knicks put the ball down by 3, 5.5 left in the fourth.
Knicks moving the ball much better now around the perimeter.
Ewing, yes, he has hit his last 3, and the Knicks are within 1.
That's a crazy shot he just made. He had a big hand in his face.
24 for Ewing. Oh, Malone surprised by that pass. Shot clock at 7. The Knicks defense has tightened up. It's down to 4. It's down to 2. Hornacek. And a 24-second violation.
Oakley's the man who broke up that attempt by Hornacek. He stuck the hand in there, and he lost control of the ball. Hornacek did, and the Knicks get the turnover.
The Knicks trailing by just 1. And this call away from the ball on Ostertag.
Ostertag picks up his 4th, and number 4 for the team.
Utah, their 4th team foul. Ostertag with number 4. John Wallace getting a long run. 11 minutes now. 9 points for Wallace. He is up front with Oakley and Ewing. Larry Johnson picked up a 5th foul. Wallace putting moves on Malone. Rebounded by Ostertag. Malone came up short, looking for a foul call. Knicks trying to take advantage. Malone remaining in the Utah front court. Now able to hustle his way back. Here's Ewing. Again. 4 straight from Patrick Ewing. Well, that long rest has certainly paid off. Ewing looking like a different player in this 4th quarter. And the Knicks lead 93-92. Here's Malone. Utah by 1.
What a great finish we have building here.
A technical foul on Karl Malone. He has been very unhappy with some recent calls. Also, I'm sure frustrated with himself. He's had some close-in opportunities, has not been able to convert. And Chris Childs shooting the tee. So the Jazz hit with 4 technicals, the Knicks with 5, and the game is tied at 94. And similar to Sunday when the Knicks were involved in a terrific finish with the LA Lakers. The Knicks coming from 18 down, and as you mentioned, John, a good finish being set up here at the Delta Center. Ewing finally missed the shot. He had hit his previous 4. Stockton got bottled up by Childs, and a kickball is called. Plus a 3-second violation.
Right now, Marv, the Knicks are on a 33-16 advantage since that 78-61 score.
Well, apparently it was a kick ball, and Utah gets the new 24. Here's Stockton. Well, the Jazz have gone cold, and the Knicks, who were able to cut down on the turnovers, just coughed it up. They went through that bad stretch in the 3rd quarter, but they give it right back to the Jazz.
Oakley fired a ball at Childs. It was just off target, as the Knicks were so anxious to get that ball up court quickly.
Turnover number 24 for the Knicks. Utah with just 11. And Ewing, way outside, found himself defending against John Stockton and called for the foul.
Well, it is a habit. The Knicks usually have their center come out and double team the man with the ball. But Stockton was away from hurting the Knicks, and that was one Patrick would like to have back, I'm sure.
John Stockton with that feathery touch at the line. He's 9 of 9 at the line. Here's Larry Johnson, who will play with 5 fouls. replacing John Wallace, who was instrumental in the Knick comeback. Wallace, 9 points in his 13 minutes. 3:10 remaining in the fourth. And Utah leads 96-94. Oakley, bad shot.
Charles hasn't taken a shot in quite a while.
Malone facing up on Oakley and fouled. Foul committed by Oakley. That's 5 on Oakley. 5 apiece now on Oakley and Johnson. So Malone will shoot 2. He is 6 of 8 at the line.
At this point of the game, Stockton always will handle the ball, make all the decisions, and his target is generally Karl Malone. Anything they get off that is a plus. And they know that Malone, Stockton, and Hornacek have to combine to win a game like this. Play well. Hornacek's been quiet lately, but this man is controlling the direction of the offense of the Jazz.
29 points for Malone, although he has not shot well. 11 of 26 from the field. Utah at only 40% shooting for the game, while the Knicks at 52%. But the Jazz with 21 more shots than the Knicks. And they've also done it at the free throw line.
The function of turnovers, too, by the Knicks for those plus 21.
4-point Utah lead. 2:35 to go in the fourth. Childs for 3. Air ball handled by Ewing. Air ball. Whoa, that's a most unusual sequence. Consecutive air balls. Stockton lost Childs on the pick. Here's Malone. Little extra celebration by Karl Malone. We have not seen that.
Never seen that before.
Consecutive points by the Jazz after that 9-2 run by the Knicks. And they lead 100-94 as we come up on 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. They double up on Ewing.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes.
And the pass picked off by Russell. Turnover number 25. Chris Childs, who played so well against the Jazz in New York back in mid-December, has not had a good one here tonight. Ostertag plus the foul.
This place is like a college gymnasium. The fans love their Jazz. They're so close to them, and the players' enthusiasm, like Ostertag, and we just saw Malone, certainly ignites them even more.
The Jazz by 8. Coming up on 1.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They double up on Ewing. He has been on fire in the fourth. Patrick Ewing with 28 points. 6-point Jazz lead. Here's the trap. But Hornacek able to get it across. And now Utah looking to use the clock. 10 on the 24. Down to 3 seconds. Russell. That's an enormous field goal with the shot clock running down. The Jazz by 8. Ewing with the drop step coming up short. And Stockton took a shot to the side of the head. 22nd timeout has been called. And he's drawn blood. And now a full timeout is being called. We'll be back to take a look at that last play in a moment.
Ewing on that miss. Stockton gets hit by Charles Oakley. Charles, with his very active hands, clipped him.
And we mentioned earlier that there was an incident on the Utah Jazz bench between Greg Morris and head coach Jerry Sloan, something that has occurred on several occasions, certainly throughout the career of Greg Morris. They got into an argument. Here's the footage. We're able to get a hold of it via the Utah Jazz television network. See Sloan screaming at Morris. He told him to leave. Morris departed, and we're told that he has left the building.
Jerry Sloan is not one to tangle with.
Foul on Larry Johnson, so he is fouled out.
Number 6, it's a penalty situation.
So Larry Johnson, who was very much a part of that Knick rally to get back into it, fouled out. 13 points for Johnson, but no rebounds.
Good night, Mike.
3 of 5 from the field, 5 of 6 from the line. And Brian Russell shooting 2. Russell 3 of 5 at the line. Utah Jazz would love to come away with a victory over the New York Knicks. They've been facing the criticism here in Salt Lake City. This is happening all around the league because there are a lot of bad teams out there, John. Stark's not able to hit, but Oakley had an opportunity and lost the ball. Then a foul has been called. During that 7-game win streak, the Jazz were being criticized, and you hear this in every city around the NBA because they're playing, quote, soft opposition. We're not getting they felt the proper credit. In the 7 games that they won, there were only 2 of the top teams that were beaten, Seattle and Portland. Otherwise, Washington, Sacramento, Dallas, San Antonio, and Boston. So a victory over the Knicks would do much for credibility, even though this club comes in tied with Seattle for the best record in the West.
Yes, more than any year that I can recall, Marv, winning streaks now require examination because they become unimpressive because of the point you make. And even the Jazz team, after their loss Sunday to Seattle, took a game-winning shot by Gary Payton to make it so. But even the players in Utah said, we just aren't used to top competition, and that's why we didn't put forth our best.
And they had beaten Seattle 3 times prior to that loss on Sunday. Down to 25 seconds in the game. Starks for 3. And he was fouled, so he'll shoot 3. Foul committed by Hornacek. Jazz with a 10-point lead, 18 4/10 seconds to go.
Is John avoiding Hornacek and then finding another spot to get up the shot, and he is fouled.
For John Starks. Well, following tonight, the Knicks move on to Portland, Oregon, face the Trailblazers tomorrow night. PJ Carlesimo and his Blazers have played well. Surprising season for a new-look Portland Trailblazer team. Knicks and Blazers to meet for the very first time. Crowd reacting to the substitution. Greg Ostertag sitting down. A strong game for Ostertag. 13 points, 13 rebounds.
Blazers were softened up last night by the Bulls. Typical performance by the Bulls' big 3 with Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. And it will be a game night tomorrow night on MSG at 9:30 p.m. from Portland.
Chris Childs, putting Jeff Hornacek at the line. So the Utah Jazz will make it 26-3 at home in this game 6 of the 7-game homestand. You know, the game on Sunday for the Jazz, their first regular season home game on a Sunday in 12 years. 108-99 the score. And Utah on its way to 5 straight over the Knicks here in Salt Lake. Stockton slowed down to draw the foul. He did not like that hard foul by Charlie Ward. Ward got a hand in his face.
He wanted to go back at Charlie, and he held up, boy. He held up.
It is a flagrant.
Stockton looking at Charlie Ward, who refuses to look at John Stockton.
So Ward has fouled out. No question about that being a hard foul and a flagrant. And Stockton kept it under control. Scott Brooks has come on for Charlie Ward. Stockton earlier this fourth quarter took a shot from Charles Oakley.
Another look at it now. Stockton on a breakaway. Charlie Ward going up. And Stockton, it looked like, was going in the path of Charlie Ward, too, which helped exaggerate that play. He kind of was going to cut left under the basket, and the collision took place.
Final seconds. The Utah Jazz defeating the New York Knicks 110-99. A strong finish by Utah. This game was tied at 94, and the Jazz concluding with a 16-5 run, and they get a split of the season series with the Knicks. The Jazz go to 39-15, and the Knicks now 40 up and 16 down. We'll be back with the wrap-up in a moment.
Come ride the movies at Universal Studios Hollywood in Florida. Buckle up and hold on tight. Universal Studios' incredible new ride is sleek and fast. Take off with Avis, the official rental car of Universal Studios. Call 1-888-AVIS-WOW. And you can get a free ET video and up to $250 in Universal savings, including preferred parking. Just rent a car for at least a 3-day weekend and buy tickets from Avis to ride the movies at Universal Studios.
We look at the broad strokes.
Elsewhere in the world of sports, we go to Bob Page at the MSG Sports Desk.
All right, thank you once again, Marv. At the Meadowlands this evening, the Nets continued to win. At least that's 2 straight now. They defeated Sacramento. We will have complete highlights of this one coming up for you in our full half-hour edition of the MSG Sports Desk. That's right after the Knicks post-game report. At that time, we also look at college basketball. Pittsburgh won at Connecticut tonight. Both teams now will go to the NIT. That's good news for Pittsburgh, not such good news for Connecticut. We hear from Bobby Hurley as well, and we take a look at the big Devils trade today and hear from the particulars there as the Devils acquired Toronto Maple Leafs captain Doug Gilmour, veteran defenseman Dave Ellett for 3 prospects. New Jersey now certainly a Stanley Cup contender if they weren't before this deal was made. So we talk with Paul O'Neill of the Yankees, Todd Hundley of the Mets, and again much more in our half-hour show after the post-game report. We'll join that right after this.
This low introductory rate for purchases when you pay your bill over time. And American Express service. Plus, discounts at the Garden at restaurants and on Knicks merchandise. A free gift just for using the card. You can even win prizes like a skybox seat to a Knicks game. So apply for your Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now, because there's just one thing to say about a credit card this great. American Express helps Knicks fans do more.
How about Les Mis?
How about Phantom?
Well,
Quality Ford dealer. $1,830 in savings may not balance the budget, but saving $1,830 on a 98 Windstar with front and rear heat and air and the highest crash protection rating sure helps balance your budget. The President's Day sale at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer.
Back in Salt Lake City with the victory, the Utah Jazz go to 39-15. Seattle also winning tonight, knocking off Cleveland 72-66. So they remain tied for the best in the West. Karl Malone leading the way for Utah. 33 points, 12 of 27. Not a good shooting night. A big shot right there. That gave Utah a 100-94 lead and some extracurricular activity. Mark Jackson-like to celebrate the shot as the Jazz went on to a 16-5 run to close things out 110-99. And Karl Malone is our New York Marriott Marquee Player of the Game. 33 points and 10 rebounds. And the swift-moving Karl Malone is alongside Johnny Hoops. John?
You, Karl Malone, you're here with your date. Identify this young lady.
Well, this is one of my daughters. We have three. We got two girls and a boy, Carl Jr. And this is Katie. This is my date for the night.
Katie's a very quiet young lady. You weren't quiet out in the court here tonight, Karl Malone. We looked at a feature on NBC Sunday that identified how you get yourself up for games on occasion. A pretty close examination. Did you do anything crazy like bungee jumping or go hunting before this one?
Not before this one, but I've done some, and I have some friends down in San Diego. I was supposed to do some stuff this summer, but I don't think I'm ready to abandon, but I have to get away from basketball. It was too cold today to ride my Harley, so I just kind of spent a quiet day today at home with the family. I knew there was going to be a big game. These guys had a great game against the Lakers, and Patrick been playing awesome for them, as well as the other guys. So we had to get ready to play this game, but I tried to take it like it was a regular game.
Karl, there were a lot of skirmishes out there tonight, a lot of emotion on the court. Is there any bad blood between any of the Jazz players and the Knicks?
I don't think it's any bad blood at all. I think that we play hard, we're aggressive, they play physical, and people don't think we do, but we got a pretty physical team myself. There's no bad blood at all. We have a lot of respect for those guys, not only as people, but as players. But when you play at a high level of intensity, things going to happen. But when the game's over, it's over with, and I don't think it's any bad blood at all. I don't think so, but I don't know. But I'm willing to play like they play, so I don't think it's any bad blood, though.
So you go with the flow, in other words?
I got to go with the flow. I have to do a lot for this team, and I love to do that. I love to compete, and it's a fine line that I won't cross, but I'm willing to play like anybody else play, but I don't think it's any bad blood. Those guys are physical, and we know going into this we couldn't play this game in a tuxedo because they'll knock it right off of you. So we came out and we matched the intensity down the stretch.
Karl, late in the game, we saw you after you made a very big shot to make that lead a little wider for your team. You gave quite an interesting reaction to that play. Tell us about you actually were showboating, Karl. We're surprised to see that from you.
Well, I don't know. I just been trying to do the things to help us win. It's a weird situation. Until you're in that situation, you don't understand. But you do some things out there that you look back and you're like, God, I didn't mean to do that. But you get caught up in the emotions. I wasn't trying to show anybody up, but I realized that was a big basket. That was a big win for him.
Well, you got a very supportive crowd here, and they certainly are following the likes of you and Greg Ostertag when relating to the crowd. Karl, you went out early in the game in the opening moments, so we heard it was a hamstring. Was that true?
Well, yeah, it was kind of weird or whatever. I hadn't really had any problem with my hamstrings at all, and I did some weightlifting yesterday, and it kind of like knotted up on me like I was catching a cramp, and they say that's a sign of when you're ready to tear it. So I kind of walked it off for a while, and it bothered me probably about the first 4 or 5 plays of the game, but then it eased up. So I just was more cautious than anything, but I'm fine now.
Karl, this is a big comeback after your disappointing loss to Seattle the other day, a team you've beaten 3 times this year. Is the Utah Jazz a better team last year? Is the statement going to be a lot bigger for this team at the end?
I think, well, without a doubt, this is a better team. Where you're older, we got a lot of young guys that mix that enthusiasm in there with us, and guys know how to win. But the most important thing, when we play together as a team on the offensive, defensive end, we tough to beat. But when we don't do that, anybody can beat us. That was a tough loss, but you got to put those losses behind. We won 3 times against those guys. They came in ready, and we played terrible down the stretch. Tonight we started off like it was going to be the same way, and we got another burst of energy, and we got it done.
Carl, give me your read on the Knicks now, a team that's knocking on the door also as you are. How do you see them finishing the season?
Well, they got a lot of great talent. I've been watching them a little bit, not much. And it don't seem like Larry is as aggressive as he should be, because I watch some play sometimes because they're on TV a lot, and it seems like he have his guys a lot more, but he looked to get his teammates involved. He's a very unselfish player. But they got some guys on that team that's capable of playing great for him. And everybody was talking about Patrick getting old. Patrick have stepped up his game a lot, and I try to watch not the older guys, but the wiser guys like myself and Patrick and see how they playing. But those guys going to be right there when they count, and I think the other guys in the East know that.
Well, you hear that old talk, too, now in your 12th season. It looked like Chris Morris got in a little trouble with the coach on the bench, Carl. Do you know what happened there?
I don't know what happened. You know, it's unfortunate because it's kind of tough when you have those kind of things going on. Chris Morris have been nothing but great for us since he's been here, so I'd rather not comment on it until I find out what's the real problem or whatever. He's not in the locker room now, so I don't really know what happened there, and I think we'll get to the bottom of it, but I don't think it's a bigger deal than maybe it will be. I think it's just one of them things that him and coach need to talk and see what happens.
Carl, looks like you and your teammate, who you're in love with, I'm sure, John Stockton, neither of you have lost your enthusiasm for the game, and once more, you're in search of the crown.
That's why I play it. I love to compete, and I love to compete at this level. As long as I can keep that desire to play this game at this kind of level, I want to continue to play. But I got a group of teammates that expect a lot out of Karl Malone, and I expect to give a lot to him. So I enjoy playing the game, Stockton do, and I'm in search of one thing right now, and that's the big one.
Carl, congratulations once again. Thank you for the visit, and good luck to the rest of the way to you and Katie.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, Karl Malone and daughter Katie. Now let's go back to Marv Albert.
All right, thank you, John. Karl Malone leading the Utah Jazz with 33 points, 10 rebounds. John Stockton 18 points and 12 assists as the Jazz closing strong defeated the Knicks 110-99. So Utah now at 39-15, and the Knicks drop to 40-16. This Knick road trip continues tomorrow night at Portland. It'll be game number 5 of the 6-game trip. MCS Canada Knicks game night will get things going at 9:30. The Knicks and the Blazers in Portland from the Rose Garden tomorrow night. More to come on the Knick postgame report. We'll hear the comments of Knick coach Jeff Van Gundy. Closed captioning has been brought to you by Empire Blue Cross and Blue Shield, the best of health. Marv Albert with John Andres from Salt Lake City. Back in a moment with the postgame report.
Knicks basketball has been brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By Payne Weber. When you invest with Payne Weber, you invest with more intelligence. By AT&T, your true choice. By British Airways, the world's favorite airline. And by Fannie Mae Foundation, showing America a new way home.
Your daughter has an American Express student card.
The New York Knicks postgame report is brought to you by Citibank. For banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps.
Welcome back to Salt Lake City, Utah. Marv Albert with John Andres. The Knicks beaten by the Jazz, 110-99. Jazz at one point led by as many as 18. Some striking numbers, John, as we look back on tonight's activities. 9 technical fouls called in the game. Did get testy at times. 5 against the Knicks, 4 against the Jazz. 27 turnovers committed by the Knicks, 7 by Chris Childs, yet the Knicks was still able to get back into it.
Yes, 33 points for the Jazz off those turnovers.
It's really going to be interesting when Jeff Van Gundy looks at this matter. The Knicks held the best shooting team in the league to 42%. There were some positives here, but they just allowed too much to happen against them that they shouldn't allow. And that points in the paint number is pretty wild, 50 to 18. So there's a lot to talk about for Jeff to his team. But they competed very hard, and hadn't it been for that lull, that big lull they had in the first half, that the outcome might have been different.
And the third quarter, where they had come out and allowed the Jazz to mount that 18-point lead, and then with only one starter on the floor in Larry Johnson, John Wallace played a major role in the comeback. Charlie Ward did, and they were able to come back with that big run, but Utah had too much down the stretch, finishing at 16-5 to win the ball game.
Yes, the turnovers also, Marv, allowed the Jazz 19 more shots at the basket. That's a key number, too. It's too wide a discrepancy for a team to intend to win on the road in such a tough environment.
So the Knicks are 2 up and 2 down on this Western trip. Games coming up against Portland and Denver. That's the final score. The Jazz 110 and the Knicks 99. Back with more from the Delta Center in a moment. Right here, let's check in again with Bob Page.
All right, Marvin, I think the key thing to take from this one is that this was a statement game for the Knicks. We've said it here all season long. The Knicks have done a good job putting together their new basketball team, and they're a very good team right now. But good enough? The answer is no. They went up tonight against a quality opponent on the road, and may we see a show of hands in the audience, please, from those of you who like the Knicks' chances against a quality opponent on the road. Utah Jazz beat them 110-99, and we take a look now at the highlights of this one tonight from the Delta Center. First quarter, Jeff Hornacek driving, and Patrick Ewing inadvertently tips it in. Utah out quickly 8-0, and as Marvin John said, they led by 18 at one point. Later on, Patrick blocks Hornacek this time. Back the other way, Allen Houston coming off his 29-point performance in the win over the Lakers Sunday, drills the three. Jazz up only 4 to the final seconds of the first quarter, where Brian Russell hits a jump shot at the buzzer, and that tied the game at 21 going into the second stanza. There, Jeff Hornacek gets free for the jump shot. Gets hit by John Starks, nails it, and gets the call. Utah 50-46 at the half. Hornacek had 21 in the game. And then Utah opened it up in the third quarter. Greg Ostertag blocks Ewing's jumper. And in transition, that combination, Stockton to Malone, one of the greatest 1-2 punches in history. Utah up 15 over Jeff Van Gundy and the Knicks, who closed the third on a 10-1 run. Starks with a triple. He had 21 points. And the lead was 79-71 for Utah after 3. Early in the fourth quarter, former Syracuse star John Wallace off the bench hits the jumper. He gets the call, and that tied the game at 83. But the Jazz answered back. Stockton would score 18 points and have 12 assists. They're finding the mailman down low for the hoop and the call. 91-85 for Utah. Ewing carrying New York down the stretch after his big game over the Lakers with 34 points and 25 rebounds. There, Patrick with the turnaround. He had 28 points in this one. And later, Ewing drives, and it's the short jump. Knicks up 93-92 as Ewing made 4 straight field goals. But later, the Knicks went cold. Chris Childs committed 7 turnovers in the game. Air ball there on the three-pointer. And Ewing also fouled with an air ball as Van Gundy screamed to the sidelines in frustration. Utah picking it up. Karl Malone with the jumper, putting the Jazz up 8. He's excited, scoring 33 points, taking down 10 rebounds. The Utah Jazz again defeat the Knicks. As for the New Jersey Nets, we told you earlier, they took on the Sacramento Kings tonight at the Meadowlands Arena and beat Sacramento. We'll have complete highlights of this game for you in our full 30-minute edition of the MSG Sports Desk, and that comes up right after the Knicks post-game report. Now we'll check out the NBA scoreboard from this evening. The Los Angeles Lakers continue to lose. What would you expect without Shaquille O'Neal and Robert Horry? They went down 100-96 at Houston, and Brent Price now has had an injury-riddled first season with Houston, out for the season with a torn ACL. Charles Barkley, 26 points and 17 rebounds. How about Seattle, which has now won 7 straight, and they lead the Lakers by a game and a half atop the Pacific after winning at Cleveland tonight, 72-66. Juwan Howard recovered from a nightmare game on Sunday, posting a near triple-double in this one, as Washington at home in Landover trounced Indiana 108-87. Dallas over Charlotte, 86-84. Anthony Mason, the ex-Knick, had a triple-double, including 22 rebounds in a losing effort for the Hornets. And a couple others out west, Denver playing host to Toronto and lost in overtime 124-122. One-time Nick Doug Christie had 27 points in the victory for the Raptors, and the Clippers taking on the hapless Philadelphia 76ers and lead them at intermission 45-39 in Los Angeles. Again, more from us coming up right after the post-game report, to which we return right after we pause for these messages.
The New York Knicks post-game report is brought to you by Citibank. For banking anytime, anywhere, any way you choose. At Citibank, the city never sleeps.
Oh, no.
Just one thing to say about a credit card this great. American Express helps Knicks fans do more.
Your Buick dealers salute America with special savings during Presidential Value Days. For only $2.99 a month, you can drive LeSabre and get all the style, comfort, and peace of mind you expect from America's best-selling full-size car. LeSabre, now $2.99 a month or one low lease payment of only $12,175. Limited time offer, so don't let the parade pass you by. See your Buick dealer now.
Back at the Delta Center, the Utah Jazz with a 199 win over the New York Knicks. So the Jazz with their 5th straight win over the Knicks here in Salt Lake City. Turnovers, the story. The Knicks committing 27 in all, 26 in all. And the Jazz with only 10. Not a happy night for the most part for Jeff Van Gundy, although his club did rally but fell short. Here are his remarks just moments ago.
Well, you're not going to turn the ball over like we do and win on the road. That's the bottom line. And you got to know who your money is going down the stretch.
Do you feel like your team got away from that a little bit, Jeff, in the 5 minutes?
Well, I think we had a turnover at 94, and I think 2 straight, bad possessions.
What would you like to see more? Just making sure that the ball goes into Patrick?
No, I just think, first of all, I'd like us to, we got to get a shot up. I mean, that's the main thing. You can't turn it over 27 times and expect to win. I mean, just can't.
Is Chris hurt?
I think everybody right now is, hurting a little bit. I think that's just a natural part of the NBA season. I don't think he's injured, and I think there's a distinction. If you're injured and, you can do more damage to yourself, I think he twisted his ankle there in the first quarter for a little bit, yeah.
What about the disparity in the foul shots? They took 48, you guys took 20. Were you a little disappointed? Maybe some of the calls, I know the one on Malone, the one on Oakley, you seem to protest pretty loud.
No, I think, well, one of the reasons for the huge discrepancy was we fouled them a lot down in the last, minute trying to get it back. That's one. And two, we've been at a free throw discrepancy the whole year, so you get to the free throw line by going to the basket. That's not necessarily our best strength, and offensive rebounds, and we didn't offensive rebound tonight, so.
How does that unit get you back in the game? You have one starter on the floor.
Well, I thought that unit was more focused, to tell you the truth. I think for a period of about 12 minutes, we were more caught up in other things other than the game. And I was very, very proud of John Wallace tonight. He didn't play against L.A., and he didn't play in the first half. And it would have been very easy to come in unprepared. And he came in, played hard, and was effective. But I was just more. I was very, very proud of his, professionalism as far as working out yesterday on his own, on an off day, and then coming in, staying focused. So it was good.
Jeff, when you talk about guys worrying about other things and being involved in other things, you're talking about complaining, maybe getting too involved in one-on-one battles with guys out there?
No, I'm not really saying anything specific. I just thought that we were unfocused at that time.
Jeff, when you talked to us yesterday about you wanted to see more until you really thought they were special teams, is this the kind of performance you're talking about, like coming back from the deficit but not being able to finish it out?
No, I think, again, if you've reached that point, you win the game. You know, you win the game tonight, and you don't drop by 18 or whatever we dropped to at that point in the third. This was, again, playoff-type atmosphere where there's a lot of contact, a lot of banging and bumping, and you got to give and take and mentally stay strong. And I think for that 12-minute period, our concentration and focus was elsewhere. And they were on a good run, but you have to try to weather the storm, and I thought it kept getting further and further away from us.
Did it seem like the officials had a shorter fuse with the 9 techs?
You know, I think, you know, they have a tough job. That's a tough game to referee because of the level of intensity and contact, and it's just natural that, you know, if for a period there on both teams, every call was being disputed. So, you know, you're not gonna have that long a fuse if every call is being complained about by both teams.
You think that last foul on Charlie was flagrant?
No, it was, you know, I mean, I don't think it really matters, to tell you the truth. I mean, the game was over, so, but I don't think Charlie did anything excessive.
What about the job that those two guys did in your backcourt, Charlie and Starks?
I thought they, you know, along with John Wallace, and I thought they got us right back in the game. They did a good job.
Houston was the only starter you didn't go back to eventually. Is that just because Starks was...
I thought John was playing well. Allen actually, I mean, he did some things very well. He rebounded tonight as well as he has. You know, I just thought that unit was going well. So.
Right here. Back up to the last response. Were you pleased to be down 3, considering all those 3-pointers seemed to cover up a lot of sense? Turnovers, layups they gave up?
The turnovers are what really, I mean, to me, that's, you know, that's what, you know, we have to improve on, but we keep saying that, you know, 50 whatever games into the year. So, you know, I don't know.
Well, Jeff Van Gundy with kind words for John Wallace. A reference made to Chris Childs, who had a long night playing with that sprained wrist and apparently twisted an ankle. Greg Ostertag, who came up with a solid performance for Utah. 13 points, 13 rebounds, also 6 blocked shots. A reminder, the Coors Light Sports Desk will follow the post-game report. We'll have more of the post-game in a moment.
The New York Knicks post-game report is brought to you in part by British Airways, the world's favorite airline, and by American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more. The Knicks battle but only one dealer is able. Dunk of the game is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better.
Well, in some of the better moments of the game, particularly in the third quarter, or I should say in the second quarter, it was Patrick Ewing getting a beautiful lead pass from Charles Oakley for a one-handed slam and the Bud dunk of the game.
So that's all you have to say, John, huh? That's it?
That's about it, Marv.
Well captured. And the Jazz over the Knicks 110-99. They are 2 up, 2 down on this West Coast trip. Wins over the Kings and Lakers. Losses to the Sonics and the Jazz. And Jeff Van Gundy and his New York Knicks now head to Portland as the Knicks face the Trailblazers tomorrow night. That'll be the first meeting of the season between the Knicks and the Blazers. The Knicks will take a record of 40-16 to the Rose Garden in Portland. MCS Canada Knicks game night tomorrow night at 9:30. The Jazz 39-15. Seattle also won tonight, so they remain on top in the Western Conference. Coming up, the Coors Light Sports Desk with Bob Page. That about wraps it for us. From Salt Lake City, Marv Albert with John Andres saying good night.
And now for the starting lineups for tonight's game. First for the visiting New York Knicks. At forward, he's 6'7" from UNLV, number 2, Larry Johnson. At forward, 6'9" from Virginia Union, number 34, Charles Oakley. At center, he's a 7-footer from Georgetown, number 33, Patrick Ewing. At guard, 6'6" tall from Tennessee, number 20, Allen Houston. And at guard, 6'3" from Boise State, number 1, Chris Childs. The Knicks are coached by Jeff Van Gundy. Assistant coaches Don Chaney, Brandon Malone, Jeff Nix, and Tom Thibodeau. The trainers are Mike Saunders and Tim Walsh.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide.
And now, get on your feet and greet your Charlotte Hornets. At guard, 5'3" tall from Wake Forest, number 1, Muggsy Bogues. At guard, 6'4" from Marquette, number 34, Tony Smith. At center, 7'1" from Serbia, number 12, Vlade Divac. At forward, he's 6'8" from Michigan, number 41, Glenn Rice. And at forward, 6'8" from Tennessee State, number 14, Anthony Mason. The Hornet assistant coaches are Lee Rose, P.R. Dunn, and Marco Sowski. The trainer is Terry Koppler. And last but not least, our own member of the 50 greatest players in the NBA history, as well as the NBA Hall of Fame, Hornets head coach Dave Cowan.
And the hand for Dave Cowens. All this part of the 50th anniversary celebration of the NBA. John, I must say, Vlade Divac really looked comfortable with the chest bump with Anthony Mason.
Marv, I must say I've never seen a Hornet run through a brick wall before either.
The New York Knicks come in at 29-12. They have won 2 of the last 3. They come off a very high energy, good performance in the win last night against the Pacers in Indiana. Jeff Van Gundy certainly pleased with the Knicks play as of late. Earlier, John talked about that with Jeff.
Well, I think over the last 3 games, particularly, John, we've played with much greater tenacity. We've competed at a very high level. I like the way our team has played. I think, for the most part, we've been good this year. We've struggled through some very inconsistent games, particularly on the road against some good teams, which has been disappointing. And we need to make another major jump in improvement if we're going to play as deep into the playoffs as we would like.
Now, along those lines, Marv, you know Jeff Van Gundy is focused on the subject of turnovers here, which really killed the Knicks in their last visit here in late November. That has gotten much better lately for the Knicks, so he's hoping the improvement of late will carry over into tonight's game.
The officials, Hugh Evans, Don Vaden, Scott Foster, Patrick Ewing, Vlade Divac getting set to go on the opening tip. The Knicks and Hornets split the first 2 meetings, each team winning on its home court. Last year, the Hornets won all 3 against the Knicks. And Charlotte has won 10 of the past 13, 6 of the last 7 here in Charlotte. And the matchup is Anthony Mason going against Larry Johnson. Here's Charles Oakley with a bad shot. Trying to shoot over Glenn Rice.
Unusual to see Oakley force up his shot, too, something he never does.
And Hugh Evans with the quick call. It is against Oakley. So Mason will throw in. Bugsy Bogues, bothered by a sore knee. He's been bothered right throughout the season, but has been able to hang in. The red-hot Glenn Rice being guarded now on a switch by Larry Johnson. And here's Rice. Divac with the rebound. Ronnie Divac has come a long way since the Knicks last saw him. Did not play well at the start of the season. Was not particularly happy about making the move from L.A. to Charlotte. Now loves it here, has settled in, and has done a good job. Allen Houston on a quick release to tie the game.
Yes, there was a point early in when that trade was made that Divac actually considered retiring.
Chris Childs coming off the outstanding game last night against the Pacers. Being guarded by Bogues. Childs using the screen. Knicks last night finishing up for the most part with a combination of Childs and Ward. Although Allen Houston played Reggie Miller very well in the early going. Foul on Tony Smith. There's Charlie Ward. Did a good job last night. Played very aggressively. There's some questions as to why Houston was not on the floor at the end of the game, but the combination that Jeff Van Gundy had in there did a good job. Indiana had that terrific spurt, sparked by Reggie Miller, but the Knicks were able to pull it out. Nice play. And Ewing is fouled.
Patrick going for that slam dunk with one hand. However, his hands sometimes don't support those wishes, but he did get fouled in a very strong move. Nice look by Chris Childs to Patrick, who had the lane wide open. Yes, last night Allen Houston did a good job for many minutes against the very tough to guard Reggie Miller. But then at the end, it was Chris Childs who's got that nastiness that professional coaches seek in their players, and it's been emerging more and more lately as a positive quality. Nasty in a sense of real gritty competitive style, and he turned that on Reggie Miller last night in the fourth quarter.
So the Knicks stayed with Childs on Miller, and then Ward was in there to go up against the smaller guard, Travis Best. 2 minutes gone by in this first quarter. Mason guarded by Oakley. Divac facing the double team. Shot clock at 6. Bogues with a low percentage pass. Trying to whip it along the baseline. It was deflected out by the Knicks. So it's Hornets ball with 4 on the 24.
Knicks are looking like they want to bring that energy they had in Indiana right here to Charlotte early and not wait till the game develops.
Shot clock at 1. And Bogues tied the game. Bugsy with 10 assists in the win over Houston on Tuesday night. Evens things at 4. Larry Johnson for Charles Oakley. Ewing and Mason rebound. Good matchup. Oakley defending against Mason, a matchup that took place quite a bit during practice sessions. Travel called on Mason.
Ewing also came over to help Oakley, who was amused by that call. Sure, he was happy also about how well he played Mason at the end there.
Ewing looking to put moves on Divac, and then the pass picked off by Rice. Good look by Mason, setting up Divac. Hornets 6. Knicks 4. Knicks with a major loss tonight. Buck Williams not with the club. Sad note, as we mentioned earlier on Knicks game night. Buck's dad Moses passed away early this morning, and he's back home in nearby Rocky Mount. So Buck not available. We also told Scott Brooks' grandfather died this morning.
Larry Johnson with the side touch to get things going for his game.
So the Knicks now lead 8-6. Here's Houston. Allen Houston taking it to the basket. Knicks by 4. Six unanswered by the Knicks. Tony Smith.
Smith only his 10th start of the year tonight.
Smith's a good defensive player, can also shoot from deep. Divac just did beat the 24. Divac with the steal from Childs. Childs gets back, and the foul is called, and Bolts did not like what's the matter of that foul as Childs pushed Divac.
That's understandable. I wonder how Divac feels. Divac, a 7-1 man, was sent flying. Those two buddies getting together there. Larry Johnson never hides his affection for Muggsy. Have a look at that play as Charles loses that ball, and Divac in the open court gives it to Muggsy, who gets it back, and then from behind, Divac goes flying.
So you don't want to make a play like that. What you want to do is tie the guy up and try to brace the fall. You don't want to see a guy get hurt, and you could understand where the Hornets would be upset. Five minutes gone by in this first quarter, and the Knicks with a 10-7 lead. Lonnie Divac spent 7 years with the Los Angeles Lakers. Well, the last season not a good one for Lonnie. He came to Charlotte in the deal that sent Kobe Bryant, as it turned out, a first-round draft pick to the Lakers. Some pressure being shown by Charlotte. Ewing, rebound Oakley, and he's fouled by Divac.
Ewing puzzled that he didn't get a call, but fortunately for him, Oakley was right behind him.
And a timeout taken by the Hornets. 6:56 remaining in the first.
LaSalle heads for George Washington.
Anthony Mason enjoying a fine season here in Charlotte. Larry Johnson with the Knicks. Let's take a look at last season's numbers for both players and this season's numbers. Johnson last year, a 20-point-a-game guy, 8 rebounds. Mason, you can see last year to this year has gone up a bit in scoring and in rebounding. Larry Johnson's numbers not the same as they were last year. However, it all depends on the environment you're playing in. Larry Johnson last year did not have Alonzo Mourning to work with as he does this year with Ewing playing with a dominant scoring big man. He's in an entirely different offensive scheme as he was last year when he was the primary focal point of the offense. So his numbers are not what they were last year. And both players operating in entirely different circumstances.
Knicks 12 and the Hornets 8. Now the matchup is Johnson defending against Mason. Here's Rice, and Ewing got a piece of it. Glenn Rice, who had 42 the other night against the Houston Rockets, he's had 4 straight 30-point games, 30-plus, which is a franchise record. Here's Ewing, and Divac's able to protect. notion and turned it back.
Larry Johnson dealing with Glenn Rice at this end now.
Mason pops it back out. Here's Smith for three. The 42 points on Tuesday for Rice, 2 points short of the franchise scoring record, which is held by Larry Johnson. Childs for three. Chris Childs knocking down the three-pointer, and the Knicks now lead 15-10.
Childs looking at the 5-3. Muggsy Bogues knows he will get a good look at the hoop every time he gets the ball.
Childs blocking that pass. Smith guarded by Houston. And Muggsy Bogues with a 15-foot pop shot.
Childs cannot disregard Muggsy, however, at this end. He had a good look, and he can hit the jumper.
Not to play down the abilities of Tony Smith. What a difference for Allen Houston, who last night was facing Reggie Miller, and then Tuesday night in Chicago was defending against a fellow by the name of Michael Jordan. The block by Johnson. Here's Bogues. That's a three for Muggsy.
Surprisingly, Childs didn't learn from that last jumper that Bogues hit that the guy can shoot the ball. He's got to get up on him.
Three-pointer. He's 3 of 3 from the field. He has 7 points. The game tied at 15. Ewing getting the good position. So Patrick Ewing has missed his first 4 shots. Mason spinning. And he'll go to the line. He saw the opening and took advantage.
You've got to be so aggressive when Mason comes down court dribbling the ball. He's so good at handling the basketball, and his substantial size makes him difficult. I mean, the guy's like a freight train, so you got to work real hard, doing anything you can to stop him dribbling that ball.
Foul was called on Childs, his second. Charlie Ward will come on for Chris Childs.
You can see Mason in the open court, no one addressing him. Where's the defense? Where's the defense? It didn't appear. And Mason finally, under the basket, gets fouled. Mason also shooting his foul shots well this year. 74%. Getting better and better.
Patrick Ewing sitting down. Herb Williams, who has not played much recently, on the floor for the first time. That because of the absence of Buck Williams. 7-0 run by Charlotte, and they lead 17-15 as we come up on 4 minutes left in the first. Here's Johnson. So Larry Johnson has opened up, hitting his first 2 shots. And the game is tied at 17.
Oakley matched up on Mason at this end of the court. Larry Johnson on Rice.
Illegal defense called for the first time. Charlotte will get the new 24. In the first meeting between the Knicks and the Hornets, Chris Childs headed back to the locker room. Larry Johnson only 3 of 6, 12 points. Second meeting 4 of 5 for 9 points. Not taking the shot. Mason. And for Anthony Mason, that is his first field goal. He has 4. Hornets lead by 2. Larry Johnson very deferential in terms of shooting the ball, which was the case also here in Charlotte, but he is on fire. That's the Larry Johnson that the Charlotte Hornets have seen over the years. And he's tied the game at 19.
Very tough with the quick releases. Mason, always tough, was right on him.
And a kick ball is called, a new 24, given to the Hornets. Anthony Mason in that first meeting against the Knicks early in the season. It will be New York ball. Mason had a rough time. as the Knicks won 113-86. Just 10 points, only 2 rebounds, never really got into it. Did have 6 assists, but in the second game, played very well. 20 points on 6 of 11 shooting. And the Hornets won that one 93-86 here in Charlotte. And also earlier in the season, only the 9th game of the year for the Hornets. Larry Johnson facing the double team, gives it up to Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward from downtown.
Good look from Larry Johnson. That's what the coaching staff loves, when the ball goes to the right man.
Rice. Quick release by Glenn Rice. And it's a 3-pointer to tie the game at 22.
Rice needs very little time, and he got a nice pick from Divac there.
Oakley, yes. Knicks 24 and the Hornets 22. Knicks shooting well, 9 of 16 from the field.
Impressive move by Oakley. He had a little motion going preceding that jump shot.
Mason given the room. 6 points for Mason. And the game is tied at 24.
That's an area where Mason has gotten better. And the Knicks didn't pay him much attention on that foul line jump shot.
Precious Hotline, what's your problem?
We're stuck with skunky beer.
So it's not Budweiser?
No.
Remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
Next time, look for this.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Precious Hotline.
Could we order some Chinese?
Every day, lots of people choose FedEx to take their 2-day packages. Cost? About $8.
Every day, lots of people choose UPS to take their 2-day packages. Cost? About $6.
Every day, lots more people choose the U.S. Postal Service to take their priority mail 2- to 3-day packages. Cost? $3.
So, 8, 6, 3, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
During the Dodge New Year's celebration, you can get a great deal on the all-new Dodge Dakota, 97 Sport Truck of the Year. Or on Dodge Ram, #1 in resale versus Ford, Chevy, and GMC. And with $400 to $1,650 in package value discounts, you too can tear along the dotted line. At the Dodge New Year's celebration, don't miss it.
Well, both the Knicks and the Hornets are shooting well here in the first quarter. The game is tied at 24. Closed captioning is brought to you by Empire Blue Cross and Blue Shield, the best of health. The Knicks are 9 of 16 from the field. They've hit their last 4 shots. And Charlotte 9 of 17, and they have hit their last 4.
Larry Johnson has come out with a much more comfortable approach to this game than his last visit here. Jump shot, Mason right on him, doing a good job, but Larry Johnson did a better job in getting that shot up and in the hoop. He's hit a couple of those jumpers now.
John, there's been so much discussion about the Mason-Johnson trade, and Anthony Mason has done extremely well here in Charlotte. Larry Johnson has disappointed, although in all fairness, as you mentioned earlier, he is in a different system where he does not get the ball as much as we did in the past here with the Hornets. But when you talk about dealing Anthony Mason, you have to factor in those the off-court concerns, plus the havoc that he can create among teammates. The Knicks felt that it was a walking time bomb, and they felt they had to send him elsewhere. Obviously, if all things would have been equal, if there were no problems off the court, he'd still be wearing a Knick uniform. I don't think there's any question about it. Thus far here in Charlotte, there have been a couple of minor incidents, but in both situations, Dave Cowan said, hey, I'd like to hear this. Del Curry has just checked in, getting right to it with a 3, and the Hornets lead by three. Cowens took the very diplomatic approach. Said, I like to hear guys standing up for their opinions. Right.
Well, Cowens doesn't have the kind of players also that Mason had with him with the Knicks. And this team in Charlotte is much more resilient, I think, personnel-wise, to adjust to Mason's style and ways that in New York became were very poorly received
by the coaching staff
and players
and some teammates. Yes. Glenn Rice has extended to a 29-24 lead. No question about Anthony Mason's talent. Here's Johnson. Oh, Larry Johnson, 4 for 4 against his former team. 8 points for Johnson. So the Hornets now lead by 3. 35 seconds left, first quarter. Curry feeling it. Boy, both teams firing him up and hitting.
Allen Houston has to realize it isn't getting in front of Curry that's enough. You got to get on him, you got to foul him, you got to interrupt the rhythm, you got to pound the guy a little bit.
And now Mason is playing Johnson aggressively, and a foul. Oh, pushing and shoving between the two.
Mason doesn't like the fact that Larry Johnson's been doing as well as he's been doing, and he's going into phase 2 of his style of play. And Larry Johnson wasn't going to stand for it.
Now committed on this play by Mason. And double technicals called on Mason and Johnson.
Well, I can't blame Larry Johnson for the response. That's an unnecessary response by Mason. And knowing his mother, as we got to know her in New York, I don't think she was proud of Mason's response. I can hear her saying, Anthony, play ball. None of the extra stuff.
And we know somewhere Larry Mason is watching. Hornets by 6. Final seconds of the first quarter. Allen Houston. Time runs out. An excellent shooting first quarter by both teams. It's Charlotte 32, New York 26.
Now let me get this straight. What you're saying is all those Delta Sky miles I'm accumulating
will never expire. Just fly with us once every 3 years.
So 10 years from now, you're still good. Half a century passes.
Still good.
Oh, I'm 104 and I need a vacation.
Have you flown with us once every 3 years?
Absolutely.
Hawaii's nice.
Here's the thing. Most long-distance plans, very complicated.
Oh, yeah.
And all the room and comfort you want. And with a starting price around $20,000, it could take your dollar even further.
Saturday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. It's the one and only one-day sale at Nobody Beats the Wiz. If it's not on sale Saturday, it's yours free. Nobody beats the Wiz.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you in part by American Express. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, American Express helps you do more. By Foot Locker, where it all begins. And by Toyota. I love what you do for me. Toyota.
Well, we've been discussing Anthony Mason, who has certainly had a reputation for outbursts. What has taken place here in Charlotte? Well, earlier, John talked with Charlotte head coach Dave Cowens and asked, has he had any problems with Mason?
Not really. I mean, we have our moments, but that's the way it is in any family. At least the guy's playing. It's not like Robert Horry goes off and he's not contributing, or Danielle Marshall or somebody who's not even playing, and they have little tantrums. This guy gets upset because we're not playing well or something that's not going good for the team, and it bothers him a lot. So that's primarily where that all comes from, just that inner desire and intensity and that edge to win and want to do well.
Mason very fortunate also to be playing for a guy like Cowens, who played similarly, although with more control, certainly with his teammates. But he played fiercely as a member of the Celtics during his All-Star Hall of Fame career. And Cowens has also adjusted to the modern-day player in many ways, as well as a coach.
Second quarter underway. 3-second violation against the Hornets, who finished the first quarter with a 13-4 run. Good shooting by both teams. Charlotte hit their last 7 shots. Larry Johnson, 8 points, hitting at 4 for 4 from the field. Patrick Ewing back on the floor now. 0 for 4 in that first quarter. Chris Childs apparently all right back in the lineup. We saw him go to the locker room earlier. And Charles Oakley able to bury the jump shot. Hornets 32 and the Knicks 28.
32 for the Hornets is too much for Jeff Van Gundy after 1 quarter. The Hornets this year, when they have scored 100 or more, are 12-0. So the Knicks have got to do a better job, because that 100-point number, which the Hornets are just about a third of the way there after 1 quarter, is a very, very important number thus far this season for them.
Illegal defense for the second time against the Knicks. Technical foul. Del Curry will shoot it. And the Hornets with several substitutions. The rookie from Kentucky, Tony Delk, on the floor, along with the veteran Raphael Addison. They've come on for the first time. John Wallace did a good job last night. Also on the floor for the first time, and matched with fellow Syracuse alum Raphael Addison. Off the turnover, here comes Childs. Childs with the alley-oop, broken up by Mason, recovered by Ewing, and fouled by Addison.
Very energetic Ewing, reaching out to get his hands on that ball. Childs just pushed the ball up court as he did last night, as he tries to do more and more. And he sees John Wallace around the basket. Fortunately, Ewing was right there as well.
Patrick Ewing now 2 of 3 at the line. High point men for the Hornets, 7 apiece for Rice and Bogues, and looks to be a foul line violation. But Ewing having his difficulties. 0 for 4 from the field. That last miss will be erased. He'll get another shot at it.
Foul shooting was a very big part of the Knicks' success last night in Indiana, while making 33 of 38 from the foul line.
And the Knicks did a terrific job in the second half. At one point, they hit 21 straight from the line. 3-point Hornet lead. Minute and a half gone by in the second. Here's Delk for 3. Hitting the 3-point shot, 5 of 8 from downtown. They now lead by 6. Marv Albert with John Andres from the Coliseum in Charlotte. The usual capacity crowd, 24,000 on hand. Make it 0 for 5 for Ewing. Delk, who can shoot, pulls it back. Devonts. Getting position, just backed Ewing down.
I don't think Patrick wants to see the replay of that.
8 points for Vlade Devonts. Hornets lead 37-29. And the pass carries out of bounds.
Ewing decided to back up on that play and lost his feeling for where he was on the court.
22nd timeout called by the Knicks.
Well, here's Devonts a moment ago. Backs Ewing in. 2 7-footers. Ewing just backing up, choosing to back up. All of a sudden, Vlade Devonts is under the basket. Ewing look at all the space Patrick's allowing Devonts. It's too late to come in and try and block that shot when the man is directly under the hoop.
And the Charlotte Hornets red hot, 9 straight. And they've also done it from 3-point range. The Hornets come in second in the league, shooting 41% from 3-point land. The 9 straight after a 5 of 13 start. They've also hit the last 5 3-point field goal attempts. They lead it by 8. Delp guarded by Ward. And an offensive foul. Illegal pick. It's called on Addison. Now here's Glenn Rice returning, replacing Raphael Addison.
Knicks have got to do a rapid adjustment out here at both ends, more so on the defensive end.
Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward taking it to the basket aggressively as he did last night. 37-31 Hornets. Off-balance shot by Curry. And the Hornets have hit their last 10. Back comes Delp. Rice feeling the contact from Wallace.
What the Knicks are doing defensively in transition is obviously not enough. They can't allow the offense of Charlotte to start inside the foul line.
And here's Rice drawing the foul.
They have to present a team defense more at the top of that blue circle.
Coaches love when Glenn Rice puts the ball on the floor and takes it to the hoop. I can remember in Miami how Kevin Lager used to stress that with Rice, telling him he would be so much more valuable with the jump shot. He'll do it from time to time. Also, he has the ability to get to the foul line more frequently.
Mason going to work on his former teammate Charles Oakley. He's been trying and hasn't been as fortunate, but he was on that play.
8 points for Mason. He's played all the way. He averages 43 minutes per game, which is the most in the NBA. Johnson passing on the 3. Oakley. Hornets have a 10-point lead, looking to extend. They've hit their last 11 shots. Mason backing Johnson. Crowd loved it. They wanted to see Anthony Mason go right at Larry Johnson. And a foul is called. Foul on Ewing away from the ball. That is his first. Timeout being taken by the Knicks. With 4 minutes gone by in the second, the Knicks trail by 10.
Head for St. John's to battle the storm in a Big East showdown from the Garden Saturday night on MSG.
Responsibly, because friends know when to say when. A reminder from your friends at Budweiser. It's pom-pom night here in Charlotte. Everybody got one. Here's Mason working on Charles Oakley, backing him in. Oakley backing in, and all of a sudden goes to that short fadeaway, and he's got it. He wanted more. He wanted a foul.
Anthony Mason 3 of 3 from the field, 2 for 2 at the line, 8 points. And Larry Johnson in his 12 minutes has hit all 4 of his shots, 4 for 4 for 8 points.
Knicks come in tonight now playing their 4th game in 5 nights. The Charlotte Hornets have been off since Tuesday when they took care of the Houston Rockets. And the fatigue factor could be something here in the Knicks' intensity on defense, not being quite what it was against Indiana.
Look at that shooting by Charlotte. They have hit their last 11 shots after the slow start. Here is Curry. Make it 12 in a row. Phenomenal shooting by the Hornets.
He has, over the years, shown the Knicks his best. Curry is an electric shooter.
And the Hornets now 17 of 25 overall. That's 68%. Johnson. So he misses for the first time. The Knicks are down by 12. Mason all the way. It counts. And the foul. 13 straight baskets by Charlotte.
This is amazing. Mason, full speed, comes down, keeps coming, keeps rolling, takes a shot, flips it up to the basket.
and makes it happen. You can see the bump and the instinct by Mason and the soft touch.
Three-point play for Anthony Mason, who now has 11. And the Hornets with a 14-2 run, lead by 15.
Knicks have got to get some flow going on offense now.
Johnson facing a double team, finding Ewing, who's fouled. Foul committed by Tony Delk. Patrick Ewing is 0 for 5 from the field, has just 3 points, all at the line. This is a hot Charlotte team that has won 5 of its last 6. At 23-17, they are 4th in the Central Division, 4 games behind Atlanta, a game in front of Cleveland, and they come off that enormous win over the Rockets on Tuesday. Dave Cowan said it was a monster game for the Charlotte Hornets.
That was certainly the most impressive win of late. The 4 other wins were twice against New Jersey, 1 Denver, 1 Sacramento. Houston was the big one, certainly.
Another lane violation. Mason stepping in too quickly. So Ewing gets another shot. Hornets 46 and the Knicks 33. 5 minutes in. Second quarter. Tony Delk handling against Charlie Ward. Rice, it counts, and the foul. Make it 14 straight successful shots by Charlotte.
Well, that's a play. Take a look at Rice cutting. It's another situation where Jeff Van Gundy has to have a big pain in his stomach when he sees a play like that, with the defensive man trailing the offensive player by a lot on a basic cut across the middle.
And Rice looking to complete a 3-point play. He now has 10 points. Charlotte 19 of 27 overall. That's 70% shooting in this first half.
Knicks cannot seem to get anything done inside.
Ewing. Patrick Ewing with his first field goal.
And that broke the spell as Ewing took that ball to the hoop.
Hornets now lead 49-35. Rice setting the pick and then steps away, so Mason goes at Oakley. They clear it out. Devons. And finally the Hornets miss a shot. They hit 14 straight. Ewing. And Johnson could not handle it.
Looked like Devons almost had a hoop for the Knicks while tipping that ball. Ewing on the soft rolling shot. Good shot by Ewing. Devons tipping it up. That ball had an ocean. But then the ball decided not to go in the Knicks basket to save Devons the embarrassment, Marv. You see, that's how it worked.
John, it's been a long road trip.
You're right.
Knicks back home for Miami on Sunday afternoon, and they play the Celtics next Tuesday. Del Curry was allowed to penetrate. Back comes Houston. Ewing. Glenn Rice appeared as if he would look to make the play and then stepped away, and Patrick Ewing had the uncontested drive.
Houston made a good decision. Also, seeing Ewing was in great position.
Hornets now lead 49-37. 5:20 remaining in the half. Rice. And he'll head back to the line. Foul on Johnson. So that is the first against Larry Johnson. Muggsy Bogues returns for Tony Delk.
Johnson trying to play physically on Rice. Rice with that nice spinning fake drew the foul. Looked like he had some glaring in the direction of Larry Johnson.
When Rice, an 86% free throw shooter. 48 minutes Tuesday night against the Rockets. 42 points, 13 of 25. Spent the time at the line, 14 of 16. How about 8 rebounds, 4 assists to cap it off very neatly.
And that was not his career high. Take it back 2 years ago as a member of the Miami Heat against Orlando. He rang up a 56-point game.
I did that game. That was one of the incredible performances. We've seen Jordan match that on a number of occasions at 50-plus, but Glenn Rice was throwing them from outside the arena. Oakley on the follow. Oakley again. Charles Oakley able to hang in.
I remember watching that game, while having a little lunch in a restaurant in Chicago. Yes.
Isn't that interesting for you to share with us?
I remember the spot in
Chicago.
Nice pursuit by Oakley for that loose basketball. There's Rice with an open jumper, but Childs is there.
Hornets lead by 12. 4.5 remaining in this first half. Ewing lost it. And back comes Curry. You know, when a team is shooting this well against you and a team hits 14 straight, which is unheard of, from the positive point of view, as Rice missed the layup, Jeff Van Gundy and the rest of the staff has to be thinking this is going to stop. This law of averages. The team cannot continue to shoot the way the Hornets have here in the first half. Here's Larry Johnson, and he was fouled, taking advantage of the mismatch with Del Curry.
Anthony Mason with Charles Oakley. Both players very physical. Mason kidding on that one?
Yeah.
Trying to pin Oakley there with both hands around him. Well, also, Marv, 14 straight hoops, and you would think a team might be out of the game, but which is not the case here.
Good play by Mason, batting it away from Johnson, who deflected it out of bounds. 3:45 remaining in this first half. Hornets now 19 of 31, 61%. That's the reason the Knicks are not out of it, is you see they're shooting 50. Del Curry adding to the superb shooting by Charlotte.
Got to foul Curry. You got to foul the guy. Hit him on the arms.
Curry 4 of 5 from the field. He has 10 points. Bad pass. Here comes Curry. Rice on the wing. Curry decided to go all the way, thought he was fouled, did not get the call, and the Knicks able to move it back in a hurry. Allen Houston. Patrick Ewing stripped. Again, the good play by Mason. Bogues. Mason not able to handle that pass. It's a low pass thrown by Bogues. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the half. Ewing getting position. So the Hornets now lead 53-41. They've led by as many as 16. Rice and Johnson in a battle. Rice. It counts. And the foul. Glenn Rice at the top of his game. Hitting the long jumper, hitting the turnaround, able to post up, and taking the ball to the hoop.
Gifted shooter, and a lot of it at 6'8". It just gives you an idea how tough he can be. Here's Rice looking at a man shorter than him, and he goes to that fadeaway.
Talks Tony, one-time New York Ranger, having a sensational year. Pre-game coverage beginning at 7 o'clock with the MCS Cannon Rangers game night. And then Sam Rosen, John Davidson. I don't know about you, John, but for me, those Brief interviews by Sal Red Light Messina between periods hook me on Ranger telecast, if I'm not at the Garden, of course.
You're human, Marv.
Just seeing Sal on camera is enough for me.
Sal, with his experience and knowledge and overall charm.
Let's not get crazy.
Which you appreciate, I know, from game to game, just brings people in.
But enough of Sal. As Glenn Rice looks to complete the three-point play. And the Hornets now lead 56-41. 2:20 remaining in the first half. Back to the matchup of Mason defending against Johnson. Johnson for three. And on the back tap, the Knicks get the new 24.
Giles signaling for motion to get Allen Houston free off a low post pick.
Here's Childs. Three-pointer for Chris Childs. That's his second of the game. He has 6 points in all, along with 5 assists and 6 rebounds. Childs putting up some impressive all-around numbers. Foul is called with 1:38 left in the half. The Knicks are over the foul limit. And that's number 3 on Larry Johnson. So Glenn Rice to the line. Glenn Rice in his 8th season out of Michigan. Spent 6 years with Miami. And then on opening day last season traded to the Hornets in the Alonzo Mourning deal. Glenn Rice, an all-star last season for the first time, then had wrist problems in the second half of the year. And should be headed to the All-Star game once again this season.
Fortunately for the Knicks in that first game in New York, a 27-point win for the Knicks. Rice had that sprained ankle and didn't play.
The Hornets lead by 14. Minute and a half to go. First half. Here's Childs for 3. And Rice collars the rebound. Saw Del Curry breaking, but saw him too late. Curry. Oh, Del Curry on target. 6 of 8, 14 points. Rice has 17. Curry with 14. Mason with 11. And it's a 16-point lead. Charlotte matching its biggest lead of the night. Childs open. Another 3 thrown up by Childs. Now Ewing. And foul is called. Patrick Ewing. Very close to a travel on that drop step move. Foul on Divac. In fact, Cowens was looking for the call.
Well, fortunately for the Knicks, Ewing now will take the ball to the basket and demand a foul. The Charlotte Hornets, it appears, have elected defensively to say to the Knicks, beat us from the outside. You can have your jump shots. And the Knicks are buying that, but they're not shooting anywhere near as well as the Hornets have been shooting from the perimeter.
All right, Divac will get a rest, bringing on George Zedek for the first time. Lottie with 8 points, 3 rebounds. George Zedek in his second season out of UCLA, a native of Czechoslovakia. Ewing missing on both. 35 seconds left in the half. Not a good one for the Knicks. They began up-tempo, a lot of energy, but the hot shooting of the Charlotte Hornets seemed to take it all out of the Knicks, and Mason is fouled. At one point, Oakley on the foul. At one point, Charlotte hit 14 straight field goal attempts. And they are shooting just under 70%. Anthony Mason has gone the distance in this first half. 4 of 4 from the field, 3 of 3 from the line, 11 points, 6 rebounds.
60 points, a huge number for a defensive-minded team like the Knicks to give up in a half.
Well, coming up shortly, the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. There's only one Jeep, and it is only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. Mike Crispino back at the MSG Sports Desk. In the hat. 21 seconds remaining. In this first half, Hornets have opened up an 18-point bulge. It's their biggest lead of the night. Down to 10 seconds. Giles lost it.
That was Bogues breaking it up, tipping that ball onto Charles's foot, and out of bounds it went off his foot.
3 seconds to go in the half. 8th turnover by the Knicks. Hornets with only 6. Zedek too late. Standing ovation for the Charlotte Hornets with 62 points, 1 below their season high. A masterful shooting performance by Charlotte. 22 of 35 from the field. The high point man, Glenn Rice, with 17. It's the Hornets 62 and the Knicks 44.
The Knicks battle the Cavs after NCS Cannon game night tomorrow night on MSG.
Would you like a better paying job? Professional Career Development Institute can train you at home in just a few months for one of America's 15 top career opportunities. Whether your dream is to be your own boss or to work for an employer, call for free literature on any one of America's top career choices. Train at home for the job you've always wanted and earn this nationally recognized diploma. Take a look at PCDI's exciting career opportunities. Medical transcription, paralegal, veterinary assistant, computer training, fitness and nutrition, interior decorating, electrician, child daycare, conservation outdoors, travel agent, locksmithing, medical dental office assistant, home inspection, bookkeeping, accounting, or get your high school diploma. Call for free literature on the career of your choice.
In the U.S. and Canada, call 1-800-372-2552. Get free literature on one of these 15 careers. That's 1-800-372-2552. Earn more money. Call 1-800-372-2552. Call now.
How do you grade a college?
NYIT's architecture design program was described as exemplary in the field by the American Institute of Architects.
How do you grade a college? By over 40,000 successful graduates.
New York Institute of Technology, the college where great careers begin. Call 800-345-NYIT. 800-345-NYIT. Spring classes begin January 27th. Register now.
Tire Guy says, great deal, huh? Of course you'll need valve stems. They're extra.
Extra? What happened to my great deal?
It's here at Wholesale Tire. Out-the-door pricing. You'll get free valve stems, mounting, balancing, even tire disposal. The guaranteed lowest price at no extras ever.
The Tire Guy gives me a price, then says, you'll bounce up and down without balancing, and that's extra. Extra? What's up with that?
We don't know. At Wholesale Tire, out-the-door pricing means no extras ever.
Tell them where to go.
Tires, WTC.
Copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
A sensational shooting first half for the Charlotte Hornets. They have an 18-point lead on the New York Knicks. At 1 point, they hit 14 straight shots. Glenn Rice, high point man with 17. Anthony Mason, 13. Del Curry, 14. Patrick Ewing has not shot well, but leads the Knicks with 11. You're watching the Tri-State Jeep and Eagle halftime report. There's only one Jeep. It's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. Now let's check in with Mike Crispino.
Thanks very much, Marv. After managing only 23 wins in its first year as a coach, first year and a half of their existence, the Vancouver Grizzlies have made a coaching change, firing Brian Winters, replacing him with Stu Jackson. Jackson, of course, the former Knick coach, who acknowledged the dedication of Winters today, who had a difficult job of trying to make steak out of chopped liver. Those are not his words, those are mine. Other news in the NBA, the Pistons unloaded Stacey Augmon to Portland for 3 guards, including Randolph Childress Aaron McKee and Reggie Jordan. In his first 390 games in the NBA over 4+ seasons after being picked number 9 in 1991, Augmon missed only 20 games. This season alone, he has missed 20 games, 12 of them coach's decisions that did not play him. The others he missed by flu. He's been averaging only 4 points a game. Kenny Smith joined his third team this season, signing a 10-day contract with the Denver Nuggets. And the Celtics continue their march toward next spring's top pick in the NBA draft, Tim Duncan. Celtics fans can only hope the trend continues. Tonight in Boston, they jumped to a 21-point lead in the first quarter and now lead 104-103. Rick Fox has just hit a couple of free throws. He has 26 on the night. They are in the final minute of play with the Celtics leading by 1. Other news, this time college basketball. The NCAA suspended 2 starters from the UConn men's basketball team, Kirk King and Ricky Moore, for receiving improper benefit from an agent. King, a senior, is suspended indefinitely, leading me to believe that his transgressions are more serious than Moore, who is out for just 5 games. Connecticut plans to appeal that ruling. We'll be back with more from the sports desk after these words on MSG.
Introducing the New York Knicks credit card from American Express. Call 1-800-KNICKS now and get the only card that gives you savings, service, and great Knick discounts. Get the savings of no annual fee.
Quickly, Divac unguarded, right to the basket for the dunk. The Charlotte Hornets continuing their excellent play against the New York Knicks. They swept the Knicks last year, winning all 3 games. Charlotte has won 10 of the last 13, 6 of the last 7 here at the Hive.
Still see some of the results of the halftime activities here, celebrating the 50th year anniversary of the NBA. A lot of smoke still here in the arena. Reminds us of the old days in the NBA when there was a lot of smoke in the arena.
Is that what they're trying to recreate now?
I doubt it. But it's an interesting point you bring up.
Hornets lead 65-44. Divac. Houston. Allen Houston off that quick pitch down court from Chris Childs. So the Hornets now lead 65-46.
Allen now 3 of 6 from the field.
Here's Divac. And the Hornets are up by 21. So Vlade Divac has 13 points. Last season, the Charlotte Hornets went 41-41. That was 6th in the Central Division. Did not make the playoffs. Larry Johnson hitting a 3.
Mason elected to stare at Johnson from about 7 feet away. Just didn't come out and guard him.
11 for Johnson. He's 5 of 8 from the field. The matchup for the most part has been Charles Oakley going against Anthony Mason. Divac on the follow. Foul. Vlade Divac very active tonight.
Yes, he's moving quicker than Patrick Ewing. And it really looks as though the Knicks are feeling the fatigue factor here tonight. They're out there competing, as you can see. Divac hustling, getting it done. But they just don't have the zest and the fire that they had last night in Indiana when they put forth a really super effort.
14 for Vlade Divac. Hornets with a 68-49 lead. Having a discussion between Muggsy Bogues and Charles Oakley.
Muggsy probably saying something like, "You touch me once again, Charles, I'm going to break you in half." Or something like that.
Tony Smith rejecting the pass. following tonight, Charlotte with 2 straight on the road. Tomorrow in Cleveland, and next Tuesday at Indiana. That's a home and home with the Pacers. And Ewing grabbed by Divac. Knicks back home Sunday to go up against Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. They split their first 2 meetings. Coming into tonight, the Knicks a game behind Miami in the chase for the lead in the Atlantic Division. Houston went right at Divac.
Strong, impressive drive by Allen Houston.
The Knicks trailing now by 17. Rice, played by Johnson. Bogues on the recovery. Shot clock at 3. Ewing with the rejection. And for Patrick Ewing, his second block of the night. Shot clock at 2. Divac. It's a 24-second violation. Dave Cowens, in his first season as head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, replacing Alan Bristow, spent the past 2 years as Bob Hill's top assistant in San Antonio. Bob Hill, of course, replaced by Greg Popovich this season. Cowens was head coach briefly of the Boston Celtics. He was a player coach. Divac on the steal. Open shot for Bogues. And Mason able to keep it alive. Here's Smith. Call against the Knicks. It's on Childs, who is in the face of the official Scott Foster, and now hit with a technical. You see the senior official Hugh Evans step in and guided Scott Foster aside. He did not want Foster remaining next to Childs to get into a debate about that call.
He probably did Childs a favor too, because Foster would have been in a position to maybe call another technical.
The Hornets with a 69-51 lead.
Another look at the play. Ewing on the rebound.
And Childs with a shove. So the Knicks had possession, and the foul on Childs robbed them of the ball. Now a traveling violation is called. So the Knicks do get it back.
When Rice going up for that jump shot was called for that violation. He got a little bump at the end of the move also by Oakley.
Houston with the room, but did not look for the shot. Shot clock at 6. And Hugh Evans with the call on Curry.
Evans gesturing that Curry used his knee inside defensively. Knicks looking inside to Ewing, getting him the ball. Now Mason guarding him. Double team comes Ewing's way. Knows someone's open.
Houston, yes. Nice recovery defensively by the Hornets, but Houston able to shoot over it. 8 points for Houston. And the Hornets now lead 69-53. Make it 10 points for Houston on 5 of 9 shooting. Curry steps back and unleashes the 3. Divac with the save. Good hustle by Vlade. Have cooled off. They were 63% shooting in the first half, but still have had the touch at just under 56 at the moment. Nice play. Ewing for Oakley. Hornets 71. And the Knicks 55.
Little go give and go basketball exposes the Hornets on that play. Ewing and Oakley.
Evans. Rebounded by Johnson. Larry Johnson with his first rebound of the night. Open shot for Johnson, a 3. He has shot well. 14 points for Johnson on 6 out of 9. And the lead is down to 13. Charlotte taking a timeout.
For a limited time only at your Chrysler dealer. You can lease Chrysler Cirrus for only $269 a month. Or lease Chrysler LHS for just $359 a month. Or lease Chrysler Concord for only $289 a month. For a limited time only at your Chrysler and Plymouth dealer. What's new in your world?
Time is running out. The Big Mac and Crispy Chicken Deluxe are half price only till Sunday, and Patrick Ewing and Sean Bradley are no closer to deciding a champion. Ewing loves the 2 all-beef patties, the special sauce, the classic Big Mac taste. Bradley is fueled by his love for the grown-up taste of the Crispy Chicken Deluxe. This is going down to the wire, folks, so get to McDonald's today. Every Big Mac and Crispy Chicken Deluxe you buy is a vote for your favorite. Hurry, the half-price offer ends Sunday, and these guys need your help now.
You've got a lot to plan for. Retirement. College. Now there's City Select Mutual Funds to make smart investing simple. City Select funds combine stocks, bonds, and cash to give you a full level of diversification in one smart investment. And it's simple because there's 4 choices from relatively conservative to more aggressive. Make smart investing simple. City Select. Only through Citicorp Investment Services at Citibank. Call now. The city never sleeps.
Well, after 4 games in 5 nights, the Knicks get a day off tomorrow, and then the Delta Airlines upcoming Knicks schedule shows you the Knicks will be home against Miami on Sunday, a 12:30 game to be seen on NBC. Tuesday, the Knicks home against the Boston Celtics, MCS Cannon game night at 7 p.m. Wednesday, the busy schedule takes the Knicks to Cleveland for their first meeting with the Cavs this year. That game also, MCS Cannon game night at 7, game at 7:30 in Cleveland on Wednesday.
Well, John, the good shooting contagious. The Knicks have now hit 6 straight shots in the first half at one point. Charlotte connecting on 14 straight. Rice posting up on Johnson. Good play by Houston. Reaching in for the steal. And here's Houston from Childs. So things have turned here in the third quarter. The Hornets now lead by 11. They led by as many as 21. And the Knicks intensity is picked up. Mason facing a double team. Bogues. Now the shots not dropping for the Hornets. Childs using the screen. It's a 3 for Chris Childs. He also wanted the foul call, did not get it. It's down to 8.
Charlotte now undergoing what many teams do after they get a big lead. They get the ball inside, however, on a lead pass.
20 points for Glenn Rice. Knicks have hit their last 8 shots. Down by 10. 4.5 remaining. Third quarter. Childs feeling it. Back comes Curry. And he pulls up to fire.
Often we see Childs impatiently following a make with another pushed-up shot. That was costly because the Hornets came right back down with good balance in their offense.
Starks digging and giving it up.
You're watching MSG Network. We're all over it.
Eastville showroom.
We're gonna get you the best automotive deal. It's Eastville. Eastville. Who's gonna get you in the right set of wheels? It's Eastville. Eastville. So for a Chevrolet or Geo, come together to try. 'Cause we don't want to sell you, we'll just help you buy. It's Eastville. Eastville.
And now, East Hills is proud to announce the addition of Oldsmobile on Northern Boulevard in Roslyn.
At Eastville.
Feeling stressed out? Is that nagging back pain acting up again? Now you can experience a complete and relaxing massage with the Body Back Plus Massager. While its thick, soft cushion offers support, 5 independent motors massage all major stress points and tired muscle groups. You can even use the cycle mode, sending massage pulses up and down your entire body. Adjust the speed and intensity of the massage for the ultimate in relaxation. Choose a slow, gentle massage to soothe and comfort, or a stimulating, vibrant massage to revitalize. Other massagers cost hundreds or even thousands, but through the special TV offer, you can order the Body Back Plus for just 4 easy payments of $19.95. And if you call right now, you'll also receive this car adapter absolutely free. Now you can have a massage even in your car. Body Back Plus is also available with soothing heat for just 1 extra payment of only $19.95. Body Back Plus works anywhere, anytime you need it. Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-750-0975 or send $79.80 plus $14.95 shipping and handling to Body Back Plus, P.O. Box 910, Department 16, Gardnerville, Nevada.
Hot shooting now by both teams. Glenn Rice down low. Larry Johnson loses the ball. Johnson on defense. Houston on that deflection. Childs running interference for Allen Houston, who finishes the drive beautifully. Childs on the three-point shot. He wanted a foul, too. That made it 8 straight Knick points. Glenn Rice on the lead pass inside. 3 Knicks around him. Rice at 6'8". Over everybody for the hoop. Now Curry at the other end after a rush shot by the Knicks. He hits.
Well, the Knicks at one point hit 8 straight shots. They're 8 of 11 from the field in this third quarter. Yes, and it counts. Patrick Ewing brings the Knicks within 11. Rice called for the foul. The Knicks, John, with a 17-4 run before Charlotte hit those 5 consecutive points.
Ewing instinctively guarded by the smaller man takes Rice for a ride, and the Knicks' heart now is beating more rapidly, and there's some pounding going on here by the Knicks.
Ewing with 14. The Knicks are down by 10. They've trailed by as many as 21. Just under 4 minutes to go in this third quarter. Beautiful pass, and Curry was able to free himself up. Muggsy Bogues for Del Curry. And that's 10 assists for Muggsy. Had 11 the other night against Milwaukee.
Mason has asked to guard Ewing, and he's got him now.
Ewing with the drop step. Despite the fact Mason gives away so much size, and we've seen him go up against Hakeem Olajuwon upon occasion against Shaquille O'Neal, it's kind of a change-up defense. Oh, Mason and Houston in a collision, and Mason just dispatched Houston.
Well, Mason gave Houston an unnecessary elbow. Houston was just there.
Foul was called on Houston, and Mason to the line.
Take a look at Mason now. Driving, gets around Oakley inside. And Mason delivers some of his Bush League follow-ups that he'll do many times.
Correction, the foul on Oakley, and then he got involved in the collision with Mason, so Oakley called for that foul. 4 apiece now on Oakley and Johnson. Larry Johnson has been able to hang in after picking up a 4th early in the third quarter. Jeff Van Gundy does not have the luxury of going to Buck Williams tonight, so he's had to stay with Johnson. 3 minutes left, third quarter. Here is Houston. He changed his mind. Ewing battling with Devos, and he thought he was fouled. Charlotte with the ball. They lead by 12. Rice.
Knicks have upped tempoed their defense.
Johnson being played by Rice. Mason over to help. Oakley. Glenn Rice helping off the board. Done a good job. We're coming up on 2 minutes left. Third quarter. Rice getting by Johnson and then lost it. Traveling violation of pass thrown behind Johnson. He tried to control it but could not recover.
Yes, had to drag his foot while receiving it. And
things have turned since the Knicks hit the 8 straight shots. Only one of the last 5 plus the turnover.
Turnovers, excuse me, Mark, have not been a big story thus far in this game.
Only 10 turnovers by the Knicks. Oh, Divac's got a break. Only 10 turnovers committed by Charlotte. And the Hornets are up by 14. Ewing.
Ewing signaled for that ball, and he got it.
Patrick Ewing only 4 of 13 from the field. Shot clock down to 3. Bogues. Ewing with his 11th rebound and a 20 taken by the Knicks. With 52 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Each team gets 120 a half, and Jeff Van Gundy felt he wanted to address his team right now. And after tonight's game, the Knicks look forward to Tuesday with an interim stop at the Garden with the Miami Heat Sunday afternoon. But the next MSG game will be against the Celtics Tuesday night. Knicks game night at 7 p.m.
The Knicks won the previous 2 games against the Celtics in that throwback weekend home-and-home set.
I told Dave Cowens about it before the game in our chat. He was sorry he missed the opportunity to see so many former teammates.
I think Dave would have liked to have taken part in the free throw shooting contest.
I think he might have deferred to the Cougs.
Allen Houston off the dribble, spinning his way. Beautifully done. It counts, and the foul. Houston going right at Glenn Rice.
Big time move by Allen Houston. He's really come to life here in the second half offensively. Just a terrific move and finish by Allen, now going to the foul line.
Houston with a terrific third quarter. 10 of his 14 points here in the third. Hornets now lead 82-68. 35 seconds to go in the quarter. Mason rebounded by Oakley and foul. Loose ball foul. Foul on Mason.
You can sense, Marv, Oakley playing with his usual fierceness, but he is not looking for Mason. Not looking to hit him. He's just going about his job, whereas Mason is playing with his usual fire. Nothing directed at Oakley. Just about everybody else, however, is a target for Mason, but he's not pulling anything with Oakley.
I think there's mutual respect. These guys have known each other for a long time. They've faced each other frequently in practice sessions. Mason getting actually his first rest of the night. 13 points, 12 rebounds. Mason has played well. There's Tony Smith for Del Curry. The Knicks are down by 11.
Whenever a team is facing in any basketball level, at any level, a big deficit, the object is let's get it down to 10 and go from there.
Hornets 80 and the Knicks 70. Good play by Charlie Ward. Tony Smith trying to get it back, called for the foul. Hornets over the limit, so again the Knicks to the line.
Well, when you spin and you have that basketball and you lose sight of the defense, Charlie Ward saw that opportunity and then dove right in and ended up drawing a foul, actually, with his aggressive play.
So the Hornet lead is now 9. They have led by as many as 21. The Hornets 80, the Knicks 72. Dave Cowens wants his team to hold for a final shot of this third quarter. Down to 10 seconds. Knicks want to stop here. Zedek down to 3 seconds. He has that hook shot, but he's called for a traveling violation. You can see him setting up. John, you were salivating over it.
I was waiting.
Getting so excited.
I was asking Dave Cowens before the game about Zedek. He told me about a problem he has with his feet. Very high arches, which equals bad balance.
All right, here's Ward. Coming up short. So the Knicks close out the third with 6 straight points, and they have closed on the Hornets, down now by only 8.
Means 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they're not kidding.
At Plymouth, we don't mean to brag, but Plymouth Voyager's received a lot of awards lately. And
service, we deliver for you. Buy MetLife. Get Met. It pays. And buy your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Well, you're looking at Glenn Rice, who the other night against the Rockets scored 42 points for the Hornets. Too shy of a franchise record. Our Coke Classic play, fellow by the name of Larry Johnson, wearing number 2 in the striped uniform of the Charlotte Hornets, November 22nd, 1995. Lighting it up for 44 points. What a move against Dino Roger. 15 of 27 from the field, 11 of 11 from the line. That's a franchise high 44 for Larry Johnson, followed by the 42 by Glenn Rice. Percy Hawkins with 41 against Golden State. And one time, Nick, Johnny Newman had a 41-point game for these Charlotte Hornets. The Knicks, down by as many as 21, have cut it to an 8-point Charlotte lead. Johnson coming up short, kept alive though by Childs. Fourth quarter underway. The Knicks had a 17-4 run in the midst of that third quarter to cut into the lead substantially. Here's Houston, who's had the touch. Allen Houston had the foot on the line. It's a 2-pointer, but the Knicks are within 6. Charlie Ward nearly picked it out of the hands of Tony Smith.
Well, the Knicks, thanks to Allen Houston, have found their perimeter game. Ewing now getting a bit of a rest, a well-deserved rest.
Houston going for the fake off the pump, called for the foul. Patrick Ewing only 4 of 13 from the field, 6 of 9 from the line, and since he sat down, the Knicks have been able to reel off 8 straight points. Glenn Rice, 7 for 7 at the free throw line, and the Hornets 17 of 21 at the line. Glenn Rice averaging 24 per game, number 6 in the league. Michael Jordan, 30.9 to lead the way. Oakley with the save. It is a 7-point Hornet lead. They shot just under 63% from the field in the first half, and it cooled down considerably. 7 of 19 in the third quarter. Johnson posting up on Divac.
Knicks have been doing, as they did against Chicago, a good job in response to a big lead, although tonight they're starting their comeback much earlier than in Chicago.
Interesting to see with Ewing sitting down as Rice is able to hit. Larry Johnson, the go-to guy, which is rare for Larry as a member of the Knicks. .74 Hornets. Johnson coming out of set of pick, and a foul called on Smith. Tony Smith, as we mentioned earlier, very sound defensive player. Signed as a free agent with Charlotte earlier in the season. Spent 5 years with the Los Angeles Lakers, last year with Philly and Miami. He has been starting because of the injury suffered by Scott Burrell. Houston, Allen Houston, doing it from all angles. 9 of 13 from the field for Houston.
Houston gets up rather high on that jump shot, and at 6'6", it makes it really tough for the defense.
And the foul is called. Curry taking it to the hoop. Foul on Childs. So 4 apiece on Childs, Johnson, and Oakley.
Take a look at Houston's last move now, working on a 6'8" guy. And Divac's a 7-footer plus coming over, but Houston got up higher and made a nice finish.
Well, Curry missing on his first. Allen Houston leading the Knicks with 18 points. Whoa, Del Curry missing. 2 from the line.
Some bad signs here for Charlotte when you see that.
After the good free throw shooting, only 4 of 10 for the Hornets in the second half at the foul line. 7-point Charlotte lead. Here's Ward. Charlie Ward cuts it down to a 5-point Hornet lead. Rice is fouled.
Oh, it looked like Charles Oakley had all ball on that play. He didn't get the call, however, but the timing looked terrific. Lead pass inside to Rice. Oakley arrives to slap that ball away, which he does. The official sees some body work, however.
And that number 5 committed by Charles Oakley.
Well, the Knicks are back at high intensity and shooting the ball well, moving well. They've really found themselves.
Patrick Ewing returns, replacing Charles Oakley. 14 points, 6 rebounds for Charles. And Jeff Van Gundy going with the 3-guard setup now. He has Houston, Ward, and Childs with Johnson and Ewing up front. Mason with the hustle play. Rice trying to shake off Houston, and the foul call. Foul on Houston. So the Knicks in the early going have picked up 4 team fouls. That's 3 on Houston, and Rice back to the line. 9 of 11 at the foul line. He's an 86% free throw shooter.
Hornets battling hard now to regenerate their offense as the Knicks have come on so strong. Always difficult when you establish an 18-point lead to sustain it. Now the Hornets are really being pushed. Actually, they did have a 21-point lead.
86-78 Charlotte. Houston tried to get it to Ewing, deflected out. Last touch by the Hornets. And with 6 on the shot clock, the Knicks will talk it over. Timeout taken. 8:51 remaining in the fourth.
The New York Knicks are holding a 50th anniversary birthday bash at Chelsea Piers to benefit the Ronald McDonald House on March 13th. All current Knicks players will be on hand, along with past legends of the game and a host of celebrities. For more information, you can call 212-330-6565.
A couple of the injured members of the Charlotte Hornets, Matt Geiger and Scott Burrell. Burrell making it back from knee surgery, hopes to return before the All-Star break. Geiger with a herniated disc in his back. And with Burrell sidelined, Dave Cowens has made changes in the lineup. Tony Smith has been a starter, but well, Curry comes off the bench in a hurry, as we saw tonight. 86-78 Hornets. Ewing, yes, with the shot clock running down, brings the Knicks within 6 with just under 9 minutes remaining in the fourth.
Knicks have just about evened out the shooting for the game. And you can see here in the second half where they are at that 59%. Both teams around 54% now.
And a rare Charlotte turnover. Only their 11th. The Knicks staying with the 3 guards after Oakley sat down, picking up a 5th foul. And they have Larry Johnson and Patrick Ewing up front. Johnson being guarded by Mason, got the step and foul. A strong move by Larry Johnson. Anthony Mason called for his 3rd.
Johnson takes it with the big step here on the drive. One dribble, and Mason attacking him, committing a foul. When Mason takes that one step to the basket, he's a lot tougher sometimes than when he goes into the stop spinning move, which then gives the defense a chance to gang up on him. On this play, it was just him and Mason.
Larry Johnson hit 2 important free throws last night, but he has not shot well at the line and almost threw up air, missing on both. 68% free throw shooter. The Knicks down by 6. Rice blocked by Ewing. What a play coming over to help out. That's his 3rd block of the game.
Great help by Ewing. Shows you how his energy level is up now.
And Child brings the Knicks within 4. Curry handling against Childs. Johnson with the steal, fronting Mason.
Curry with a careless pass, and Johnson was right there.
The Knicks have trailed by as many as 21. Illegal defense for the first time called on the Hornets. And this the closest the Knicks have been to the Hornets since they were down by 3 late in the first quarter, down 29-26.
Knicks looking to their big man now, Charlie Ward, getting the ball to Ewing now. He's in a one-on-one situation.
Houston for 3. Yes! And you can hear there are quite a few Knicks fans here. Transplanted New Yorkers in the Charlotte area. The Knicks have cut it to a 1-point lead as the Hornets take a timeout. Look out as Scott Brooks lands on our lap.
You're watching MSG Network. We're all over it.
Still showroom. We're gonna get you the best automotive deal. It's Eastville. Eastville. Who's gonna get you in the right set of wheels? It's Eastville. Eastville. So if you're looking for a Jeep or Eagle, give us a try. 'Cause we don't want to sell you, we just help you buy. It's Eastville. Eastville.
Now get a loaded Grand Cherokee Laredo for only $349 a month with no money down.
At Eastville.
Would you like a better paying job? Professional Career Development Institute can train you at home in just a few months for one of America's 15 top career opportunities. Whether your dream is to be your own boss or to work for an employer, call for free literature on any one of America's top career choices. Train at home for the job you've always wanted and earn this nationally recognized diploma. Take a look at PCDI's exciting career opportunities.
Medical transcription, paralegal, veterinary assistant, computer training, fitness and nutrition, interior decorating, electrician, child daycare, conservation outdoors, travel agent, locksmithing, medical dental office assistant, home inspection, bookkeeping, accounting, or get your high school diploma.
Call for free literature on the career of your choice.
In the U.S. and Canada, call 1-800-372-2552. Get free literature on one of these 15 careers. That's 1-800-372-2552. Earn more money. Call 1-800-372-2552. Call now.
Big fourth quarter effort here. The Knicks now completing a 7-0 run to make this a one-point game. Glenn Rice inside. Ewing over to help out Allen Houston, and he does with a shot block. Knicks push the ball up court. Childs going baseline. Beats Del Curry with a soft drive. Ewing gets double teamed. The ball rotates to Houston, who has a good look at the basket. That's a three. Another look at that three. Nice follow through as he snaps that jump shot. We got a one-point game now. The crowd here has been nullified at this moment. They are quiet. Look at the shooting of the Knicks in the second half. 64%.
And the man has been Allen Houston, 17 of his 21 in the second half. Divac with the tip. He's played well. 18 points. No box out by the Knicks. And the Hornets now lead by 3. 6.5 left, fourth quarter. Ewing met by Mason on the switch. Shot clock at 7. Childs finding Johnson. Larry Johnson not able to hit after the good setup. Anthony Mason with rebound number 16. 13 points for Mason with 16 rebounds. 14 points for Johnson, only 1 rebound. Travel call, traveling violation.
Rice got banged a little bit. He's talking about it. He's not happy.
So the Knicks get it back. Charles Oakley looking to check back in. He will in a moment. The substitution waved off. Larry Johnson remains up front with Patrick Ewing and the 3 guards. Turnovers hurting the Hornets here in the second half. Ewing is 5 for 15.
Mason trying to get position, and he does.
Foul is called. That time a gamble, and it allowed Anthony Mason to get the ball down low.
Yes, Larry Johnson ran out in front, as the Knicks will do, trying to front the post-up players, but he didn't have adequate help behind him as Mason had a clear path to draw that foul.
Foul on Ewing, his 3rd. Mason is 6 of 8 at the line. He's a 74% free throw shooter.
Best foul shooting of his career this year.
Hornets 90 and the Knicks 85 with 5.5 to go in the 4th. Nice pass from Ward. Very poor shooting night for Patrick Ewing. 5 of 16. Mason going behind the back and then had a recapture. Open shot for Bogues. And rebounded by Ewing. He's fouled, run into by Rice. Very aggressive game for Glenn Rice. That's 4 on Rice.
Well, you often hear opposition teams saying, we know what we're going to get with the Knicks, physical game. And Dave Cowens, a man who knew how to play it that way as a player, certainly communicated that to his team.
13 foul on the Hornets. Knicks are already over the foul limit. Johnson gives it back. Ewing, yes. The Hornets 90 and the Knicks 87. Four and a half remaining in the fourth. Rice, Divac, Curry, and rebounded by Childs. The Knicks are down by 3. They've trailed by as many as 21.
Mason now matched up on Ewing.
Here's Ward. Oh, he thought he had a teammate. Not a good play by Charlie Ward. He was in traffic and just flipped it, and it landed on the Charlotte bench. Timeout is called. 4:01 remaining in the fourth.
You heard of Dancing Harry, you heard of Dancing Barry. This is a Dancing Hornet fan, that's for sure. Dancing Barry used to be an LA guy.
That is Dancing Barry.
Is it Dancing Barry? What happened to the white suit?
No, he moved to this area and has reappeared. My fact for the night, John. The Knicks with 3 timeouts remaining. Charlotte with 2 and a 20. The Knicks last led 24-22. That was in the first quarter. John Starch cheering on his teammates, continuing to sit it out with the shoulder injury.
John Starks has enjoyed some very fine moments here in Charlotte.
John making sure his stroke is still working just in case. Actually loosening up the shoulder. 90-87, the Hornets with the lead. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. The Knicks in the midst of a gallant comeback, down by as many as 21. Childs with a terrific play, stripping Curry, and it carried out of bounds.
Well, he attacked Curry. He didn't wait for it to happen. Got the good break as the ball went out of bounds off Curry. Big play.
Chris Childs closing in on a triple-double. 11 points, 12 assists, 9 rebounds. And now the call against the Knicks. Offensive foul. Ewing called for that foul, setting an illegal pick. And that's number 4 on Ewing. Van Gundy staying with this lineup. He was about to reinsert Charles Oakley. Here's Rice. Rebounded by Ewing. Oakley's substitution was waved off, and Jeff has not gone back in that direction. And as Houston makes his move with a crossover, he's fouled. Foul on Curry. Allen Houston showing much confidence off the second half performance.
Also showing his ability to dribble that basketball successfully. A couple of crossover dribbles. Doing a good job.
Team foul number 4 by the Hornets. 3:05 remaining in the fourth. The Knicks trailing by 3.
Boy, Houston's communicating that he wants that basketball.
They double up on Houston. Shot clock at 7. Ewing backing Divac. Divac played him well. Now Mason goes to work against Johnson, who has 4 fouls. Played almost the second half with the 4. Again, Bogues was left open. Not able to hit. That has been a key when the Knicks double up. Muggsy's been wide open, but has not been able to take advantage. He's missed his last 5 shots. Timeout called. 2:27 remaining in this 4th quarter. Jordan together on the All-Star sideline. You know, it could happen in a couple of weeks of the All-Star game in Cleveland. As you check this out, the Knicks would have to win their next 2 games, which means tonight, and then beat Miami on Sunday. The Pistons would have to lose Saturday to Philadelphia. And then Van Gundy would beat out Detroit's Doug Collins. Phil Jackson ineligible to coach the Eastern Conference. So Jeff Van Gundy and the Knicks would have to have everything going their way. The Pistons have had a considerable lead in this race for some time, but it would also mean a Detroit loss to the 76ers, which these days is on the unlikely side. 2:20 to go in the 4th. The Hornets with a 3-point lead. Beautiful pass from Ward. Ewing from Johnson. It's down to 1. Larry Johnson with a pretty one-hop return. 1 point. Charlotte leads. Dolly Ward remaining on the floor because of the aggressive defense, and he's been able to double up.
Johnson not allowing Mason to catch that last pass attempt by Bogues.
Shot clock at 2, and Curry from long range put on the line. It's a 2-pointer. 92-89. Hornets by 3. 1:40 remaining in the 4th quarter. Childs foul, and Charlotte is over the limit. Foul on Mason. Knicks have 2 timeouts left. The Hornets with 2 and a 20.
Childs shot the ball well last night in clutch minutes at the foul line against Indiana.
A superb all-around game for Chris Childs. Making his first appearance at the line. He now has 12 points, 12 assists, 9 rebounds. 1 rebound away from a triple-double. The last triple-double accomplished by a Knick next to last game of last season, April 19th. Patrick Ewing did it against the Charlotte Hornets in New York, although the Knicks were beaten by Charlotte. 1-point game. 1:35 to go in the 4th. Muggsy Bogues getting very low, if it's possible to get lower when he dribbles the ball. Divac backs in again. Divac blocked by Ewing. Rice on the recovery. Had to force it. Goes through Divac's hands. Knicks have a fast break. Childs with Curry back. And Ewing went down, fouled by Mason. Childs upset because he knew he had the break going, had the numbers, but it's a good recovery, though, defensively by Charlotte.
Yes, he had a 5-on-3. He was looking for Ewing. Mason was right there. But Mason, who has chosen to pick up Ewing now in the closing moments, pushed Ewing to the floor.
Well, Patrick Ewing last night missed an important free throw down the stretch. Hits right here. And the game is tied at 92. Ewing 7 of 10 at the line. 1:07 to go in the 4th quarter. The Knicks take the lead. They've come from way back. A 21-point deficit. And they lead 93-92. The Hornets have taken a timeout. 1:07 remaining in the 4th.
after trailing by 21 points in this game. An inspirational comeback, high energy. They've pulled together. They've outscored the Charlotte Hornets 49-30 in the second half of this game. And you can see Patrick Ewing sending that Divac shot back. Glenn Rice couldn't do much with it. And in the return down court, Ewing gets fouled by Anthony Mason, goes to the line, and hits two, giving the Knicks that lead. 49-30 in the second half for the Knicks.
The Knicks have held the Hornets to 2 points the last 4.5 minutes. And they've scored only 30 in the second half after the 62-point explosion in the first half. John, we were discussing it earlier, when a team is that hot, and remember Charlotte at one point hit 14 straight shots. Just the law of averages. It's so hard to sustain that, but the Knicks were able to hang in. They brought up the level. They did it defensively. They began to hit their shots at one stretch, hit 8 straight. And thanks to the hot hand of Allen Houston in particular, they have managed to come from behind, now lead by 1. 1 minute remaining in this fourth quarter. Rice, played by Houston. Rice got the step. Offensive foul. Offensive foul on Glenn Rice.
It was Ewing. He stepped up, and Rice stepped into him. Disheartening now for the Hornets. Ewing comes over, gets the position, Rice takes him on, and the Knicks have the ball and the lead.
Down to 45 seconds remaining. Ward. I don't understand that shot.
Not with a 7-1 man standing in front of him.
Knicks with a 93-92 lead. Here's Curry. Oh, the Knicks very fortunate. Charlie Ward getting to the rebound. Ewing went down, and a foul is called. Foul against the Hornets. It's on Vlade Divac. 4 on Divac. And Ewing back to the line, hit 2 clutch free throws a moment ago.
You see the attitude change into both teams. The Knicks now playing with the expectation of winning. The Charlotte Hornets now just trying to stem the bleeding, and they have lost their togetherness.
Chris Childs a moment ago came up with his 10th rebound. Patrick Ewing extends to a 94-92 lead. So it is a triple-double for Childs. For the Knicks, their first since the end of last season when Ewing did it. And for Chris Childs, his second career triple-double. Did it as a member of the Nets against the Bulls last season. Well, how about the clutch free throw shooting by Patrick Ewing as he hits 4 for 4 at the line down the stretch. And he's given the Knicks a 95-92 lead with 24 and 3/10 seconds to go in the fourth. Timeout is taken by Charlotte.
Anthony Mason sitting on the bench. For 3 quarters, it was a fun evening for Anthony Mason and the Hornets. But boy, what a turnaround. The Knicks now 51-point second half to 30 for the Hornets. The Hornets had 62 at the end of the first half. And after a couple of foul shots by Patrick Ewing, looking at a happy team led by the assistant to the assistant to the assistant to the assistant coach, John Starks.
24 and 3/10 seconds remaining. Charlotte has a full timeout and a 20 remaining. Knicks have 2 timeouts left. Larry Johnson able to hang in despite picking up a 4th foul early third. He's played well. Anthony Mason with impressive numbers, 15 points, 17 rebounds. He'll be the trigger man throwing it in.
Childs has the big job now. Now there's a switch to Allen Houston on Curry.
Will they go to the 3, or if they see the 2, take the 2, take their chances? Folds for Curry, looking for the 3, unleashes. And let's see what the call is.
Looks like Childs was up slapping that ball out of bounds. The call going to the Hornets now.
Both teams are over the foul limit. Dave Cowens wants to talk it over. So now he uses the 22nd timeout, and Charlotte has one full timeout remaining. Well, the Hornets lead the league in three-point shooting, just under 41%. How about Curry? 43.6, the number 7 man, and Rice at 43.3.
Well, that's no secret. The Knicks know about it. Curry going up for that shot. He's under pressure. Houston was right there on him. Childs aggressively knocking that ball out of bounds. However, the Hornets still have that ball underneath their basket.
13 and 7/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Mason will throw in.
Knicks in a situation like last night. Do they foul the shooter for a two-point shot?
Divac takes